Sort of coming Chapter 927. Qin Pingan originally planned to go straight to the Lingyuan Gongshui mansion, but temporarily changed his mind and planned to go elsewhere. With thoughts, he ignored the distance between mountains and rivers, dressed in a green shirt, and stood under a sycamore tree in the capital of the Daoist dynasty. Lifting his head and looking into the distance, Qin Pingan took another step and came to a palace with only black and white colors, as if a person without borders, as if entering the realm of no one. This Daoist dynasty was founded by water and virtue. Last time Qin Pingan met with Emperor Lu's at the Yunshao Palace of the Zhou Xian administration to discuss business. At that time the emperor was accompanied by only a young prince named Lu Jun, who is now your royal highness is now. In addition to giving the prince Lu Jun a copybook written by Mr. Qin Pingan, he also gave the boy a handwritten copy of the boxing score, which was the Shaking Mountain boxing from Gu Yu, the end martial artist of the Great Seal dynasty. As for Lu Jun's cultivation and martial arts qualifications, they are actually quite ordinary. At the beginning Qin Pingan was also frank and honest. In the end the ghosts and gods made the difference, and the two parties became anonymous masters and apprentices. Before dawn there was still a period of time before the early dynasty. Emperor Lu Yang woke up early and could hardly fall asleep anymore. He simply asked the to light the lamp and sat cross-legged on the kong of a small warm pavilion. There are earth dragons, even in the middle of winter they will be warm as spring, but occasionally the emperor will give orders to stop burning charcoal in the palace, saying that it is freezing and boiling the bones and bones, but it can strengthen the body. On the other hand, those princes of the Lu family who are studying in the south of Weining Hall, unless they encounter the freezing season that only happens in decades, they will give them a hand stove, or they will read aloud while quietly stomping their feet. I trembled and I couldn't move in and out just studying, saying that hard work is not considered easy. It is not easy. Just unknowingly he was a little sleepy. Lu Yang was in a daze, vaguely heard the knock on the door and subconsciously said, "Come in." Outside the threshold of Nuan Pavilion, he wore a blue shirt and smiled and said, "Your Majesty. Take the liberty to come and look at Haihan." Lu Yang opened his eyes and looked at the blue shirt outside the door. For a moment he lost his senses but quickly returned to normal. He stepped on the warm kong and casually stepped on his boots without wearing well. He walked towards the door quickly, heartily laughed and said, "It turns out that it was Mr. Qin who came here to welcome you if you missed it, and forgive your sins and forgive sins." Qin Pingan stood on the spot, clasped his fists and apologized. "The incident happened suddenly, so there is no way to inform the access control. I promise that this will be the only time. Curious people have their own things. Mr. Qin is a man of Taoism, why bother about these red tapes?" Lu Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the Qingshan guest's arm and smiled. "I hope Mr. Qin can come here often as a guest. Go, let's sit in the house and chat." After Qin Pingan crossed the threshold, Lu Yang let go and the two sides sat on the warm kong side. Lu Yang let the memorials spread on the table without any taboo. After hearing Qin Pingan's concise explanation, Lu Yang was extremely surprised when he learned the truth, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's incredible, weird. The Emperor Lu, who is known for his brilliance and grandeur, said without hesitation, "In fact, Mr. Qin doesn't need to come to the capital at all. One more trip will easily delay business." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "No matter how detached the Zhou Xian department is, it is still one of the institutions of the Daoist court. No matter how respected Yang Tianjun is from the Yunshao Palace, no matter how selfless the children of the Yang family are, they will ultimately be subjects of the Daoist dynasty." Lu Yang laughed and showed his sincerity. From beginning to end he didn't look at the door. Good words. Of course it is a good thing. It's just a good word. More than. This in itself is a clear expression of the young hidden official's view of the relationship between the royal family of Daoist and Zhou Xian department. The gods on the mountain and the emperor under the mountain are like one governing the sky and one governing the land. The relationship between the two parties is complicated. There is a common sense of prosperity and mutual prosperity, and there is no lack of discordance. Enemies. Juno herself is so lucky that she didn't confess this master of boxing in vain. This highly identified Mr. Qin always turns his elbow in. It is also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Jianqi. Whether it is engraved or not, there is a world of difference. The last time the two parties met at the Yunshao Palace to discuss matters, Qin Pingon had not yet traveled far to the barren world, and there was no engraving on the head of the city. Lu Yong asked with a smile. While there is still half an hour before the meeting, can I visit the Zhou Xian department of Yunshao Palace with my husband? There is no temptation, let alone trusting the other party. Lu Yong is just as the monarch of a country, the 9th 5-year-old, but he is still a little fascinated by the kind of cloud and fog. Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. It's rude. When the young hidden official's words settled, Lu Yong soon became a little disappointed, because he had moved a place just like a blink of an eye. It was the place where he met last time. He didn't have the kind of fairy imperial wind that soared through the clouds. Has nothing to do with the fluttering and lingering feeling in the expectation. Qin Pingon and Lu Yong stood side by side, and soon an old man appeared and came to the Zhongxian office. It was the national teacher Yang Qingyan. The old man held a white jade pole with a tail in his hand, and the word Fengshen was inscribed. Qin Pingon is a good practice and apologizes to this Taoist heavenly monarch, Yang Qing said with a smile. It's okay, the poor Tao is just a wandering. Yang Qingyan struck a door with His Majesty the Emperor. I have seen your Majesty. After Lu Yong held his hands in his hands, he nodded to the national teacher and smiled calmly. Widow is just a fun, and the national teacher only treats the widow as if it doesn't exist. If the Zhongxian department is an official institution set up by the Dayuan court, then the Yunshao Palace, like the Longhushan Tianxia mansion, is the descendant of the jungle. Although the Dayuan court set up a Taoist government here, it is actually a decoration. Anyway, the big and small Taoist officials are either surnamed Yang or granted by the Yunshao Palace. Although the Taoist of the Yunshao Palace is not a water god, this Yang Guosher has both moral energy and water transport. What's more, the daughter Xianxia Shuijing, who has not been among the princes, is located nearby. The three of them were seated on the stone benches under the trees. In fact, they were in their previous positions. After hearing Qin Pingan's deal, Yang Qing was afraid to smile and said, just say that you can see the merits that are delivered to the door. If there is a little bit more grudge, it is really not enough practice and lack of people's hearts. Qin Pingan was determined in his heart, and this trip was worthwhile. But he couldn't immediately pat his and leave as soon as the deal was settled. So he took the initiative to chat with God on the current situation of the two brothers Yang Ningxin and Yang Ningxing in Wuxia world. But he didn't say that he had the meeting with the brother Mu Mao, only that he was a rumor that he heard from the summer palace in Feishengcheng. Yang Qing was afraid of hearing the two brothers at first, one after another, and the other has become friends with Yuan Qingshu, who was in the corner of the sky that day. The old man always looked as usual, but waited until the young hermit seemed to say something casually. Regarding the affairs of the dynasty of the gods, with that elegant elder Yao Qing, Yang Qing looked at Qingshang Jianxian for fear, smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Yang Qing said suddenly, I feel I have admired Mr. Qin for a long time. I would like to take this opportunity to meet you today. Qin Pingan just treated it as a scene from the old man, nodded and said, of course. Yang Qing smiled fearfully, and with a lightly thrown his tail, there was a young Taoist priest who seemed to be detained here. After this person appeared here, he looked around. A Taoist heart, the ancient well, did not wave and soon hit the three of them. Yang Hojue Yupijing, Taoist name Tuning Mud. In Beiju Luzhou and even the entire Haoran world, he is considered an extremely young monk of the upper five realms. Although he holds the titles of national teacher and heavenly monarch, it is still Yang Qingxian, but in fact, whether it is the great Yuan court, the office of Zhongxian was still the Yunshao palace of the Yang family, and the court affairs and housework were all caught by Yang Hojue. In addition, Yang Hojue is not only the elder of the brothers, but also their half-preacher. Before, Qin Pingan helped Kaik Mansion find three famous guest officials, all of whom had great backgrounds. In addition to Pitafeng referring to Xianfeng Yuan Lingdian and Yuan Ingjian Xiu Rongchang, who is Li Kai's eldest disciple, the third is Yang Hojue, the steward of the Zhongxian department. Later, Qin Pingan heard that he was the person recommended by Emperor Lu himself, and Yang Hojue agreed without hesitation. This is actually an unreasonable thing. Except for one Yang Hojue who is still standing, all three of you are sophisticated. It was just a very subtle pause between the young hermit and the old national teacher. Emperor Lu immediately wanted to understand the joints. It should be that Qin Pingan needs a little bit of buffer time to determine whether God Tianjun can call Yang Hojue himself, and whether he needs to do it himself. However, Yang Qing was afraid that he shook his hand with the supernatural powers of the Immortal, and directly moved Yang Hojue from outside the world to this place in Qin Pingan's dream world. After Yang Hojue took his seat, he happened to sit opposite Qin Pingan with a sincere look and a smile said, "The last time I was poor I missed it. In fact, I have wanted to see the hidden official side for many years, but today I got what I wanted." Yang Qing was afraid that he had roughly talked about the reason for this high-hope younger generation. Yang Hojue nodded slightly and then God smiled and joked. "In fact, there are two distinguished guests in the Zhou Xian department at the moment. It is also fascinating. I wonder if Mr. Qin has ever heard of Gao Xianting?" Qin Pingan looked solemn and said solemnly, "The name of Grandmaster Gao is like Lei Guiner. Also, although the Chuanyu Mountain where the chief is not a kendo sect, it has been a frequent visitor to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for thousands of years. From the perspective of Beiju Luzhou, after Guyu died, there are now only 3 martial arts in Beiju Luzhou. The unscrupulous old King Piao went to the mountain and made a lot of military exploits and recovered. If you are free, you don't have to go to Tianjun Shesher every year to click on time." The Lion Peak guest Qing Li Air was a great master who suddenly appeared. In addition, it is Gao Xianting who is in his early 100s. During his travels, Gao Xianting served as the chief worshipper of a northern sect of Yushan as a pure martial artist. Facts have proved that the ancestor of Kun Yushan has a very good vision. A young martial artist, he didn't break the border too quickly, but he walked very steadily on the way to ascend, and he eventually became a martial artist of the end, and he is expected to be on the first floor. Gao Xianting's wife, the Taoist couple on the mountain, is a female sword fairy who has been in the Yupu realm for a few years. Her name is Jing Yuanji and the Taoist name is Qing Luo. In the end, Gao Xianting became the chief worshipper and then became the Chuanyu Mountain. Son-in-law. Shao Shu, the contemporary suzerain of Chuanyu Mountain, is Jing Yuanzi's senior brother and a fairyland monk. Although he is not a sword repairer, he led a group of more than 30 members of the sect. Back then he crossed the continent and rushed south with Han Huizi, the sword sect of Tai Hui. Jianqi Great Wall. Because the shot was too heavy and too far out of the city, he was seriously injured and almost fell. Without exception, all the Jade Mountains in that group were monks from the Patriarch Hall, and they suffered heavy casualties. However, it is rumored that the relationship between Jing Yuanji and Li Kai is not harmonious just because there was a culprit named Jiang who once offended Jing Yuanji miserably. And this famous Jiang thief in Luzhou North Ju now happens to be the chief worshipper of his own Luopa Mountain, making a bewildered account. After chatting for a while, Yang Hojue suddenly stood up, stepped back 3 steps and once again made a door-to-door check with Qin Pingan, and he said in a trembled voice, "Thank you, Mr. Qin, who was poor but a predecessor in the Ghost Valley. Long-cherished wish, Yang Hojue of this life, an old man of Longshan country in the past, sincerely thank Mr. Qin for himself and her." Not only was Lu Yang confused when he heard it, but even Qin Pingan himself was at a loss at first. It was only when Yang Hojue called himself old man of Longshan country that he suddenly realized it. Standing up, he hesitated. Qin Pingan still squinted his xinxing and returned to Yang Hojue, a Taoist chief inspector, and said softly, "Duckweed gathers and scatters. Goodbye." God sighed slightly, but between his brows he looked more relaxed. It turned out that back then Qin Pingan and the good brother had traveled to a secret chamber grotto together. There were 2 bones in it. One was the female sister of Feng Mingfeng of Qingda Zong, the other was the monarch of Longshan state, and was also Qingda in the early years. Zongna was one of the embryos of the cultivation practice who opened up the drum to open up the golden door, and 30 immortals went up to the Tsuwei, but after the national disaster came to the fore, this person had to give up halfway, abandon the practice, go down the mountain again and inherit the Datong. In this way, Yang Huju's willingness to serve as the guest of the little Kai's mansion was a matter of course. It's no wonder that the good guy would go to the mansion of the Summer Empress in Piluo Mountain, and he would coincidentally find the secret room tunnel. After sending Emperor Lu back to the imperial study in the capital, Qin Pingan took a trip to the Shaking River Temple and saw the He-Bo named Shui Yuanxing again. After visiting Luzhou in Beiju for the first time after Qin Pingan left the Mural City, it was He-Bo who likes to be a boatman and took him for a ride. Shui Yuanxing is still the same, a dark-skinned old man like an aged farmer, facing the lus with his back to the sky every year. It's just that Qin Pingan at that time was wearing a hat and a hip flask riding a boat across the river. After confirming the identity of Qin Pingan, Lao He was surprised and shook his head and said, I can't believe it, my small temple, I even accepted the incense from an adult hermit. Back then Shui Yuanxing mistakenly thought that he had encountered a fool who knew nothing about the world. He would let such a great blessing happen just like leaking from his fingers and finally missed the master of a mural city riding a deer goddess. Shui Yuanxing and the sword fairy in Qingshan walked out of the ancestral temple and walked to the riverside together. It is hard to imagine that this old man with a golden body and no righteous of river water is still a Imsi Hebo who has not been approved by the court. Shui Yuanxing pointed to a place by the river and said with a smile, the little girl with the surname Pei was here in the past and the weather is so terrifying. Well, it has only been a few years of hard work and now it's time to call out Master Pei. After the Battle of Luopa Mountain to watch the ceremony at Xingyang Mountain, this matter became a lot of conversation between Shui Yuanxing and his old friends at the wine table. The old man once stood still by the river and took a punch from the great Master Pei. After that, the two sides could not know each other if they didn't fight. The old man punted her across the river and it was very easy to talk. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Pei Qian's opportunity at the time was a fight between the truth in her heart and the truth in the world. Qin Pingan once asked Li Huai in detail about his travels with Pei Qian about the big and small things on the journey of mountains and rivers. When the little girl grows up, becomes a girl and then becomes a young woman, she should hide some thoughts. Even if it was Qin Pingan who was a master, it would be hard for him to ask too much. Shui Yuanxing habitually squatted down, rubbed the soil and said with a smile, what did you think back then? Others couldn't ask for good luck but you couldn't avoid it. At first I mistakenly thought that your kid was a wooden person who was incomprehensible, or a fool with an incomprehensible mind, otherwise it is really unreasonable. Now I think about how a person who can become a sword immortal and a hidden official can be stupid. Then he must have been pretending to be stupid back then. Qin Pingan sat on the bank casually and nodded, I was really pretending to be stupid at that time, but I was really afraid of being afraid. Shui Yuanxing laughed and said, the goddess riding a deer is very noble and only someone she doesn't look down on. As a result, she didn't know where a foreigner came from. He was already half dead by you. If you hear this kind of bastard, then I have to be off by you again. Qin Pingan smiled and said, each has its own merits, there is no difference between superior and inferior. Old he unavoidably slandered. It was strange, it seemed that the young sword fairy beside him had passed by. The 8 painted goddesses of the mural city, Chunguan, Baogai, Ganoderma lucidum, Chongqing, fairy rod and deer riding Xingyu hanging inkstone, all become outline patterns. Of course the 5 in front have left the mural city a long time ago. But can this concealed official be regarded as a close official? Qin Pingan took out the sword-raising gourd and took a sip of wine. This was so real that he couldn't really drink fake wine. The only remaining 3 painted murals at that time, the goddess riding a deer, was heartbroken by a young outsider, but due to fate she turned to the Qingliang sect master who was in harmony with the Tao and the heart. Xiaoyang. And the rain goddess who is good at chess, named Shushi, has an appointment with the young monk who is holding an ancient jade medal and kneeling until his forehead is bare, and then she will look for it. Lilu, please. As for the goddess of hanging inkstones, she followed her master to Luxiazu. Before leaving the Bone Beach she walked to the ghost mythical valley, and she took the Jixiao Mountain's pocket thunder pond into her bag. And the owner she identified was Xiao Baowan, the lord of the city of appearance on the night ship. Every time Qin Pingan thinks about this he doesn't get angry. Lao Tzu dug a few thunder whips for Jixiao Mountain back then. Why did he start a big fight with you? Is your main road a field road? Even if the road in the field was ready, they would walk sideways and pass by each other and walked forward separately. Shui Yuanxing asked curiously, is this in the dream of the hidden officer? Qin Pingan nodded. Shui Yuanxing couldn't help but sighed, this is also okay. It's a great accomplishment in cultivating the Tao. A good man don't wait for 3 days with respect. It's just a trick. You scholars speak without leaking. It's worth 8 pennies. Shui Yuanxing was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter. Let's talk about it, what can I do this time? After getting the answer from Qin Pingan, Shui Yuanxing frowned and said, what is the picture? Is it worth it? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, anyone can ask this kind of question, but Master Shui is superfluous to ask. If the figure is worthwhile, the height of Hebo Shui Yuanxing's current golden body can be at least 50% higher. If this is the case, now that Dadu is enshrined, Shui Yuanxing is more than enough to fill the vacancy as a Dumiao Shuizhing. Shui Yuanxing raised his hands, rubbed his cheeks fiercely and nodded. Then it's settled, I'll stick to the incense sincerely, and I will worship you, and my heart is not worth it. The two parties talked about business affairs, and they were all refreshing people. In fact, it was just a few words. After talking about Pei Qian, he immediately opened the chatterbox. One was willing to talk more, the other liked to listen to it and was reluctant to leave. Shui Yuanxing said that it was impossible to connect such a fan of money back then with the later Jing Seiqian and Pei Qian. Just say that the girl moved out a whole set of guys back then, weighed the silver with that zizi, and then carefully cut the broken silver with small scissors to make $8. In addition to the small zizi with green bamboo poles, there are also a lot of weighing weights. 2 with the words, "Never lose money," and "Only earn money" respectively in the seal engraving. No wonder she later changed her name to Jing Qian and walked the rivers and lakes. After apologizing to Shui Yuanxing, she would still be extremely upset, saying that she practiced boxing and practiced a fart and practiced a hammer boxing. At that time there was a young scholar wearing a Confucian shirt. He was very nice, but to be honest he was not particularly open-minded in reading. Qin Pingon could only be speechless for Shui Yuanxing's evaluation of Li Huai. Qin Pingon put away the sword gourd into his sleeves and asked, "Is Shui Hibo willing to serve as the river of the court? If Shui Yuanxing agrees to this, there will soon be a swaying river passing through the country's official letter of the Ministry of Rites, holding an emperor's golden emperor, and rushing to the abbot for the imperial ceremony, and then there will be a deputy head of Yufu Academy at the same time." This is also the reason why Qin Pingon changed his route before, and he needed the help of Emperor Liu Yang and the Chongshan office to build a bridge. The imperial court enshrining the gods of mountains and rivers requires a nation's energy and luck, and Shui Yuanxing is notoriously indifferent to incense, so that everyone respects this swaying river, but all the imperial courts through which large rivers pass are not. I dare to take the initiative to find Shui Yuanxing, and I am afraid that I will be unable to make ends meet and impair the fortune of a country. It's just that Qin Pingon had his own means to smooth out this account, and he would definitely not treat the court badly afterwards. Shui Yuanxing looked weird and smiled. "You have to push my Yin shrine to this position. What on earth do you ask for, Lord Qin? You are planning to find me to do business in partnership, which is similar to that of Phi Ma sect and Chunlu Garden. I hope that this new river god I will take care of the river transportation, and then make money and share the accounts together. You have a lot of money and I am prosperous?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Shui Hibo thinks too much." Shui Yuanxing joked, "Why, can you ask me to fail?" Qin Pingon held back a smile. "Then count me as I beg you." Shui Yuanxing wondered, "Dignified sword fairy master of a sect, is face so worthless?" Qin Pingon replied, "Although it is not too valuable, it is worth some money, but Mr. Shui can afford it." Shui Yuanxing shook his head, still insisting on his own opinion. "If I am quite the righteous of the river, I would have become a god. I am not happy, too much restraint, not as comfortable as I am now. They all say that distant relatives are inferior to their neighbors. It's true that Zhuquan, the former lord of the Phi Ma sect, is a very outrageous aunt on the mountain. She has found herself twice. It is almost the same old Shui. You don't think you are a little uncle he? He'll give you the right words. This will help you run the operation. Keep a family and knock on the door. In the future there will be no 7 or 8 temples on both sides of the swaying river." It's just that Shui Yuanxing didn't nod his head. Shui Yuanxing turned his head and said, "Thank you Qin Shanju to give me a quasi-word for the end of the bamboo wormwood. Otherwise, even if I refuse this matter today, I will still be entangled in my heart in the future. It is hard to talk about the sword repair in the world. The Patriarch Hall on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju knows best." Qin Pingon waved his hand and smiled. "Shui Hibo, don't think too much about it. If you don't agree, it will be fine. I just made a temporary conscience and said casually." Shui Yuanxing said in a huff, "I believe you a hammer. Show me a little sincerity." Qin Pingon thought for a while and gave the answer he thought. "Although I am not old, I have traveled many places in my life, and I have not encountered too many old rivers and lakes." Shui Yuanxing sighed. "With you it will be enough. It's much more comfortable than being a high-ranking Jianghe righteous god." Qin Pingon said in his heart, "Shui Hibo, if you have been a Yinzi Hibo, you may miss a big chance." Shui Yuanxing stretched out his hand and patted the young man's shoulder and said with a smile, Qin Pingon, kindness is accepted. You keep busy, it's important to hurry. Qin Pingon nodded. Shui Yuanxing stood up and asked with a smile, it's not easy for these years, right? Speaking of it, it's actually simple, it's nothing more than. Qin Pingon paused briefly and said slowly, people do things and things teach others. Shui Yuanxing nodded and said, it seems to say that the sky is broken, which is the truth to the end. Qin Pingon smiled brightly and said goodbye with his fists. Shui Yuanxing clasped his fists silently. Until today old Hebo did not know that the Great Wall of Xianxia and the Last Hermit, they turned out to be mutual accomplishments and both lived up to their lives. Jidu Lingyuan Gongfu. At dawn, a group of Yingying Yanyan who did not need to go to the official hall for the time being were on duty. They gathered in a hand-shoveling veranda to chat. Because they were not part of the official road of Shuifu, no outsiders were destined to pass by this place, so there is no need to pay too much attention to the etiquette system. Their identities are mostly female officials of the Department of Traceability of the Waterhouse and the subordinate department of the division. The latter's identity and responsibilities are similar to those of the Earth Master of the Qin Tianjian, drawing boundaries, regularly inspecting the boundaries of all rivers, lakes and rivers, guarding boundary markers everywhere. Both are veritable Qingshui Yamen with small authority, no oil and water and usually few things. These women are not the daffodils and female ghosts of the old people in the Nanshuan Water Hall, or the girl monks who have just entered the water mansion. Most of them are still childish and lively. If you are close to the residences of prominent government offices such as the Inspection Department and the Reward and Punishment Department, you will never see such a beautiful scenery. A young girl from the Great Seal dynasty could not help but ask, follow Master Zu's explanation of words and slur words as a small canal. Then it's just a small ditch. What's the matter? A female officer of the Division from Nanshuan Water Hall nodded and smiled. Master Wenxing also has that self-cultivation article and there is a sentence in it, look at the source, open up its blasphemy, the river can be exhausted. It is obvious that in our Master Wenxing it seems that this dew is smaller than Jianghe, which verifies Master Zu's statement. As for how this dull turned into a big dew, I used to work as an errand at the archives of the water hall and read a lot of official books. There seems to be no written record. Another Xiao Dao embryo born in the market timidly asked, why are you Master Wenxing? Of course she knows the old master who restored the temple of Confucianism, but is Wenxing not a Chinese native? The Jidu waters divided into two are still vast. There are nearly 80 dynasties and small vassal countries under the jurisdiction of the Lingyuan Gongfu. Like the Great Seal dynasty near the Jidu estuary, a decree was issued a few years ago. Together with the Zhou family of the Great Seal, plus a dozen vassal states, supplied nearly 50 cultivating embryos to the Shui mansion in one go. In addition, there are some extra shades similar to the officialdom. It can be regarded as going through the back door to enter the Shui mansion practice. In fact, it is the gilding method used by the children of some aristocratic families, which is equivalent to a squatter identity of a Dedushui mansion. This group of men and women, regardless of whether they are successful in cultivating within 10 years, stay on the spot, or eventually be sent back to their hometown, all have a future. Just like this moment, a young girl sitting on the railing at the edge of the shovel veranda, she was studying a piece of paper horse-carrying water talisman. It was a hand-painted golden talisman. The talisman paper was made of gold foil paper and painted with gods on horseback in armor. The pattern is similar to the fast-walking formula and the shrunk method of the gods on the mountain, but the secret method of the water palace is used, and the path of the gods and incense is used. Because there is an additional process of sacrificial burning, it can be regarded as a true talisman, so the ordinary talisman monks cannot draw talisman. Now this symbol has the reputation of paper money, horses, fruits and xian thousands of miles in front of you. Practice does not realize that spring is approaching, and every inch of time is worth an inch of gold. I don't know this. The female officer who once served in the archives office of the old Nanshuan Water Hall said, hey. At that time, our northern capital Luzhou swordsmen repaired vastly, and we traveled across the sea together and landed on Iashao. We had to ask the monks of Ezhou to ask for guilt. It was Mr. Wensheng's kind words to persuade that we didn't fight, but we didn't run in vain. After that there was no north in Iashao. This is something recognized by the Confucian temple. For thousands of years Haoren Juzhou the change of name only this time, Can it be a trivial matter? Speaking of this, the female officer looked bright. So when Xingming is more towards us. It is half of her own family in Luzhou Beiju. Furthermore, when Xing's direct disciple Mr. left, Mr. Zhuo Xian, the highest swordsmanship in the world, Pei Min, whoever swordsmanship had to stand aside. Back then Zhuo Xian went to see and visited us. Here there are a few Jiangxianjius from the Yuanqi mountain Jianxianyu, who have taken their swords to the coast. They have all experienced Mr. Zhuo's swordsmanship. Of course they have lost. Insufficient realm. Even if you rush to find Zhuo Immortal Wenjian, people are willing to take care of it. Let me see, let alone raise your hand. You are not willing to raise your eyelid? Even if we don't talk about these old calendars of a few years, just talk about the things of the previous years. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the young hermit who seems to be born in the sky, and Taihui Sword Sect and Duckweed Sword Lake. What is the relationship now? Who doesn't know? Qin Li and Gao Yuqing of Duckping Sword Lake. Aren't they just the two sword fairy embryos handed over to Master Li by the young hermit? Then Qin Li, there is also a little hermit. As for the title, I heard Mother Lu say that Qin and Li claimed to be 100-year-old sword immortal on the innocent sign. How bragging? Wrong, it is because they are self-effacing. It is possible. The girl from the mountain tycoon, the little chicken, pecked rice and said, I know, before coming to the water mansion, I heard my grandfather say that the young hermit and sect Master Lu of Taihui Sword Sect are the best drinkers. No, I can't drink sect Master Lu at the wine table. So, we are in the north of Luzhou Jianxiu's swordsmanship. That's definitely going to be lost to the Great Wall of Jianqi, but it's really true. Don't even persuade them to cultivate their native swordsmen at all. The Huang Lao Zhongli of the Taihui Sword Sect also said that he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and at the wine shop he gave away the old sword immortal named Dong Sanging to drink. Threw up. She seemed to think of something and whispered, it seems that there is a gossip. Long Ting Ho said that he and the hermitser, or the brothers who beheaded and burnt yellow paper, are they really fake? If it is true, it is indeed amazing. Although he is a Dadu Ho Yi, he is slightly inferior to his own spirit source father, but in this matter, it seems to have given the Ho mansion back a city. The old female officer of the Nanchuan Water Palace said in a sullen manner, Bag, who is really stupid. What kind of virtue is Long Ting Ho? Outsiders may not know we are old neighbors of Longgong Dongtian. A teacher who happened to pass by the corridor heard the words from a distance and immediately stepped forward and scolded, presumptuous. A yellow-mouthed kid, not ashamed. This Mother Lu is now in charge of the Department of Rights in the 16th Division of the Water Mansion. She was once an official at the ruins of a Daoist dragon palace in Luzhou Beiju. The film came forward and said angrily, how dare you chew your tongue, tell right and wrong, there are no rules at all. If you pass it out to outsiders, you will mistakenly think that our government has no law. You guys, everyone who has spoken, I recorded it once at Bo Lucy and there were similar words again. Once found, he was expelled from the mansion on the spot. The old woman stared at the little chickens like an eagle. Not only the old official of the water hall, but all the other women were so frightened that they were cold and pale. The stern old woman is really angry, but it's really not that the old woman deliberately made a fuss with a group of girls, and took this opportunity to show off her majesty. In her position it is unnecessary. It's just that this kind of talk can be big or small, but if it really reaches the ears of Longting House Mansion, if one is not careful, it is a disaster. It is inevitable that there will be a gap between the host and Na Longting Hao, who had a harmonious relationship between the two parties. Even if Longting Hao is big, I don't take it seriously when I hear it, but am afraid that there is a rib in the Hofu officialdom, and there is the ancient atmosphere of insulting the officials. There are many mountains and rivers between the two houses, and it is easy to disputes continue. In the countryside and fields, only because of water grabs, there are often armed fights, let alone the two residences of Dadu Gongho. What's more, you little girls who don't know the heights of the sky, really think that Li Yuan, who is not even in the eyes of the water dragon sect when the water is in time, is a good match. Just talk about the Thunder God's house at the Baby Mountain in the westernmost part of Dadu. Back then, even the plaque at the gate of the mountain was deducted from 2 characters. Why did you pinch your nose and let it go? It's not that Li Yuan has spoken, dare not let anyone go. He Longting Ho is about to flood the Thunder God's house. A few days ago, Shuaijing, who had only been in Longting Ho for a few days, dared not take the official position and the rules of the Confucian temple seriously. Why, is he Longting Ho a fool? It's a pity that Lord Longting Ho is not present, otherwise I really can't help but reply, you are wrong, I really just rely on the blood and loyalty. This is called piercing a knife in both ribs for a friend, first piercing yourself and first asking the other person if you are afraid. If the other person is not afraid, then piercing the other person again. This cycle depends on who is more cruel and more able to hold it. There are women in palace costumes, imperial concubines, graceful and glamorous. The spirit is pure and beautiful, just like a distant mountain hibiscus. The woman is the former owner of the Nanchuan water hall, and now Xinlin, the father of the great blasphemy spirit source. Behind her is two goddess of the water palace, the inspector and the leading female officer of the Qin confession, one with high authority and one responsible. Receiving gifts. Xinlin laughed softly and said, "Let's not take it as an example. This time there is no need to record at the bookkeeping department." The old woman immediately gave a blessing to Duke Lingyuan, and Duke Lingyuan opened gold mouths. It was a great blessing to those little Niezi. The female officials saluted Xinlin one after another. Xinlin asked them all to get up and then touched the heads of the girls who talked the most with a gentle expression and a soft smile. "In the future you should be more cautious when you speak. Lu Lizzie is not only kind but also acts according to the rules. But when I returned to my residence, closed the door and whispered it was not a big problem, so you don't need to be too cautious. Well, pay special attention to it, don't let your Lu Guban listen to you, then everything will be fine." Of course, the old woman herself was given such an unpopular nickname by the officials of the water house, but she didn't care very much. At this moment, when she heard the ridicule of Lord Lingyuan, the old woman couldn't help laughing. Xinlin smiled and said, "It's still early, you continue to chat. It is always good to boast more and less harm people between words." Then he turned his head and said to the old woman, "Lu Lizzie talked to you about something by the way." After walking out of this scribbling corridor, the old mother asked, "The master is still worried about the name of the dojo?" Xinlin nodded and said, "It's not a problem to drag it all the time. Long Tingho has already thought of a name, and after submitting it to the Confucian temple, the news seems to have passed. Like the Aquarius Island in the south, Dadu Changchunho Yonghua is a mansion with two plaques, Changchunho Mansion and Bixiao Palace. One is the official gate of the Confucian temple, and the other is the Keifu Taoist temple of the gods. Chidu Lilyho, an old Jiao from Fengshui Cave, had his old priesthood as the head of the Qiantang. They were written by two mountain leaders from Guanhu Academy of Linlu Academy. Only on the side of Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion, there has been no eyebrows. Xinlin was lucky at first and wanted to exist with that person to see if he could ask for a name, but at the beginning of the construction of the mansion, Xinlin had flew quietly. Jian Chuan believed in Lion Peak, and then it was like a mud cow entering the sea and there was no more. It was obvious that the other party was not willing to pay attention to him at all, and Xinlin would no longer dare to disturb the other party's clean repair. There is another way, like Chang Chunhao and Lianliho, to seek fame from the head of the mountain of Benzhou Academy. If you have a friendship and a way out at the Zhongtu Confucian temple, please help those who study the palace to worship wine and work. Of course it is better, but not to mention the Confucian temple, the head and deputy heads of Luzhou Yufu College in Beiju, there is no incense. After all, helping with a name is not a trivial matter of simply giving 2 words. Want one for yourself? Xinlin really didn't think he was much better than Li Yuan in naming. Xinlin rubbed his eyebrows. It was indeed a headache. The matter was not small and he was too anxious. How could he not worry, and couldn't help but sighed. "Lu Lizzie, you and Deputy Chief Zhao of Yufu Academy, you still know each other. Find an opportunity to pay a visit and see if you can invite him to the water mansion. There is no need to mention the name." The embarrassment of this kind of thing is that the other party agreed, earnestly helped to choose a name and took out a picture of calligraphy. "In case I don't like it in my heart, I feel that the name is not in agreement with the Shuifu Avenue. Is it not the other party?" Face. The old woman nodded and said, "I know the importance and disadvantages, and the owner is a little relieved. I believe that with the feng shui path of our water house, the boat will go straight to the bridgehead." Xinlin Qiangyan smiled and said, "I hope so." The old woman left immediately, holding the Shui Mansion token, went to Yufu Academy to pay a visit to Deputy Chief Zhao. Xinlin walked into the boundary of the old Nanchuan water hall. The large and small yamen were mostly goddesses, and there were also men, but the relative number of them was not large. Some of the diligent officials of the Shui Mansion had already taken their seats in their respective public houses before the official hall had been clicked, and began to deal with the affairs at hand. Xinlin went back to his study and hung up a plaque with a book of gold letters which has a long history. Xinlin said, "Tell me within a month, thank you behind closed doors. As for the opening ceremony of the Zhou family in Dijuan, I declined it for me. The letter will be written by Bo Lu Si Tsun. Send her my official seal. If you have to do something important, don't bother." A personal goddess standing outside the book's house, also serving as the female officer of the seal division of the Water Mansion, said respectfully, "Lead the decree." Xinlin waved his sleeves, closed the door, pinched the magic formula with both hands, opened the layers of extremely hidden landscape restrictions, and then his body dissipated and turned into a mysterious picture, like a water map. The golden half of the main vein of Dadu, pale golden rivers, some relatively minor rivers appear silvery white, and the largest number of gray streams. Xinlin quietly came to a secret place in the Nanxuan Hall. It was Xinlin's true Taoist place. It was equivalent to the ancestor hall of the sect on the mountain. It was also the place where Xinlin's golden body was placed. This fascicle comes from a large sect that has died out. It is one of the sacrificial ritual vessels. There is a very deep water law and Taoist art on the inner wall seal. If it weren't for this, Xinlin, I'm afraid I can't make it to reunite with that supreme. The dojo has a small space similar to the study outside, but it is a manifestation of the Taoist Xianxia. It is conceivable that the old master of this conch has reached an incredible level of attainment in Taoism. In the dojo there was nothing but a purple gold character urn. The purple lingering talisman is as big as a vertical scroll landscape painting, hanging in the void, a string of golden text shining brightly, is the room of upright and bright. The strands of incense gathered here from the large and small water houses and the Jianghe temples. The essence of the incense on the earth, the stars floating in the house, are floating. Xinlin originally planned to take a break from the busy schedule. Spend a month to harden her golden body. There are many tasks in the Water Mansion. She does not like to be the shopkeeper like Li Yuan. Xinlin does things more delicately, but she must be personally involved. But Xinlin is not because of her identity. There is the slightest slack in the change. In the final analysis, these gods, tempering the golden body with incense and raising the height of the gods, are the only roots of the great path. Xinlin suddenly noticed something wrong. She immediately stretched out her hand against the center of her eyebrows, and closed her eyes subconsciously. The center of her eyebrows seemed to open a pale golden sky, but Xinlin's original tight heartstrings immediately relaxed a little, and silently collected a stream of water. Law attacking supernatural powers. Xinlin smiled sweetly. He was actually with that daring and uninvited guest. He had a good demeanor and gave a blessing to him and said softly, "Xinlin, an old man in the Nanxuan Water Palace, has met Mr. Chen." The green shirt guest in front of him was the foreigner who was called Mr. Chen by Li Lu back then. Xinlin was indeed grateful to him and owed him a lot. Pushing back, if he didn't meet Li Lu, then the two prominent positions of Dada Gong Ho Shualongzong would definitely support the honor and disgrace Li Yuan, and occupy a place. Then even if you get Duckweed Sword Lake and Li with the support of Xianxia, but with the background of the Zhou department of the Daoist dynasty in this kind of thing, he will definitely try his best to support the situ agitation of the Jidu Shangxi Shuizheng, and he still has no chance of winning. But if it were not for this Mr. Chen to travel to the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, Li Lu would not be destined to return to the Dragon Palace Cave Sky, one of the many summer palaces in the past, and he would not help Xinlin to recover his golden body. So this Mr. Chen is absolutely true. She is Xinlin's benefactor. Qin Pingon replied politely, "It's a crime to come uninvited." Xinlin smiled and said, "It will only be brilliant. It's not like Shuizheng Li Yuan." In those years, Xinlin, who was nominally responsible for the wind and rain in the Dragon Palace cave, was actually the water without a source, while the golden body of Xinlin was a tree without roots. In the Yuan dynasty of the Daoist dynasty, the Zhou Xian department of Yunshao Palace set up checkpoints to intercept the water transport of Dadu and the weight that flows into the Dragon Palace cave sky. It happens to be maintained at an extremely delicate water level, so that Xinlin will not fall into gold due to the exhaustion of water transport. It's bad, but it's also difficult to use water transport to stabilize the golden body, and make up for those gaps in the golden body. It's like waiting to die, waiting for death. Therefore Qin Pingon, who traveled to the Dragon Palace for the first time, saw Xinlin for the first time, and at that time the Water Empress had no intention of concealing her true face. Therefore, in the eyes of Qin Pingon at that time, her first feeling was that her face was broken. Like the celadone glaze, countless tiny cracks are horrible. It is the edge of the broken golden body that is about to collapse. It is not an exaggeration to say that the life is hanging by a thread. Shuijing Li Yuan serving as Da De Long Ting Ho is a promotion and icing on the cake. But for the goddess of water in the Nanchuan Water Palace, it is a lifesaver. After being under the fence for many years, like an angry little daughter-in-law, she finally worked hard to become a mother-in-law. Qin Pingon didn't take a look at this dojo and asked, "Can I change a place and discuss something with Ling Yuan?" Xin Lin smiled without saying anything. "Mr. Qin, you have forgotten that in your dream the host and guest have already exchanged identities. How can Xin Lin lead me?" Qin Pingon explained with a smile. Duke Ling Yuan only needs to visualize a familiar scene casually. Sure enough, Xin Lin thought a little bit and she was in the study room outside Faluo. It's just that Xin Lin quickly discovered the strangeness. The objects that he remembered clearly were colored paintings, and the objects that he had never paid attention to would be black and white. When Xin Lin's eyes touched those black and white objects, they turned into painted paintings for a moment, as if they suddenly added a bit of life to them. Xin Lin didn't want the difference between the host and the guest, so he moved 2 chairs and Qin Pingon pulled the green robe and long coat lightly, and sat in a precarious manner. Xin Lin said, "Mr. Qin, just call him by name with me." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Then call Lingyuangong to be Mrs. Shen." I heard that it was the incense stick. Of course Xin Lin knew about it. The most important thing was that as a person who respected incense he had to have the so-called sincerity and he couldn't fake it at all. Otherwise this fragrant stick is easy to ignite, but the heart incense that maintains the incense is destined to fail to ignite. It's just that on Xin Lin's side there is no problem. I really hate that monk Tong Yezhou, but since Mr. Chen's next sect is established in Tong Yezhou, how difficult it is to be sincere. Think of it as paying homage to Xie En's father far away. As for the merit, Xin Lin first declined. Seeing Mr. Qin insist, he became angry. Qin Pingon continued to know the reason. Xin Lin moved with affection, his face was sad, and when Qin Pingon continued to formulate the words, Xin Lin became angry. Eyes flushed and there were faint tears, saying, "Mr. Qin, did you deliberately trap me in a place of injustice, or did you say that in Mr. Chen's heart from beginning to end, I felt that Xin Lin was the ungrateful person?" Qin Pingon had to withdraw his words and had to apologize to Madame Xin. As a result, Xin Lin smiled suddenly and began to stretch out his thumb to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Qin Pingon took out a copy from his sleeve and handed it to Xin Lin, explaining, "It can barely be regarded as a supplementary gift to congratulate Mrs. Xin on serving as Lingyuangong, but I must be selfish." As a result, Xin Lin turned the page of the booklet and said in surprise, "Is that the golden rule of the land and water dojo?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I met a real person who has attained Taoism in Tonggishao before and asked for some knowledge. The old real person gave it to sect master Sun in the name of Lingyuan Water Mansion." Xin Lin's so-called golden rules and jade rules are Taoist rituals, and they are veritable gold and jade good words. They are old rules that can't be bought with the gods' money. The ritual book of Taoist opening altar rituals is roughly divided into rituals for praying for blessings, eliminating disasters and relieving evil, and rewarding gods and giving thanks, as well as those about recommending sacred spirits, prescriptions for saving lives and giving food. In a fair ritual. Among them Daibin is the most precious. As the saying goes, it is like this. According to the script, the emperor of the northern Jin dynasty like Tong Yezhou who worshipped Buddhism, worked Daibin and tried to restore the old system. Before Qin Pingon was on the banks of the Oran River, walking along with Liang Shuang, the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain, and he was not a rush. In addition to consulting the old man about the unique rituals of Longhu Mountain, he also talked about the Zhaijiao of the Water Dragon sect. For one thing, on the 10th day of October and the 15th of October every year in Longgong Cave, there will be 2 sacrifices that follow the ancient rituals. According to different years there are gold urns, jade urns and yellow urns. So the old man can't help but ridicule, "You kid, put the wool here." Xin Lin hesitated and asked, "Why didn't Mr. Qin give this thing to Long Ting Ho and let him transfer it to Sun Jia or Shao Jingji for help? This is a great favor." The sect on the mountain attaches the greatest importance to the benefits of such a long stream. If talking about personal friendship, of course Mr. Qin is better with Li Yuan. Before today, how many words did Mr. Qin say to himself? Only a handful. Xin Lin didn't suspect that Qin Pingon had any intentions against his spiritual source water mansion or against himself. Mr. Qin Jiue breeze, gentleman magnanimous, how bright and clear. Qin Pingon explained with a smile. Li Yuan can't hide his words. Once he's high, he's easy to talk to people. He will dig out any truthful words. It didn't matter before, but now it's all long ting ho. You still have to pay attention, Li Yuan. The threshold for making friends is high and there are only a few to count. I took out this copy at once. It is easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings on the Water Dragon sect. If I am replaced by me, I will also suspect that Li Yuan served as a water maker in the early years. During the long years, it is clear that there is this ceremonial script. Why hasn't it been taken out? This is human nature, no wonder sect master Sun and the others think so much. Xin Lin nodded. Mr. Chen's move is indeed mature and serious. Qin Pingon continued. But on Mrs. Shin's side, you don't need to be so restrained. Nowadays there are strange people and strangers in Lingyuan Palace. It can be completely explained as someone's old possessions from a certain place. And then Mrs. Shin, the wisdom eye knows the pearl, so it is only today that it can be regarded as seeing the sun again, and gifting it to the Water Dragon sect is naturally the meaning of the question. Xin Lin pursed his mouth and laughed, overwhelmed with joy. He finally did not laugh and said softly, there is another reason. Only then will it be hidden and tucked away. Qin Pingon smiled and said, this kind of truth I am a guest and it is inappropriate. Xin Lin smiled like a flower. Thinking back that year when they first met, the young man was carrying an oil paper umbrella in his hand. His eyes were bright like lights in the rain. Qin Pingon said, helping others is helping oneself. Xin Lin nodded. Earlier Mr. Qin said that he was selfish. Of course Xin Lin knew very well because Li Yuan would help this brother of the handle every year. Qin Pingon bought the Fushui Island in Longgong Cave at a very low price. Nowadays it is a kind of good beginning, good ending and good beginning. Qin Pingon was about to stand up and leave. Xin Lin suddenly said, to win the crowd will move the sky and good intentions will prolong the year. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly, stood up and clasped his fists. Then I will borrow Mrs. Shin's auspicious words. This is what my husband said. It was the sage's words that were engraved on black paper and white characters and were recited and annotated by countless scholars. Mrs. Shin said these words at the right time. Xin Lin followed up and persuaded him to stay and persuade him. Mr. Qin, why bother to come and go like this? It's not just a moment, right? Let me lead the way anyway and invite Mr. Qin to visit the former site of the Nanxun Water Palace. Qin Pingon had to say truthfully, it takes a certain amount of merit to spend time in the long river for the long journey in the dream. Xin Lin looked puzzled and said, it's only a few steps. I want to lose a lot of money. What's more, on my side, does Mr. Qin consume the merits? Could it be that Mr. Qin decided that I would not accept the merits from the beginning? Qin Pingon felt helpless, so he had to say a kind words. Then it is better to be respectful than fate. Madame Xin and Zhu Quan, the sect master of Pai Ma sect, seem to have two completely different personalities, but they are generally powerful. Of course, what makes Qin Pingon as big as a dustpan is a certain female sword fairy from Ai Aizhou. After that, Qin Pingon followed Xin Lin, and both sides walked in the water palace where the truth is unpredictable, and the truth is easily confused. The distance between the shoulders of both sides is just enough to accommodate one person. Xin Lin found it interesting. She had heard some news from the mountain before that this young hermit was often locked out by Ning Yao for drinking during the years when she was the second shopkeeper, and squatted overnight to deal with the past. And there is no temper at all? Is that Ning Jianxian really that amazing? No wonder she can become the world's #1 person in Wuxia world, and it is indeed not without reason. According to the ritual system of the Confucian temple, the green glazed tiles can be used in the House of Lords, in Dadu of the Five Mountains. Compared with Li Yuan's Longting house mansion, the two occupies roughly the same size, but here is a bit crude. Of course, Li Yuan was not at all polite to give a large sum of immortal money to help build the Ho mansion. Moreover, in the private of Water Dragon sect he also got the private instruction of Xin Lin. First consider Longting his side. As for my own side, I don't need to take care of Water Dragon sect. However, in the end, the water dragon sect, who breathed a sigh of relief, still invests here. A lot of manpower and material resources. Money is not much, and there is always no shortage of genealogical monks who hold a personal field. Fortunately, the old Nanshuan water hall has been moved out of the Dragon Palace cave sky, which can be used as the hub of the divisions, and the big huts have been opened up as the divisions of the divisions. The mansion of Dadu Gongho is no different from a small imperial court, with many government offices. According to the ritual system prescribed by the Confucian Temple, there are generally 16 divisions. The number has increased or decreased slightly, but it is not a big problem. Although the official ranks of Lord Lingyuan and Ho Longting are on the Golden and Jade genealogy of the Confucian Temple, they are similar, but there are still some differences. For example, Xinlin can build 2 temples and have 2 Shuixing responsible for incense. Li Yuan has only 1 quota. In addition to the number of Jiangshui Jingxin under his jurisdiction, Lingyuan Gongfu is also 20% more than Longting Haofu. As for Hebo, there is no fixed number, just look at the number of tributaries. Depends. When Xinlin walked near the incense department, he asked softly, "Mr. Qin has any suggestions for the 2 candidates for the temple blasphemy?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I have visited Luzhou in Beiju twice before, and I didn't deal much with the mountains and rivers along the way. Nowadays, the many mountains and rivers along the way, formerly under the jurisdiction of the courts of various countries, are now equivalent to 2 more bosses out of thin air." However, compared to Li Yuan's single appointment, Xinlin took away a batch of Narcissus and ghosts from Longgong Dongtian in addition to the goddess of the Nanshuan Water Palace. In addition, Xinlin also enlisted a considerable number of monks in the middle 5 realms, as well as the water spirits who voluntarily rushed in. Just like the teacher of the ceremonial department next to him, she is the best example. Nowadays, there are a total of 18 government bureaus in the Lingyuan Water House, which are well organized and perform their respective duties. In terms of management, a few Li Yuans together may not be better than one Xinlin. After all, Li Yuan is accustomed to the loneliness. It is the kind who can lie down and enjoy the blessing and never sit and doze off. Xinlin is a well-known housekeeper. In the past, there was only one Nanshuan water hall in Longgong Cave. It is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. Today is different from the past. Every time I go out to inspect the jurisdiction, the honor is strict and powerful. When he walked to the door of the Qin Confession Division, Xinlin looked a little bit embarrassed. A group of female officials in the house are reconfirming a list. It turns out that any river righteous in the world has a day of enlightenment every year, which is similar to the birthday of a vulgar sun under the mountain. It's just that the general landscape gods and those with low ranks don't account for this. They want run wildly. At most, there are more incense from the world in their respective temples. Otherwise, who can do it once a year? The neighborhoods of Xianshui officialdom are just like the money exchanges between the people at the foot of the mountain, but they all have to pay attention to the exchange of courtesy, so there is an unwritten rule which is mostly done by jiazi or simply ignored. However, a great sacrilege like Xinlin, who had been in office for a few years, could not help her to be simple. And Xinlin's Enlightenment Day happens to be this month. So in recent years, the leader of the female officials of the Qing dynasty secretary has been busy at the end of each year. Not to mention hospitality, just accept and count gifts or say tribute is a veritable vast project. The imperial courts of various countries, the tycoons of aristocrats, the large and small sects and fairy houses on the mountains, the land of the gods of rivers and waters and the gods of the mountains in the jurisdiction, and the city temples of the counties and counties of Nazhou. Those pots of sky-high priced orchids from Lanfang Kingdom, eagle falcons carefully produced by Jin Fei Kingdom, and several koi carps from Jinlin Palace, as well as those of Chunlapu and the Great Seal Dynasty. Which gifts need to be returned in the future and what kind of gifts need to be returned, which only need to be recorded in the book and then divided into categories. Each and the previous gifts are filed, and they need to be finalized by the clearing and offering department one by one. Negotiation, no mistakes can be made. It was the first time for Qin Pingon to travel to Beiju Luzhou. After leaving the Skeleton Beach, he walked through the front lines of Lanfang Country and Jinfei Country, and finally reached Chunlu Garden, and then met our Lu de Jiaxian by chance. I remember that the country of Lanfang is prosperous in commerce, so women who married as merchant wives would often throw money in the water to ask for good or bad luck. And let it go swept the country. Whenever there is drought or flood, I like to vent my anger with the paper dragon king. To the north of Chunlapu, there are dozens of countries including the Great Seal dynasty. Since ancient times they have been advocating martial arts with sturdy folk customs and martial arts rampant. There are scenes of beating the martial arts on a mountain. It is estimated that in the entire Hauran world they are unique. The poor Jinlin Palace, the Yuanying old god, is miserable. Every time the disciple travels down the mountain he suffers from a sap and a quilt. It's not a joke. Shaking Shangquan Senior Guyu. He used to be an old housekeeper in a villa under the pseudonym Qiufengjia. In the end they questioned each other with the sword fairy Jiue of Yuanqi Mountain. I heard that Emperor Zhou's personal obedience of the Great Seal was a woman martial artist who used a sword. Originally, she was considered to have reached the end of the road when she entered the far travel state, but unexpectedly she was among the top of the mountain. In the Department of Construction, there is a young servant of the Ministry of Industry of the Orioles state, who is talking with relevant officials here. I heard that Lord Lingyuan had just returned from a tour of the mansion, but he announced that he had closed doors and thanked the guests. It's a pity that I wanted to meet her. It's always good. I didn't dare to expect more. As Daoist entrance to the sea, the Green Oriole took the initiative to take care of things over the years, and did not say hello to Lingyuan Gong's mansion, so he began to start construction to open a station for Xinlin to patrol the Dadu. Within a few years Green Orioles not only emptied the treasury of gold and silver, but also borrowed externally, which is probably an astronomical figure. Of course Xinlin didn't want the Green Orioles to spend money like this. It's just that the Green Orioles themselves don't cry out for poverty. They keep saying that the treasury is surplus. There is no problem. When the female officials of the construction division visit the Green Orioles, with the will of Lingyuan Gong, all the expenses are still only reported to the Water Mansion. The low price, this act of swollen face and fat man made Xinlin dumbfounded, so he had to once again put down a stern decree, not to give the Green Oriole Imperial Court any chance of wrangling. The follow-up project, which was just over half of the time, had to be handed over to the water. The Department of Construction of the palace takes over. Otherwise it will be so deserted. Whoever wants to settle in it in the future, you Green Oriole Kingdom can figure it out by yourself. On the side of the Department of Etiquette, officials are a little embarrassed right now. Because the grandmother Lu Lizzie who was in charge had just left the Water Mansion, Lord Lingyuan thanked the guests behind closed doors, but at noon today, 2 distinguished guests will soon arrive. Xinlin smiled and said, "These interpersonal relationships are really tiring." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I have a deep understanding." Xinlin asked, "Does Mr. Qin have a knack for dealing with such things?" The reputation of Luopa Mountain on the mountain south of Beiju Luzhou is excellent. Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled, "I can only tell myself one thing, whether it is okay to get rid of the heart or to get rid of the heart, you should always do one of the things, don't just leave it alone." After a moment of silence Qin Pingon held back a smile. "Actually there are shortcuts. Just find a competent butler and you can rest assured to be your own shopkeeper." Xinlin shook his head, "I can't learn." In the past few years, guests from Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion can be said to be in an endless stream, and there are busy traffic all year round outside the door, but in a few years the situation is expected to improve a bit. After visiting the offices of the government, Qin Pingon stopped and Xinlin said, "The next time Mr. Qin travels to Luzhou in Beiju, you must come here as a guest no matter what happens." Qin Pingon folded his hands and clasped his fists with a smile. "Sure." Xinlin said bluntly, "Mr. Qin, I have something to save." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "No problem, I can send a letter to Mr." In fact, Qin Pingon had guessed it a long time ago. It was the name given by the plaque, so it was really considered that Xinlin had found the right person. Not to mention 1 plaque, that is, 10 plaques. With the knowledge of my husband he can also help Lingyuan Gongshui Mansion. However, Xinlin looked embarrassed and said, "How dare you trouble the sage master, can Mr. Qin himself?" Qin Pingon laughed blithely. "Madam Qin, you really thought out that such a big thing, how could it be so sloppy?" Waved his hand quickly, "The name is really not my good point." With a playful expression on his face, Xinlin stroked his temples and said with a soft smile, "Qin Lingjun didn't say that back then." Qin Pingon shook his head. Xinlin took a deep breath and had to sacrifice his assassin. He bit his scalp and said, "Maybe Mr. Qin is still not clear." I have been behind-the-scenes abbot of the Jin and Jade Dojo in the Dragon Palace Cave. If it were not a last resort, how could Xinlin take the initiative to say this kind of thing? She really hoped that Mr. Qin could leave a piece of calligraphy, so she had to make a move. Qin Pingon looked complacent and was silent for a moment. When Xinlin couldn't help but change his mouth, Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. Then I will show my ugliness. Back to Xinlin's study. Qin Pingon shook his wrist and a bucket pen appeared out of thin air in his hand. He poked it lightly. The bucket pen in his hand seemed to be dipped in thick ink, but the ink was golden. Calligraphy is more difficult than lowercase, so it is even more difficult to write a good list. After concentrating for a moment, Qin Pingon said, "If you don't adopt this name, Mrs. Shin doesn't have to bear any burdens. It's just a small pen for correspondence." Madame Shin was relieved and nodded and said, "Of course there is no problem." Qin Pingon held a pen in his left hand, put his right fingers together and lightly swiped it. A piece of semi-cooked snow-white rice paper was spread out in front of him. Finally write 3 characters, Dio Palace. Taken from the phrase, German Tianyu. The German travels in the sky, the autumn moon and the cold river. The day asks the moon to learn, the traveler goes to the hometown. It also implies that the water of great blasphemy, the stream is endless, only the merits are stable like the lotus out of the cement, it can be used as a place of peace of mind. Xinlin was attentive, watching the strokes on the paper. The words are like a dragon going out to sea, magnificent. Qin Pingon put away the pen, shook his sleeves and clasped his fists to bid farewell. Xinlin was actually dull and speechless. When Qin Pingon had quietly left, the Lingyuan father also forgot to say goodbye. After returning to his senses for a long time, Xinlin was like a treasure, only to find that there was no green shirt in the study. The next moment Xinlin returned to the dojo. "Place yourself in that upright and bright room." Xinlin stood in the void, just like the hibiscus in the distant mountains, standing tall and graceful. Tomorrow is Lichuan. It's just that Xinlin is like a spring breeze today. The Tsangyun Lake in Yinping country is not far from the Zhujiaking, and it governs 1 lake, 3 rivers and 2 canals. Hujuan Yinho, who wears a purple robe, has converged a lot in recent years. Although the Confucian temple had promulgated the golden jade genealogy ranks of the landscape gods before, the Tsangyun Lake did not rise, but Yinho was still open, and it was not better than that. More than that, when you are not happy, just think about Huangyue City and Baodong Wonderland and you will feel relieved. Iron-struck hills, fairy masters with flowing water. Back then, the crossing river dragon was a guy who claimed to be a good man of Qin. It was called a city palace, deep, cruel and cruel. At that time, beside the young Zhou Xian, there was also Diyu, who seemed to be an acquaintance of the gangster, the soldier monk of the Ghost Axe Palace. Tsangyun Lake had kicked an iron plate, and Yinho would vaguely feel a little bit of toe pain at this moment. Otherwise, Yinho Gray is a big lake water monarch. Wherever he needs to go, he would take the initiative to drink with the little fire temple in Suijiaking. Just like a Beijing Liubu Longguan who was born in Qinglu too. Do he need to be brothers and sisters to a local county grandfather? Today, while Yinho was practicing, he planned to go out and relax, but he stumbled into the secret of the mountain and water of the monk on the top of the mountain. As a result, I looked intently and saw a smiling acquaintance. Yinho immediately saluted. Yinho pays homage to Qin Jianxian. With only a few words from Qin Jianxian, Hujuan Yinho categorically said, "What if Jianxian said to do, Tsangyun Lake Dragon Palace will do it." It's the old saying of the year without changing a word. Common speech, 2 minds. Last time it was forced by the situation like a knife on the neck, I had to follow it. The 2 sides fought wits and bravely, fighting methods and asking swords, and both lost to the city mansion's deep and cruel foreign sword fairy. Tsangyun Lake is not miserable, especially those confidants who have been folded on their own site. This makes Tsangyun Lake become a clean place where people can live from the crowd. The fairy masters on the hills from a dozen countries around Tsangyun Lake, who would dare to come here for a drink again? Does it have a few more lives than the average person? I promised to be so refreshed, but seeing that the sword fairy in Qingshan showed no sign of leaving, Yinho felt bitter in his heart. With our friendship, wouldn't it be possible to sit down and change the cup? Is it possible that something is wrong with me? This extremely difficult guy has come to settle accounts again? For example, was Du Yes visit last time? The problem is that Yinho thought he was very benevolent and righteous, and he couldn't help Du sincerely. He wasn't the direct descendant of the big sect, let alone Shanzi Yeshio who provoked Kaiyong. Where can he go? You sword immortal, if the teacher asks for a crime today because of this incident, then I'll have to crane my neck and do whatever you want. Anyway, as long as you don't kill me, I'll go to Yufu Academy. While shouting injustice, beg for justice. Qin Pingon was like dragging a lake prince, walking side by side in the familiar dragon palace at the bottom of the lake, and then quickly came to the surface of the water. Lingbo flew across to the once dilapidated Narcissus temple. As for the incense sticks, in many cases, that kind of fear from the heart also brings sincerity. Qin Pingon smiled casually and asked, now Huijin's Dragon Palace chief officer must have changed a lot of new faces? Inho carefully chewed the aftertaste of this sentence. Is the other party sprinkling salt on the wound? Can't. I am honored to be able to talk a few words with Qin Jianxian, a passerby who is willing to take down the tribulation of the city with the car, and a guy who is like sitting on a high chair in Songyun Lake. What a daunting monster. Inho was cautious and nodded. Now the new owner of Zhaoxi River, she was a very virgin woman before her death. If Qin Jianxian doesn't believe it, she only needs to change her way and see the current landscape and weather in Nizao River. As for the other channel owner who had not succeeded but failed, it didn't matter if he didn't mention it anyway. Both he and Qin Jianxian knew the bottom line. But it's strange to say that in the early years there were two Narcissus temples. One was like a prosperous high-ranking family with a crowd of friends all the year round. The other was so miserable that it couldn't be more miserable. Even the painted statues in the temple couldn't bear the gold of the canal's owner. Body. On the contrary, it is such a stupid ant who has not enough brains. Among the many river gods and Narcissus in Songyun Lake, it is the only one who has been a blessing in disguise. Lacquered in gold. It was the infinitely beautiful Zhaoxi who took the post of the canal master. Qin Pingon smiled and said, of course I can trust Lord Inhu. Before I went to the Dragon Palace, I had already seen the scenery of the brand new Narcissus temple. After changing the owner, the weather was indeed refreshed. It was still the plaque of long flow of green water. Advise him not to fall into the eyes of the money too much and not get out and stay aligned to meet in the future. Otherwise, it is estimated that the temple plaque has now been replaced. Now that algae creek, the bottom of the algae grows densely. Each branch is several feet long, beautiful as a phoenix tail. The creek is clear and bottomless, drifting with the current, and it is lovely. And the stream next to the road at the foot, although not comparable to Zhao Creek, has changed a lot. The two banks are no longer the bleak scene of overgrown weeds. The cobblestone roads are flat and clean. The carriage passed, but the ancestral temple of the canal was only a few tens of miles away from the city, and the incense would be decayed, so that even the statues in the ancestral temple could not carry the divine light, and could only be on the side of the water house. Every year the east wall was demolished to make up for the west wall, borrowing money to survive, saying that it is not difficult to borrow and repay. She has accumulated years of old accounts, but it is her ability to use incense. Qin Pingon asked, is her cup from Qing Dizong? Inho nodded and said, Qin Jianxian has a good eye. This thing is indeed one of the ritual tools of the Qing Dizong in the early days. Qin Pingon ridiculed. As a result, the Empress of the Channel Master used it to carry the ecstasy soup and attach to the peach blossom luck? Inho's face suddenly became embarrassed. Arriving outside the Narcissus temple and unable to pass through the door, Qin Pingon and Inho shrank the mountains and rivers together. In a flash, the two sides came to an old road near Songyun Lake. Qin Pingon walked in the mountains and asked, according to the geographical map of the local county chronicles, this place seems to be called Daoist. Is there any pointy tail nearby? Inho became more uncertain about what this guy was going to do, so he could only nod his head and said, Qin Jianxian is not too expensive to forget things at all. Qin Pingon had an extra hiking stick in his hand, poked it lightly and joked, Sloppy is really not suitable for Lord Inhu. Next, let's not mess with each other. Ascending to the top of the mountain, Qin Pingon looked around and saw the White Sword waterfall in the distance. A white water hanging upside down like a sword. There is a hill nearby that is rich in china clay, and the porcelain is burned out, which can be shipped along the Zhao Creek and sold to various places by water. Inho asked tentatively, did Qin Jianxian ever go to Xianzong? This extremely quiet questioning sword has already spread to Luzhou in Beiju. Lu Jinglong, the young lord of the Taihui Jianzong, and an unknown sword fairy surnamed Qin climbed the mountain to raise Yunfeng, and demolished the Patriarch Hall with a profound sect. The essence of the immortal way, even though he sacrificed a mirror at the bottom of the box, he still failed to take over Lu Jinglong's questioning sword, and now he obediently retreats to recuperate. But for some reason it didn't take long before Xianzong Yongke went down the mountain in person, and he actually signed an alliance with Taihui Jianzong on his own initiative, and he assumed himself as a hilltop half of the vassal. Qin Pingon laughed at himself. If good things don't go out, bad things will spread for thousands of miles. Just as Yin Ho was about to say something, he suddenly remembered Qin Jiangxian's previous reminder, and stopped talking again, swallowing back those really disgusting words. Yin Ho asked again, so Qianglin Zong Pao Shi Tang? A little later than Xianzong there was another change in Qianglin Zong Zhu Shi Tang, but the relative momentum was not big. Qianglin spared no effort to cover up the matter, but Qianglin reputation on Luzhou Mountain in Beiju is well known and friends are all over the place. How can there be no one to help speak righteously, in a continent of mountains and rivers? Although it is still a mystery who did it in the end, the only thing that can be determined is what the sword repair did. For example, in the Duckweed Sword Lake, a newspaper was published, using a phrase that monks from a certain continent were destined to be dumbfounded. But Luzhou in Beiju was very accustomed to it, saying that since no one admitted that he had taken down the ancestor of Qianglin Tang, then our Duckweed Sword Lake had to be splashed with dirty water. Since the explanation is not clear, we will not explain it. The problem is that Qianglin has never provoked Duckweed Sword Lake, and he has never even suspectedly what dirty water is splashed. What exactly are you, the sword fairy, explaining? The reason why Yin Ho had this idea was that Du Yu, who was a guest at his own dragon palace, said frankly that he had provoked Qianglin. A few days after Du Yu left Songyun Lake, Qianglin suffered such a disaster. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Qin Pingan angrily smiled and said, can this be counted on me? It's that Lu Jinglong Rong Chong and Lu Jiqing joined forces with Lu Jiqing, and it's my business. Qin Pingan turned his head and looked at the Zhaoxi temple. There was a handsome young boy standing on a raised eaves with a yellowed bamboo flute tied around his waist. He Lu from Huangyue City, and Yan Qing from the Baodong Wonderland, the Golden Boy and Jade the Mountain. He Lu Yan Qing. The length of life in the Song of Wine, for example, how bitter the morning dew goes. Haiyan Qingping. They are all good names put together like a destined aphorism. Afterwards, the 9 children who were taken out of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were also the little fat man Qing Chaolu and Na Higu. With that fortunately safe, see the sun again, the rest will be exposed first. There is still that, the world of perfect peace, the law is like the dew of the morning, and the simplicity is not scattered. Probably this is the so-called no coincidence. Qin Pingan returned to his senses and said, Songyun Lake did not kill Du Yu before but did something within his power. Junin, who is still very kind. Yin Hao's smile was far-fetched, but it didn't sound like a good thing. Then listen to good things. Yin Ho asked heartily, can you ask Qin Jianxian for his real name? It's not a problem that I'm always so worried. The sword fairy in Qingshan actually reported his name and hometown. The real name is Qin Pingan from Lizhu Cave Sky. Yin Ho was shocked in an instant. He was shocked. His heart was like a stormy sea. He swallowed and hesitated and said vaguely, Mr. Qin is the close disciple of Master Wen Sheng? Yin Ho deliberately did not mention the more shocking sword repair identity. Qin Pingan smiled knowingly and nodded, of course it is. This guy Yin Ho is reminding himself that you, Qin Pingan, are an upright Confucian child with a Taoist culture, a scholar, a little master, don't beat and kill at every turn, insulting gentleman? Qin Pingan held a trekking stick, turned his head and smiled and asked, even you have heard of the Lizhu Cave Sky? Yin Ho nodded and said, of course. Nowadays, in the vast world, who would not know the little cave sky that had been broken and landed a long time ago? Makushuan Lu Xianying Gukan. These younger monks all came from the Lizhu Cave Sky that seemed to be the size of a palm. Among them there is Qin Pingan, the hidden official who liked to get a pearl in the exploration of Li, and the rest of the same age are like each with their scales. In short, they are all first-class handsome men in the world. Qin Pingan's face was calm and he looked south as if his sight could cross the sea, spreading to Aquarius Island, Dai Dynasty and Old Longzhou in the south. In an instant the green shirt was no longer seen on the top of the mountain. Yin Ho immediately returned to the Dragon Palace of Tsangyun Lake, only to feel that he was going around the Guimen Pass for a while, and he was left with lingering fears for the rest of his life. Only a moment later Yin Ho whispered, I used to fight him back and forth. If it is spread out, would it be worth it? Huang Ting had already practiced his sword at the Mi Xiefeng mansion. Negative Mountain lay on the railing and continued to look at the scenery. Suddenly, a look was in a trance, the smoke and water was hazy and gradually disappeared, and he was still sitting in the shop of Moxiandu. Angshan sneered, turned his head and looked around, only to see the green shirt man wearing a hat and drape, came to visit the shop again, gently took off the bamboo hat, shook the rain outside the door, laughed, said, Dao fellow Negative Mountain, we have met again. How are we in Xiandu Mountain? Xian said solemnly, Qinshan, good way. The King Shank smiled and said, Don't be nervous, I just want to ask for something with Daoist Negative Mountain. If you agree or not, don't force it. Since Qin Jianxian is in Xiandu Mountain, why should he be so sneaky? It can be discussed in person. Actually, I am not in the mountains at the moment. If there is something offended, I still look at Haihan. Don't dare, how can I dare? The Daoists of Negative Mountain are all going to be the masters of Taiping Mountain to worship the monks, so why are they so unassuming? After talking about business matters, Shan was very curious. How to do it? Sincere is spirit? Can you teach, can you learn? Easy to learn but difficult to teach. After that, it was also Mi Xiefeng and Qin Pingan found the old Qiu who had the pseudonym Qiu Du. A cultivator wants to gain the Dao, regardless of his or her aptitude, unless there are a few exceptions. They can't escape the word diligence. Qiu Du was breathing out at the moment, and after opening his eyes he hurriedly got up to salute. I have seen Lord Qin Shan. After leaving Xiandu Mountain, Qin Pingan went to Bio Palace to find the goddess buried in the river. It didn't seem like she was going to talk about business. Instead, she ate a meal of genuine fish noodles, not pickled fish. Raising one leg and stepping on the bench, the goddess of water rolled up a large chopsticks noodles, blew her breath and asked, Little master, when did you call your brother Jun Qian? You two will come together as a guest. Qin Pingan smiled and nodded, No problem. Lu Rou sincerely exclaimed, Little master is getting more and more spicy. Next time I will ask old Lu to add 2 more dried chilies. Qin Pingan said helplessly, I really don't need it. You're welcome, let alone 2. A basket of dried peppers is worth a few dollars. It's not about money or money. Lion Peak. Li Lu heard Qin Pingan's request and smiled. Unconsciously, Mr. Qin has changed a lot, but it's good. But it's just a stick of incense. If the problem is not big, Mr. Qin is worrying too much. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, If it's for this matter, I won't come to you. It's too much involved. I came to Li Lu to beg for a token. I went to the Land and Water Transportation co-owners Mrs. Tan Dan, and she was a good fox. After all, that Lu Shu Pit was once a place for Li Lu to escape the summer heat. Li Lu joked, Will you find that juvenile guy who can only play tricks? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, She's fine. Among the 4 Cs I only look for Li Yeho. Mrs. Tan Dan, who is named Qingzhong, was approached by Qin Pingan. The 2 sides seemed to be standing on both sides of a border. At first she hesitated, obviously she wanted to get rid of 1 or 2 things, mainly because she was worried about Yuli's incompatibility. Eat and hang down at the Confucian Temple. Qin Pingan has a Mr. Wenxing Dangna, but I don't have one. There is no one to support him at the Confucian Temple. It is very bitter. Only when Qin Pingan took out the token presented by Li Lu, Madame Tan Tan immediately wailed with a smile on her face, saying such trivial things, wherever you need a hidden official to visit the humble house, just find someone to give yourself a word. What? Li Yeho, the Lord of the South China Sea, agreed without procrastination. Anyway, it was another business. Merit is a thing, the more rare it goes. This is already the consensus of a small group of mountain monks. Qin Pingan didn't care, the hidden officer was wealthy and improper, but Li Yeho paid great attention to it. To say that in case the Confucian Temple pursues the blame afterwards with Qin Pingan's character, he will definitely not shrink back. If you want to come to the kind of deeds that are dead and poor, young hidden officials can't do it. Besides, there are old talents. In the Confucian Temple there is no fear of falling under the sky. The old scholar has never lost a fight. As for the determination and ability to protect the calf in the Hauran world, it seems that you should not compete with the old scholar. It's just that Li Yeho couldn't help but ask the other party a question before Qin Pingan left. Even if you are repairing a continent, why should you rush for a while? Wait until. However, after the word wait was uttered, Li Yeho stopped speaking. I believe Qin Pingan knows what he wants to say. As a result, the guy said, sword practice, do whatever you want, the world is free. Li Yeho helplessly shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that he would not see off the guests. It's hard to say who is the guest and who is the host anyway. His mother's sword repair is just happy. On the side of Yulongzong, Sovereign Nailan Saihuan was in high spirits today. He found Zhonglu Yunqi and threw a jade medal to her. The simplest style of no accident card, not the pros and cons. The Great Wall of Jianqi is sealed on one side and the world is engraved on the other. It's just that on the Great Wall of Jianqi, in addition to the word hidden official in Xiaozhuan, there is also a number in tiny lower letters. Yunqi was puzzled. This is. Nailan Saihuan smiled and said, I just accepted a direct disciple for Zhongyo. This is his apprenticeship. Yun Qian was slightly annoyed. How could there be such a playful act, that he had never seen the other side, so he had one more direct disciple. Nailan Saihuan smiled and said, don't worry, those who have a good aptitude for cultivation and definitely not a small scorpion. Nailan Saihuan leaned against the chair in the Yunxi room, swaying her legs. If he is a sword repairer, no one will get you. The cloud sign is still easy to talk, holding the jade card in his hand, raising his hand and asking, are there any specialties? Nailan Saihuan pointed at her. If you practice, you will know practice. If you don't hear the smell of things outside the window, you don't even read the latest news? Yun signed Yen Yen and said, occasionally turning over it is because I have seen less. Nailan Saihuan revisited the old story and chatted with the insider. Back then in the Chunban's high conference hall, like the Baishi of the Weipin Ferry, Dai Hao of the Taiging of Ia's Hao Lu Shen, the owner of the Nishang of Xianxia Island, and the Wuzhong of Luxiazu Lu Yu and others, these 54 shipowners and stewards from Howren 8 continents have received a small gift from a young hermit, which belongs to those who see it. In addition, the number of Wu Qiu's jade medal is 9, Tang Feiqian's 12, and Lu Shen's 96. In today's awe-inspiring world, people who have good things have counted them. In the end, it seems that they have not collected 99 jade medals, only more than 80. Anyway, it is definitely less than 90. This is because the young hermits did not participate in discussions in person after that. In addition, the number of intercontinental ferry boats to the Downhang Mountain was limited. Together with the Zhong to Shenzhou, there were only more than 150 and 60 ships, and none of them. Fewer ferry boats will take a trip to the Hanging Mountain every few years or even more than 10 years. It is said that the young hermit drew and engraved characters with his own hands. Each jade plate contained 2 to 3 sword spirits. According to Miyu at the time, it was not valuable but unique. Really worthless? It's a lie. Jiang Gaotai had taken the initiative to request that the piece in his hand be replaced with 99. It now appears that this Jiang shipowner is really far-sighted. It's a pity that it didn't work. And that 1 and 99, the 2 most special jade medals with numbers, have they ever appeared, and who will get them? No one knows yet. Many jade plaques were given by those ship owners either to the disciples of the closed door, or to a descendant of the family who was expected to shine. We'll let the latter be put away properly because this jade card at the critical moment is a talisman, even a life-saving talisman. The opening ceremony of some Jindan Dixian was used as a ceremonial gift from the Zhongmen Zushitang. This thing has occasionally appeared in the world and then it has been learned by the outside world. The reason for this strange appearance is that the Dragon Elephant Sword sect of Nan Pasuazhou reported a news to the world through the Academy Mansion of the Qin family. The Dragon Elephant Sword sect recognizes both people and brands, but only does not recognize Shantao. The Dragon Elephant Sword sect will consider whether to help solve the trouble and help through a certain difficulty. If it is done, the jade card will be taken back and it will not be able to help. We'll talk about it later. To put it simply, these jade plaques obtained from the Spring Banner Studio in the Fallen Mountain can be passed on from generation to generation, hereditary and irreplaceable. But if these signs fall in the Zhongmen and Xianfu holding the jade card, come and ask the Dragon Elephant Sword sect to do something. Sorry, the jade card will leave. After that, Xia Songhua, Songpin, Puhi, etc., these sword immortals who had been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi all responded both as if they were interacting with the Dragon Elephant Sword sect, but also as if they were. After Yun Xian knew these truths, he nodded and said, No wonder it has become so valuable. It is really a life-saving talisman. For Monk Howren, even if he keeps the jade medallion and does not use it, it will be an invisible form to his enemies. Deterrence. It's just that this kind of jade metal doesn't seem to be a special need for you, Sect Master, right? Nayland Kai dazzled her eyes and said, "Are you stupid? With this jade metal, Yulongzong really has important matters in the future, such as needing to find a helper or something that we should not show up so we can go to Luji. Otherwise, it is Song Pin, especially Pu He, who has a wild road, let them help cut people." Yunqi suddenly realized and sighed. Sure enough, he was only a decoration master, and Nayland Saihuan was right to be the lord. Nayland Saihuan turned his head and looked out the window. Back then, that young guy who was in a high position was in the Chumbazai Council, with his cheek in one hand, staring at the goose feather snow outside the door in a daze. Damn it, Nayland Saihuan looked back now. She looked a little bit shit. The first intercontinental ferry to the Downhang Mountain in history was the Pillow Water of Nan Pasuachao. The second is a sect named Yundishan in Fuyao, and the ferry is named Pitch. And the third ferry, Tongishis Tong Umbrella, sank in a shipwreck. There was once a distant memorial service on the Great Wall of Jianqi. Even the sacrificial sword in Luzhou Beiju was born here. It's just this, the years are long, the time is too long. If it weren't for the young hidden official he had eaten and supported him, carefully read every archive book in the shelter of the cold, and then said it personally on the way of the discussion. Otherwise, even Nayland Saihuan would not know. Nayland Saihuan swaggered out of the house. Zhou Xian continued to practice, and she was suddenly shocked to find that a strange man walked out of the clouds, in a blue shirt and long coat, with a slender figure and a warm expression. Zhou Xian hurriedly stood up from the futon and said angrily, "Who are you, dare to venture into Yulongzong? Isn't an ascendant cultivator with profound knowledge of Taoism? How can he possess such incredible supernatural powers? Could it be a certain wild remnant hidden in the vast ocean?" I saw the man in the blue shirt carrying the sword, gently raised his hand holding a jade sign in his hand, the word ancient seal hidden official, and said with a smile, "Sect Master Yunqi, my name is Qin Pingon, I used to be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Jianqi." Zhou Xian was extremely surprised, but she still frowned, shook her head and said, "How can I prove my identity based on this thing? Do you think fellow Daoist is so foolish?" Qin Pingon said, "I once asked Chunban's Hai Shao Jianxian to send you a secret letter, so that there is no need to worry about firewood burning in the Green Mountains." He put together and wrote a secret letter out of thin air. The font size, arrangement, fine handwriting and private seal are all exactly the same. Sign Master Yun exhaled. It turned out that the unmasked Yulongzong N person came here in person. Yun Qian hurriedly saluted. If it weren't for the advice of the person in front of him, then the entire Yulongzong's incense would have been completely cut off. Yunqi asked tentatively, "Why do the hidden officials show up in this way?" Qin Pingon apologized. "It's a long story. I will visit Yulongzong in the future to make amends with Sect Master Yun Qian." Yulongzong is a place where water transport is condensed. It is like a spring and even a bit like the separatist rule of a vassal. Like Li Yeho, the Lord of the South Sea, cannot completely control the flow of water here. According to the records of the Summer Palace, the origin of Yulongzong is two speculations. Either it was the place where the Rain Masters stayed in the world, or it was the place of fall in the battle of ascending to the sky. Yunqi blushed slightly and said, "Don't dare to hide the hidden officials, I am only the Yulongzong in charge now, and the Lord is Nayland Saihuan." Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Afterwards I asked Yun to sign a fellow Daoist to help me talk to Nayland Saihuan. I will come to congratulate her next time." Nayland Saihuan is not profitable and early. However, she came to serve as the sect master of Yulongzong, which is good for both Yulongzong and her. Yulongzong's reputation in the Howren world is very ordinary now, so the support of Yulongzong by the Confucian Temple after the war is extremely limited. If it is not for the location of the Yulongzong, it is too important and it is estimated that it will be impossible. Avoidance is gradually going downhill, and there is no sect master with a strong wrist, and it will only become more and more fragrant. Of course, asking the gods is easy and difficult. With Nayland Kaihun's temperament, it is estimated that she will never give up if she does not sit down on the position of the sovereign. Once the sword repairer enters the Fairyland, it is different from other chi practitioners. In addition to tirelessly refining the sword, one is to temper the edge, and the other is to find more certain God-given supernatural powers for the flying sword of the destiny. But in addition, compared with for ordinary mountain monks, Xianxia is often not particularly concerned about the opening of mansions and the combination of many natal objects, so ordinary mountain cultivators are among the immortals, especially in the ascendant realm, often opening mansions and refining natal objects. In terms of two things, there is nothing to do at once, but sword repair is not the case. You can free your hands to check the missing and make up for the shortcomings. However, it is not easy for Nayland Saihuan to enter the fairyland. She is not Luji after all. Yun Qian deliberately ignored the word, was. And after hearing the explanation from the young hidden official, he immediately agreed. Qin Pingon said, Senior Yun signed, don't worry about agreeing to this matter, it is best to discuss with Nayland Saihuan, after all, it involves the water transport of the sect which is of great importance. Yun Xian shook his head and said, No, I am the ancestor of Yulongzong's ruler at any rate. I can make a decision on this kind of thing myself. Qin Pingon thanked him and left. Yun Xian wanted to say something but stopped, just raised his hand and put it down. The other party had already traveled far, not to mention that even if the young hidden official stayed for a while, it seemed that he didn't know what to say. For some reason she lowered her brows and blushed slightly. There are thousands of miles of yellow sand, the top of the hill is bare, almost no grass growing, and it is red. At the foot of a mountain where running water is rare, a small wine shop was opened a few years ago. There is a large wine tank in the shop, selling wine by horns or bowls. The proprietress is a plain lady, Jingchai's sarong, who often visits the wine shop business. Just a few old faces, mountain gods, girls, the other kind of hippo, the rest don't come often. They are some strange things that don't make the weather. Many of them are half-finished and they can barely be regarded as repeat customers. Anyway, in this place where the birds don't shit, they are safe in their practice. According to the master of the mountain god, those who can settle down here regardless of their origin, are all people with strong Tao heart and extraordinary perseverance. They must be cherished and taken care of. They all think that the woman who sells wine is the concubine of the old mountain god, and at the very least, it is a horrible thing and she would not dare to make a fuss. Our mountain master is also pitiful. I have heard that other mountain gods are the father of the land, and he can find himself a landlady who is both beautiful, and who is good at holding a family. Even if you don't talk about the beauty of the country, you still have to look at the young. The wine seller likes to read books, but she is the same as the mountain master who likes to recite poems and make fuss and export chapters. And that poor mountain here who can't beat thunder twice a day every morning and night, visits a volcanic crater. In fact, it is not a rule made by the Confucian temple. It is just that the mountain feels that the heaven is a great responsibility and he must carry the burden. I went to the volcanic crater with trembling for a while, and then I would often go to the wine shop to drink a little wine and be shocked. Nowadays the liquor store business is a little bit better. No matter how poor it is, you are still a half-hearted trainer. But the wine here doesn't cost immortal money or a few taels of silver, but the 3 wine tables have never been full. The oil stains on the table are never wiped and business is really dependent on wine. Even the mountain who came here to sit there for a while, only mistaken Yang Ji for a successful cultivating water monk. He was a cave mansion realm. As for those smoky rumors, Master Mountain God jumped with anger. Bah! Lord, am I not so picky? The sun is scorching at the turn of winter and spring. The heat is still rising like a steamer. The table of guests in the shop is full of spirits, all sweaty, shirtless, drinking, topless and punching there, and the woman is also completely. It didn't matter, she was just reading her own book. She suddenly raised her head and gently closed the book. The woman squinted and smiled. What a rare visitor. The woman picked up an old and yellowed cattail fan on the table, gently fanning the breeze, and the hair on the temples fluttered gently. Come in, but you still have to spend money if you want to drink. A green-shirt guest wearing a hat came slowly in the distance, holding a green bamboo stick, took off the hat, gently placed it on the table and smiled. The shopkeeper, a bowl of wine. He stood up and held a fan, really stood up, went to bring Qin Pingon a bowl of wine and put it on the table, but in the wine shop, except for the 2 of them, the rest of the guests seemed to be caught in a long river of stagnant time. Without any doubt, Qin Pingon picked up the white bowl and took a sip of wine. Lu Cha was forcibly left behind by Qin Chunan. In contrast, Yang Ji had to be more aggrieved, and he was first returned to the awe-inspiring Lu Qi from the Qingming world, and he used spells against spells to completely crush the battlefield on the sea. Later I couldn't see the power, so I had to flee. However, a vice-master of the Confucian temple came and waited for him, and was imprisoned in a volcano that was rumored to have been a Daoist alchemy furnace. This is the land under Qin Pingan's feet. Sitting on the opposite side of the wine table, Xianxia gently shook the fan. In public and private, the grievances between the two sides are not small. On the battlefield, Xianxia used to twist off the head of a great sword immortal surnamed Yu, who traveled to the wild and hidden his identity for many years. This sword immortal in the hinterland of the wild world, decisively pulled out his sword, wandered around, shattered two important supply lines, and was responsible for maintaining the stability of the route. The cultivator of the upper 5 realms of the demon race was so exhausted that he was so exhausted on the side of Jiazikan. Had to let the 2 old throne demon Huang Wan and Xianxia personally chase this person. On the battlefield, the Summer Palace strictly ordered Xianxia not to rescue, and this incident may only be because the young hermits and the Summer Palace were too cold-blooded. Not only has Fei Xingcheng talked about it so far, many sword repairmen still have complaints. Even Qin Ping's brought out the 9 sword fairy embryos of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, 2 of them because of this matter. It is always difficult to care about the last 2 children. I still recognize the master with Yu, erased the name from the genealogy of the patriarch of Jisei Peak, and chose to follow the old Lu Xiaozhou Jianxiu to leave Luopa Mountain. In addition, there is Jiashan Tent Sword Xiu Tan, who is regarded as the half-closed disciple of the old master of Yiluo, who is extremely highly regarded by her. What's more, the entire Nantang Lake on the Aquarius Island seemed to have been drunk by this Xianxia, resulting in the height of the lake after the war, less than 10% of the year. Qin Pingan asked, "Is it a fine wine from Jiuquan sect? This kind of loss-making business cannot be done by ordinary people." Xianxia smiled and said, "You can drink all of this? In fact, the mixing of water in the wine is serious, and the aura is thin and almost nothing. In fact, it is no longer what it is to say that it is a mountain fairy. Once there is not much storage of wine in the things that are nearby." Xianxia didn't want those customers to drink the aftertaste, then the wine shop would not be able to open. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't forget that I am a brewer myself." Xianxia doubted, "You are drinking in a dream, how can you taste it?" Qin Pingan smiled and did not give an answer. Before going to Yiluo Yuding, passing by Juquanzong once stopped drinking there. It is said that both Xianxia and Qin have taken care of Jiuquan sect, so that a sect that is not good at fighting can stand for a long time in the wild world. Seeing Qin Pingan not speaking, Xianxia didn't bother to ask. It was just a strange technique on the mountain. Xianxia and Fei Fei are 2 old throne monsters. The 2 sides used to divide 80% of the barren world's water fortune, just because no one can beat anyone. To put it more accurately, it is nothing more than no one can eat anyone. Making both parties fail to become the co-owner of the world. Water transportation naturally cannot be ranked among the 14 realms by this. It is just that in addition to the battle of the avenues on the table, there is actually a more hidden and more dangerous battle. It is not only a battle for water transportation, but also a battle between water and fire. Because Fei Fei's avenues and feet are extremely special, and Fei Fei is a rising star, in fact a younger generation. When Heist's solution was so simple that it could help both parties change to a larger site, each taking what they need. This is also the only reason why they are willing to follow Tueshan great ancestor wholeheartedly to rush to the awe-inspiring world. Xianxia smiled and said, "I have figured it out now. So-called cultivating is a very boring thing. There was providence in the dark. He was stopped and stayed here, but Fei Fei managed to return to the wild world. In the end, the green shirt in front of him robbed half of the river water transport. Presumably, the fact that Fei Fei entered the 14th realm has become an illusory matter in the foreseeable future. There is no gloating about misfortune in Xianxia, but a little bit of pity for the same disease." Qin Pingan held the wine bowl and asked, "Is it because I think it's fixed? It's in vain to work his own?" He twitched the corners of his mouth. "Probably so." Qin Pingan caught a glimpse of the book on the table earlier and asked with a smile, "Can I borrow 1 or 2? Yang stopped playing with the taste. "This is a banned book, is it not a taboo?" Qin Pingan waved his hand and took the book. It was the new book written by Howren Jason. In fact, many Howren monks regretted the former Howren Jiaxing, and even openly raised injustices for him, only to wait for the battle to come before there was no sound. Found that the book had many pages with folded corners. Qin Pingon turned to one of the pages and scanned the content casually. It was the story of the two-headed snake, and there was such a dialogue. Today I saw two snakes on the road and I feared that I would die without a day. Don't worry, you will cut this thing, and those with een and virtue will reward you with blessing. So in the eyes of Hauran Jiaxing in the past, what are two snakes? Later, in the eyes of the wild and thorough, what did they regard as the two snakes that stopped the world? Yang Ji smiled and asked, for example? Qin Pingon said, for example, offering sacrifices to ghosts and gods is impolite and insincere. Another example is the sentence, ritualists are forbidden before the general, and the law is forbidden after the past. Another example is the sentence, knowing oneself. There is another saying, change customs and customs, make the world move its heart to the Tao. Look up and look weird. It really is. I thought this young hermit was just a perfunctory remark. Yang Ji put down the PU fan and poured himself a bowl of wine. I thought you would love the phrase being a child teaching solidly. Yang Ji raised the wine bowl to the other side, but the other party was indifferent. Yang Ji smiled and drank with his head up. After drinking, after putting down the wine bowl, he wiped the corners of his mouth. Let's talk about it. When Qin Pingon finished speaking, Yang Ji sneered and said, what's the matter with this? Not to mention that I lit a stick of incense, the essence of water transport. Can I leave this place and finally flow all the way to Tongyi's Hao? Even if you agree, what's the point of using it to sew such a big hole with such a little water transport benefit? This is not something you need to consider. Qin Pingon, have you forgotten something? How to say? Since it's a business, what advantage do I deserve? I can still sell wine alive in the future. My lord, do you like to tell jokes so much? I know you know I'm not kidding. He turned his back to cover his mouth and laughed, then stretched his waist. We're talking about it, right? Qin Pingon glanced up and stopped. Her black dragon robe of great immortal military rank used the unique secret technique of Jean Quiching's weaving and refining of the robe. Nowadays, the female cultivator of Kaik Mansion, the reason why everyone turns into a weaver girl, day and night, is to a large extent because Qin Pingon asked me to send a robe from Jean Quiching as a sample, and completely demolish it. After the solution, Kaik Mansion's skill in refining the robes stepped up a big step. For the Dai dynasty alone, he ordered more than 1,000 robes from Kaik Mansion in one go. Known as one of the top 10 robes in the world, there is also the feather garment on the second child of Baiyujing Dao, the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Master Zhao Tianlai, the chief assistant of the Qingshan dynasty Yao Qing, and the piece of Fulu Yushuan. Dao Gaon's purple air are all in this column. So there is another saying that the world's first-class robes, Dao men account for half. Qin Pingon finally smiled and said, if you don't nod, I am a sword repairman who is not even the Jade Pure realm now, so what can I do? The big deal next time you visit the Central Earth God continent, and bring Xiao here for a drink. Yang Ji sneered and said, it's a good point. This time it was Qin Pingon's turn to have an accident. Yang Ji gritted his teeth and said, the great breath of your body, even if you are separated by hundreds of miles, I can detect it. Bai Zhe must have returned to the wild world. As for that guy, why would he wake up from the bright moon and bright colors and eventually get together with the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, God knows. Seeing that Qin Pingon showed signs of leaving as expected, the wine shop returned to normal in an instant. The mountain god master continued to speak the unfinished words, touched the scene and shook the wine bowl. The chaotic crow crushed the sunset sky, cold flowers are pitiful. The girl at the same table, Heepa, took a sip of her wine and sighed. The hemp rope is specially selected for the details, and bad luck is only for the hard-failed. It is really the strong fortune, the poor are even more bitter. Xianxia couldn't help moving out of his elder's posture, bending his fingers, tapping the wine table lightly and reminding, you're young, don't always say some frustrating words that pretend to see the world. It's just that the two sides were almost at the same time and found that at some point, there was an extra man in a green shirt on the table next to the wine shop. Laozhan and Xiaohepo looked at each other for a while. Are they not land gods? Yang Ji asked in his heart. Qin Pingon, do another refreshing business? Qin Pingon was a little strange and waited for the following. Yang Ji said, you help me reserve a part of the water transport in the Shimmering River. If possible, you can help me and the Confucian Temple to explore my breath and see if I can be allowed to be like the Tao Pavilion and the little stranger next to you. Hauran comes to freedom, of course I can swear, no matter what the victory or defeat in the wild world, I am willing to learn from Bai Zhe and stay in Hauran for at least 1,000 years. If you agree to these two things, I will teach you one. Spells. To me it is tasteless, but to you it can solve the urgent need. Take a step back and say, even if you can't practice this method, the real fire dragon who is lying on the top of the mountain may be an opportunity for the Great Road. Based on this, you have a very good relationship with him. Qin Pingon smiled and said, do you want me to be a guarantor? Yang stopped and asked, how? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, it's not very good, I'll talk about it next time. Standing up, Qin Pingon picked up the hat again and asked, why did you give yourself such a pseudonym? Yang stop. The mountains stand up? Yang Ji hesitated, she raised her finger to the sky. Qin Pingon became more confused, followed his line of sight and glanced at the floating sun. She glanced up and stopped again, she looked in a trance, it was not like she was just looking for a guise. Yang Ji sighed, just remembering something, so she needed to stabilize her Tao heart. There is one of the highest in ancient times, sitting in the shadow of the stars, cooking the 4 seas and refining the 5 mountains, the towering fire and the gods. At the beginning of the practice, Yang Ji was far from getting a certificate of the local immortal, but he had witnessed a tragic and extremely slaying, the so-called Earth Immortal. The life of the Tao was as cheap as an ant. Fortunately, she was even hit by the corpses on the battlefield, standing blankly. The existence left the throne and finally came to the little girl, bent down, stretched out his hand to hold the ladder's head and looked at her. Finally I said something, little crawler, ugly is a bit ugly. Qin Pingon withdrew his gaze, put on his hat and continued to travel far. Sword of Coming Chapter 928. Yang Ji suddenly asked in his heart, can you let me have a few words with that fellow Taoist? Qin Pingon stopped and helped the hat, seeming to be discussing something with others. After a while a camel bell rang in the distance and the ancient road on the yellow sand. The camel bell was long. Some people wearing a power fence and a blue robe led a peak of white camels and came slowly. The sun hangs in the sky, the earth is roasting and the light is distorted. The alcoholic drinkers at the table in the shop all turned their eyes and whispered. Holding the camel's arm, showing a white lotus-like wrist, they began to speculate about the woman. I don't know how old he looks, whether he might be the relatives of the woman who sells wine, how old he is, whether he is married. It was only quickly concealed by another strange scene. In the distance in the air, a car rides across the hills and rushes towards the wine shop. There is a huge patrol. The civil and military officials, the goddess Gong, there must be a small, the 20th character is just like the 8 family patrols in the Gong'an novels, holding a Shangfeng sword, sounding gongs to clear the way, and subordinates carrying the 2 quiet mountains and quiet, strangers avoiding cards. The biggest difference is that one is on the ground. One is in the sky. Qin Pingon nodded with Qing Tong, who walked to his side, then raised his gaze, looking up to see a young man in the Huangman Qingyu car, Feng Yiguiwi, with a white face like jade and a pair of pale golden eyes, just looking down from the side of the wine shop. Just after a glance at the 2 passers-by, they stopped paying attention and used the lookout technique. They were just a 5-level martial artist and a cave mansion-level female cultivator. Such a pair of mountain priests became the guest of the mountain Gong Xinzhou, more than enough. It's just that I really can't get into the eyes of my own law. At a large table in the wine shop, the spirits and ghosts stopped yelling, got up and put on clothes. In a hurry they all took a shirt and put on them indiscriminately. In the end the thin people hung their clothes and the fat people got tight. The stretched funny scenes are just short of time and they can't help changing back to their clothes. They have their heads as big as a fight. Who doesn't know that the monarch pays more attention to those polite etiquettes? Just beg you not to fall into trouble because of this shit. The thing was wearing little shoes. The local mountain master and the young girl Hippo had already left the wine table and went outside the shop to greet the boss in the car. As soon as the 2 sides went in and out, they happened to pass by the man in the blue shirt and hat, and the woman, wearing a power fence. Qing Tong walked to the wine table, did not take off the power fence, just raised a corner, looked up and said in a crisp voice, "Look up to fellow Daoists and call me Qing Tong." To Qing Tong, the blinding technique used by Yangji is nothing but a virtual reality. In Tongyi's Hao, Qing Tong often sees Yangzi's figure. It is impossible to say that it is impossible not to envy. In order to drag Luohe, the old master, one of the 14-throne great demon, commanded the 2 barren army tents, and the status was still above the Fey concubine. Can be said that the power is in control and the road can be expected. Sit anywhere. Yang Ji took the puff fan in the book and pointed to the bench next to the table and smiled. As a prisoner, there is nothing to pay attention to hospitality. After Qin Pingan took his seat again, Yang Ji asked, "Did someone forget to pay for the drinks?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's not that this hasn't left yet, it just happens that the new and old accounts are settled together." Yang Ji just pretended not to understand the meaning, turned his head to look at Qing Tong and gently shook the poo fan. On the Great Wall of Jianqi they said that they would do business with hidden officials. Friendly vision. Qing Tong sighed quietly and said frankly, "It's just a last resort. First I have a fist with Master Hermit and then a question with Xiaomo. If she doesn't know anything about it anymore, Master Hermit will take the half of the seat. The Jianqi Great Wall has moved to Tongyi's house, so what can I do?" Yang Ji smiled and said, "Wen Jian? Xiaomo?" Qing Tong thought of the guy who had recovered to his peak state in the town demon tower. His face changed slightly and he became more helpless. "You have already guessed the identity before, and now following the hermit, you somehow claim to be dead. The name worship of Luopa Mountain is on the side of the Confucian temple, with an unfamiliar pseudonym, and the Dao name is Shizhu. I usually like to call myself Xiaoma." Yang Ji stopped the fan and asked curiously, "How much better is this guy's swordsmanship compared to 10,000 years ago?" Qing Tong smiled bitterly. "What was his swordsmanship at that time, and I don't know the details." Yang Ji nodded. Back then, the person who knew the level of Xiaomo's swordsmanship best, apart from the handful of mountaintop sword repairs, was probably Yang Ji, who was most qualified to make irresponsible remarks. If Xiaomo, a group of ancient demon who has been sleeping for thousands of years, can wake up a few years earlier, and then enter the throne of the Hall of Valor one by one? Can you fight side by side with these 14 old thrones? Then in the previous battle all the wild army accounts only need to be pushed all the way. I dare not say that they will eventually win the profound Middle-earth God continent, but first of all, Nan Pasuo Island will not last long. Qin Chunan may also have a good reputation. Secondly, Luxiazu north of Jinjiazu will only be taken down. The grass on Iazhao will only fall with the wind, especially the Aquarius Island. No matter who is in charge of the situation in Howran now, you can be sure of one event: when the war is over, it will only smash a continent of mountains and rivers, resulting in no Aquarius Island in the world. Even if Su Ziluqi returned to Howran, it would be in vain. Except for Bai Yi, Fu Lu and Yu Xian would all fall to Fuyao continent together. If you want to come to yourself, you won't be obstructed. Being imprisoned here, you can only sell alcohol and read books every day. Qing Tong looked around and said, "The Temple of Confucius doesn't seem to have a landscape restriction here?" Yang Ji said, "I had a gentleman's appointment with the little master. I can walk as long as I don't kill indiscriminately, and I don't need to do anything for the Confucian temple like prisoners like me may be rare." Qing Tong praised sincerely, "The little master is still big-hearted." When the two parties talked about the Saint of Rights, they still used to call him the little master. Yang Ji laughed and said, "Our master Baizhe, even if he is so good, I always feel that he is still a little bit less interesting than the little master." Qing Tong said tentatively, "Is it because Master Baizhe is not cruel enough?" Yang Ji thought for a while. "It's harder to tell." It sounded like the bitterness of two ants in the city, and it was short in the parents who were talking about trivialities. Qin Pingan pays more attention. He is still on the side of the car. He just listens to the things in his ears. Anyway, he will not feel unfamiliar. The content of the conversation is slightly larger. The woman who arrived broke her mouth, nothing different. Yang Ji glanced at the young hidden official with arms and hands, and joked with Qing Tong, "Are you in conflict with Jian Xiu's fate?" Qing Tong sighed, who said, "No, just keep going." Yang Ji smiled and said, "Compared with the superior and the inferior, it is more than the below. It is better than me. If you don't call Qin Pingan and talk about these and some nothing, it's better to say that when you talk about it, you will inevitably get a little short of breath, and the more you think, the more you feel aggrieved. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there used to be a lot of spies and dead men from the wild world. Therefore, Jiazizang knows a lot of insiders, and because of Ning Yao, a young foreigner who was not originally a sword repairer, just follow the heart a little bit. I think back then, even the Jade Pu realm native sword repairing halberd of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he secretly took refuge in the wild. To be honest, if the halberd had not missed on the city head back then, he would have been hacked to death with a single sword. Qin Pingan, who had not been a hermit for long, probably didn't have so many things behind. There may be immeasurable changes in the general trends of the two worlds. It is a pity that Li Ji's flying sword Burning Flower was first blocked by Mi Ye's sword, and then Qin Pingon, who was wearing 2 robes, used a lock sword charm to imprison Burning Flower for a while. Blasting a natal flying sword still only severely injured Qin Pingon. There is no way many things a little bit worse. It is 10,000 yuan. However, Miyu, who started to eat and wait to die after reaching the upper 5 realms, was indeed okay. He was indeed the sword repairman who earned the nickname of Milian when he was the land immortal. After delaying a little precious time for the new hidden official, he drew the sword out of its sheath, and even directly slashed the halberd that was still a good friend from the shoulder, causing the halberd's body to be divided into 2 on the spot. Howren's sword repairer in the world, even if the realm is higher than Miyu, will definitely be a little bit muddled and can't do what Miyu did. No need to think about killing people with a sword. Because of the change at the head of the city, Yangji was in the Jiazi tent at the time, watching the process together with Tuo Yushan Dezu and Wenhai Zhoumi. At that time Zhoumi even said with a smile, "It is a pity that Miyu has been restrained by himself for many years. Otherwise, if this person succeeds in breaking through the boundary, and then luckily enters the ascending state, I am afraid that the Great Wall of Sword Qi will have one more Dong Senjen." Grand Ancestor Tueshan also specifically asked, "Can he recruit Miyu?" The one who answered this question at the time was Jian Xian Shouchen, who said that if there is no older brother Miyu, he will have the opportunity to turn Miyu into the wild. Seeing that Qin Pingan's smile was a bit playful, she immediately noticed something wrong. She was shocked and said sharply, "Can you steal your heart?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't forget where you are at this moment. You really are in your own territory?" The heartstrings of an ascending cultivator trembled slightly and the sound was as loud as thunder. "Even if I cover my ears with my hands, I can still hear it." "Yes. What do you want me to do?" Yangji stared fiercely at Qingtong and Qingtong said aggrievedly, "Sister Yangji, we are familiar with each other, but don't forget that I and the hermit are in the same group." Qin Pingan held back the awkwardness in his heart. It was not the first time he had suffered. When he traveled to Tongyi's Hao with Lu Tai, he did not get goosebumps, so he got used to it. Yangji didn't have a good air. "Beverages are sold for free." Qin Pingan got up and went to the wine jar covered with wooden planks. He uncovered the lid of the wooden plank. A bamboo wine scoop hung on the edge of the jar. He scooped 2 bowls of wine for himself and Qingtong. He sat back at the wine table and asked with a smile. Said, "What's the origin? Why is Wuxia mountain monarch's pomp, but only the sign of mountain god's mansion is hung?" Yangji said, "His name is Mei He, who was once a mountain monarch in a small country. The world has changed and he changed his surname. He made a wrong bet during the period, so the new emperor found a vengeance. He found a way to revoke the title of mountain monarch and was reduced to a mountain god. No one cares about this set of red tapes anyway. Mei He is now in charge of this piece of mountains and rivers, but the Taoism is shallow, just a little golden pill. The Confucian temple obviously did not notify Mei He, so he did not know that I was caught and detained here, and I don't know the true origin of this place. I only regard this volcano group as a place with weak spiritual energy, and treat me as a monk in the Dragon Gate realm who is playing with the world. It may be due to the practice of fire. That's why I took root here and produced a golden pill. I probably wanted to collect some money for buying roads and relocation with me. In the past few years I have hinted at me twice, but I just didn't understand it. It's time to make an ultimatum with me. I was too lazy to take a look at Mei He. According to the guest's private statement, this guy seems to be an official during his lifetime, and the official is not small. What kind of scholarship is the president plus those posthumous titles? I've got a lot of things on my body and I still don't know the doorway inside. I'm talking literally, chatting with him, am struggling. Qin Pingan took a sip of his drink and nodded. Students with half a bucket of water are not willing to speak well. Look up and look weird, just like to scold yourself so much. The previous parade car driving in the clouds and fog, after approaching the mountain temple and the Hippo temple on the side of the wine shop, deliberately slowed down, as if deliberately let this group of idle drunks prepare to pick up and drive early. The Laoshan is called Gong Xinzhou. According to the Golden Jade genealogy promulgated by the Confucian temple, the official rank is now the 7th rank. And the girl like Hippo, whose name for Gonzhou, she is in charge of the river near the wine shop named Chaoqiu. Like Hebo and Di Gong, it is the bottom of the mountain and water genealogy, even inferior to the county town god. The girl murmured, I'm arrogant again, am annoying myself. The old mountain quickly reminded. The official senior level crushes people to death. Do you figure it out for yourself? How much higher is it than the two of us? I will see Mr. Meishan later. You must not pull a person like the last time. Zhang's stinky face, the person in charge of Meishanjun's mansion who came to me for a drink last time, had a bit of incense with me, secretly told me that Qingyun Mansion's inspector has already had an opinion on you. Next year's landscape evaluation, you will probably be bottoming out again. The girl didn't get angry and said, "What's the bottom line? I didn't think about getting promoted and making a fortune. I'm just an influential river woman and I don't have to be demoted. I don't have the least oil and water. I can't get a single official bag. Zhou Xian, my Xiaoqia, what's the situation? No one knows. The county will laugh out big teeth even if the surnamed may dismissed me on the spot. Lao Gong, you can ask the goddess in Qingyun Mansion, are they happy to come over and suffer? As long as whoever is willing to nod, I really won't serve grandma, and whoever loves to be a river girl will go, and after a big deal I will confuse your old gong." The old mountain almost rolls his eyes when he hears it. You are poor and I have saved a few more money to take care of the house. I can afford to drink and eat meat from the big bowl of your little aunt and grandma. What if you want to marry someday and you can't get the dowry by yourself? Gong Xinzhou had to continue to persuade me painstakingly. Believe me, it is always right to give a smile to everybody. No matter how young Xiaoqiu is, he bows his head at home and he doesn't get angry when he closes the door. The gang of spirits who finally took the opportunity to change their clothes, cowered and hid behind the mountain and the river woman, shaking their clothes vigorously, so that the heavy alcoholic scent of their bodies would fade a bit. The skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Meha is not a mountain king, he is still a mountain who opened his house. The mountain shrine and temple built on the top of the horse race beam is called a style. Every time the mountain monarch makes a parade, the ground shakes the mountain even more. Look at the old gong who is standing in front of him and rubbing his hands. He is also a mountain god. What's more, it is said that there are noses and eyes, that Master Mice Qingyun Mansion once every 60 years, can see a few sword lights that scared a ghost to death. Yang Ji glanced at the young Meihe and asked, "This guy has a jade medallion hanging on his waist with the words cool breeze at the end of the day on it. What does it mean? Is it particular?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's nothing but a self-pity and complaint. It means that he was exiled in the end of the sky, far away from the temple in the rivers and lakes, and the emperor is far away, so it is difficult to display his ambition. Is it a pretentious rich idler?" Yangji Tusk said in amazement. "You scholars judge others, just hit the nail on the head." Qin Pingon asked. "He never suspected that you might be a worldly expert with hidden realm?" Yangji replied. "If it's you in your hometown, if you come across a stall selling wine on the side of the road, you will think it's an immortal?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course it will. It must be. What is the earth fairy in my hometown? Even if the so-called earth immortal is the earth immortal of the ancient times, it is nothing in the sky of Lizhu Cave. Can even be said that the higher the level, the more cautious it is, no matter what background. He stopped talking for a while. Only then did he remember the young hidden official in front of him. His hometown seemed to be that Lizhu Cave. It is really used to this person as a local sword repairman of the Great Wall of Sorchi. As for the Lizhu Cave sky, since Zhoumi will be regarded as a place to climb to the sky, I think there is no lack of weirdness. The team of extravagant cars slowly stopped on the ground. Gong Xinzhou pulled the sleeves of the girl next to him, walked forward quickly and said, "Gong Xinzhou, the little of Xiangtou Mountain and Chaoqiu River Paganzhou, meet the Lord Mei Fu." The spirits behind them all learned the same way, bend over and make a fuss with the Mei Mansion monarch, making a noise for a while. "You are all waiting outside." Meihe made a decree to the officials of the mountain god's mansion, stepped out one step, got out of the green oil car, landed on the ground, waved his sleeves, no courtesy. Seeing the woman of Gujiu at a table of 3 people and 2 strange faces, they were still drinking wine by themselves, and they didn't get up to greet each other. Although Lord Fujuan felt unhappy, he didn't put it on his face. These mud-legged people from Shanzhui Xiu's background may have never read a few books in their entire life. It is only natural that they don't understand etiquette, so why bother yourself? Meihe stepped into the wine shop, raised his hand to cover his nose, frowned slightly. The old mountain wiped the table with his sleeve. Gongzhou was about to take the lead, when Gong Xinzhou quickly stretched out his foot and stepped on the girl's instep. The girl suffered from pain. Had to continue to stand. Mei He didn't look at the spirits under his control and said calmly, "Change a place to drink." The 3 wine tables in the wine shop were finally full of guests. As a result, the group of drunks quickly fled the wine shop as if they were amnest. Mei He said some official words with Gong Xinzhou and Ganzhou, then turned his head to look at the woman who sells wine and asked with a smile, "Daoist Jingxing, I never thought of looking for a dojo with a little better aura here. Open up a mansion?" The world's famous mountains and rivers, a place full of aura, occupied half by the Zhongmen Xianfu, 20% by the temples and Taoist temples, and 20% by the gods of mountains and rivers. This is the saying that it is difficult to buy Xiaodongshan. It is not easy to find a good place that can be called a Taoist temple for those who do not become a casual cultivator. This woman of unknown origin in Mei He's eyes is a wild repair who hopes to consolidate her alchemy here. If she has this intention, then Mei He carried a geomancy map with her on this trip and also helped Jupi circle. There are several places for her to choose. I have given her a lot of face, a Dragon Gate Realm Chi practitioner who has not yet formed a pill, but he is a magnificent mansion, equivalent to a golden core earth immortal, sitting in the mountains and rivers, so as long as the opponent is not a sword repairer, even a dragon will have to take it. Seeing that woman smiled but said nothing, Mei He took out a porcelain bottle, unscrewed the lid, smelled the fragrance of flowers and asked with a smile, "These 2 are?" Yangji said, "It is my 2 mountain friends, one surnamed Qin and the other is Qing Tong, both of whom are not locals." Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head, "Not a friend, it's debt collection." Yangji's face remained as usual, but he regretted that this guy had killed Liz Hen. He stood alone on the battlefield holding a sword pointed at their old thrones, and he didn't just stretch out a finger to crush him to death. At this moment, Yangji had deliberately concealed his mood, and Qin Pingon naturally could no longer hear the so-called heartstrings vibrating like thunder. "This Jingxing, don't look at her simple dress, in fact the family has a wealth of money if Mai Shinjun is willing." Qin Pingon raised a palm and shook it on the side of his neck. "After everything is done we can split the balance between the 2 of us." The girl Hepa opened her mouth wide. How could this stranger be so fierce? This kind of murder and over-the-counter activities can be said to be so upright? The Laoshan god is even more like a clay sculpture and wood carving, and he complains constantly. "I will not be murdered, will I?" Mei He glanced at the inconspicuous Qingshan guest, smiled, and for the sake of the name Mr. Maishan, "He was not familiar with you." Mei He also didn't bother to continue to circle with the woman, to go straight to the subject, and not to give the other person a chance to pretend to be stupid. "Friend Jingxing, if I remember correctly, the matter of alchemy will consume a place of luck." Yangji said, "Medium formation? Are there 2 golden core earth immortals in the world?" I never thought that Qin Pingon would immediately follow a very suspicious remark. "It's true." Yangji didn't mind Qin Pingan's words but curiously asked, "Who is?" This is even rarer than a sword repairman possessing 3 or 4 natal flying swords at the same time. On the side of the Confucian temple, the natal characters of Confucian sages. Some Tianxian Taoists of Baiyujing were sheltered by gods. There is also an invincible Vajra by the Buddhist Arhat. But Yangji hadn't heard of any Qi practitioner who could own 2 golden cores per person. Qing Tong was willing to say something and stopped, but it was not easy to reveal the secret, so he mashed up, "There is indeed." Mei He looked displeased. This ant was so ignorant of admiration. Don't blame yourself after returning to the mountain god's mansion, and then teach her how to be a guest. Just leaving like this, it is inevitable to lose his face. Mei He asked Gong Xinzhou, "I saw you in the wine shop before flipping through a book." This old man is obviously used to talking halfway, and the second half makes people rely on guessing. Gong Xinzhou hurriedly took out a brand new imprinted musical notation from his sleeve, handed it to Mei He with both hands and said with a flattering smile, "It's a new version of imprinted musical notation, and the little has nothing to do with him, just flip it over." The reason why the name of the tablature was not reported directly was mainly because he couldn't bear the reading of a certain character. Mei He took it, scanned the preface a few times and then turned a few pages casually. "This book of the Immortal Jian plus the imprint of the 100-sword Immortal before is a piece of stuff. In the eyes of real scholars, it is laughable and generous. The 2 seals and the seals, that is, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, are sold well. If they are placed on our side, if the special identity of the engraver is aside, it will only sales are worrying." The girl Hippo looked at the Laoshan god, The pronunciation of the word seems to be different from what you said. As for the content of the imprint itself, Gongzhou is not interested in the work of a scholar. Lao Shanshan explained to her with his own inner voice. In fact, it is a polyphonic character and I am not mistaken. May he turned a few more pages of his seal. Just say this seal, the word Xianxia, how can it be carved so fragmented? And again this side, the word hero made the slender and charming mistake of loss, which is obvious. This concealed official, all his kung fu is spent on martial arts and sword training. Calligraphy does not consume much effort, but it can be considered forgivable. After all, he is a sword fairy. In the preface of this imprint, there is a highly praised compliment, 102 Spectra of Guanghai Cane, which is a solitary monk of the high pavilion type. May he shook his head, dropped the imprint on the table, lowered his head and sniffed the fragrance of flowers in the bottle. It's just a layman with gold and stone. Haha, at a young age with a fancy name. Yang Ji glanced at the magnificent Mei Fujuan, and then at Qin Pingon who was smiling beside him, found it very interesting. You can't guess it to death. The Lord is sitting here. It's like a painter in front of Fulu Yushuan, picking out the flaws in Xuanfulis attainments. Here is what is wrong, there is not. A gas trainer who practices fire method said that your fire dragon real person thunder method is acceptable, but it is a pity that the fire method is not enough for the fire. The 20-odd square seals of this powder roll are really not of high standard. From this it can be seen that this young hidden official, even if it can be regarded as having a gulf in his chest, is just extremely shallow. What black hair is like a cloud with white teeth and bright eyes, and what green temples and waists are like. It's really vulgar and unsightly. Fortunately, the hidden official got this penknife back in the day. Yes, the scholarly skills of hidden officials are very ordinary. Yang Ji was obviously a little gloat. I didn't think Mei Mansion was so pleasing to the eye before, and his words were so pleasant to hear. Holding the wine bowl, Qin Pingon glanced at the pages of the Yinpu book and said, the Yinpu of the Immortal Jianjian, there should be no such imprints that specifically describe the appearance of women. Gong Xinzhou immediately became unhappy. Do you know all this? Qin Pingon smiled and said, the first copy of the least printed score is definitely free of these contents. If I remember correctly, there does not seem to be any fancy typesetting such as fit powder rolls and drinking rolls. Gong Xinzhou sneered, how rare is this initial copy of the imprint? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Young people brag about it, so they have to make a draft anyway. When the Laoshan god was not polite, he secretly winked at the green shirt guest, and when he went out he shouldn't have to fight for his spirits. You a foreigner, why are you so ignorant and don't know how to observe your words? You didn't see that Mei Shanjun's face has changed? Yang Ji shook the fan and said with a smile, Mr. Mei, I will visit Qingyun Mansion to discuss with you in person when I spend money to buy the dojo. Oh, forget it, today there are guests. She was worried that Mei He would be hacked to death if he didn't agree with him. Although Mei He wondered why the other party had changed his mind, he didn't think much about it. He got up and left, boarded the Qinyu car and headed back home like a cloud. Gong Xinzhou took the young girl Hippo to see off together. When he disappeared from the car, he returned to the wine shop and continued to drink. The bowls on the table were empty and he walked to the wine jar with a white bowl in one hand. The man in the green shirt was already standing by the jar. When the Laoshan god went to scoop the wine, this stranger who didn't understand the world at all, he was quite open at the moment. He didn't take care of himself and was complacent, and he took the initiative to help scoop the wine. The Laoshan god sighed in his heart, why are you doing it early? I have to argue with Mei Fujuan on the stage, that is not painful. Qin Pingon sat back and said, hey, I have printed all over the world and there are mostly counterfeiters. Yang Ji asked casually, do you hate that halberd? Perhaps it was precisely because of the sword that Li Ji made that Qin Pingon had the secret to leave the summer palace and go to jail. Only then would he meet the sewing man, be able to carry the real name of the demon clan, and be able to join the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. An inevitable thing, I really don't know how many accidentally connected together. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I hate him for what he does. There are reasons and unreasonable things. Back then, the local sword repairers of the Great Wall of Sword Qi such as Xiao Yan Luoshan Zhuan Jianxian defectors like Li Ji died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or Zhang Lu chose to stand by from the beginning to the end. It may not necessarily be the temptation of interest in the wild world, maybe they just don't like the Howren world, and they don't want the Howren world to remain peaceful for 10,000 years. Those sword repairers respected Qin Qingdu, who had been stationed at the top of the city for 10,000 years. But deep down they absolutely did not approve of the choice of the old sword Immortal. They would feel too useless and aggrieved. And that halberd was actually one of the first sword repairmen in the upper 5 realms to go to the small wine shop to spend money to buy wine. On the top of the city back then, Qin Pingon took a pot of Juhai Dongtian wine brewed by himself from Liji. Never wanted to take over the hip flask. It was a lead sword with a dead end. Qin Pingon raised the wine bowl, raised it slightly in one direction and drank it in one fell swoop. Without delaying the division of the two sides on certain battlefields, but without hindering the halberds and others, it is still pure sword repair in Qin Ping's mind. Xianxia remembered something. Miyu once played a sword on the battlefield of the old dragon city. I heard that he left the Great Wall of Jianqi and is the Luopa mountain where he took refuge in you? Qin Pingon nodded. Xianxia asked. He hasn't broken the border yet? Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's coming soon. Xianxia disapproved. What's the point of becoming a great sword immortal in the world after breaking through the realm? If you want me to say, Miyu, a person with a sharp sword heart should follow Xiao Deng and go together. Those in the wild world stay here, especially when they have a genealogical identity. They will only be shackled. Just like on a yamen errand they have to pay for a long trip, so why bother? You don't have to save others by yourself. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, since it's not a sword repair, I should teach sword repair less work. Unwilling to say more about this, Qin Pingon glanced at the girl Hippo and asked, I sell wine here every day and I am idle. You never thought about taking Gonzhou as an anonymous disciple and teaching it to her? 1 or 2 water methods. This Chaoqia woman seems to have a destiny, named Snake Pan Mirror, and the name of the mirror is taken from an unnamed old saying with great boldness. I look at Yinghai immersed in torrents and Jiuzhou is in the center like a mirror with a snake. Rumor has it that the origin of the cultivator's view of the sea comes from this. Although the girl's mirror is not of high rank, it is only a spiritual weapon, but it is really a kind of Dao fate to compare with Xianxia according to the rules of the mountain. Xianxia glanced at the girl Hippo, who really didn't hate, and smiled. I haven't thought about this before. Since you said that today, let's look at your mood later. Qin Pingon asked, you two finished talking? Qing Tong nodded and said, if I have a chance to come to Middle-earth Divine Continent in the future, I will find fellow Taoist Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, Qing Tong, do you have any miscellaneous books on your body? Give me some books. Except for the priceless secrets and Taoist tactics, and some precious and isolated ancient books in the collection of Fuyuo, she has only a few miscellaneous books on her body, and she has read it many times over the years. Asking for it, Xianxia really couldn't speak, not to mention that even if she had such a face, the Confucian temple gave a bunch of sage books. Wouldn't it be boring to ask for it? Qing Tong nodded and laughed. What kind of books do you like to read? Is it the 3 religious classics, barnyard official history, Jiguai novels, gifted scholars and beautiful women, martial arts romance? Xianxia was not polite with Qing Tong and said, I will have a few books for each category. Qing Tong turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon guessed his mind and smiled. If you two can do some ugly deeds under the eyelids of Li Xing, you will be able to do it, so what can I stop? So Qing Tong put his heart down, quietly used a technique and gave Xianxia hundreds of books. Xianxia thanked him. Then Xianxia hesitated for a while, staring at Qin Pingon in a daze, and said, I didn't really have any idea about the deal I proposed earlier. Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's not impossible to talk about it, but you have to pay 2 deposits in advance. If you agree, I will travel to the Divine Continent in the future and I will come here to drink again. I will definitely give you a definite answer at that time. Xianxia said, deposit? Tell me about it. Qin Pingon said, your robe, a magic technique, is considered to be an inferior fake for me. You can strip out 30 to 40% of the most important Dao technique context in advance. Xianxia asked again, talk about the second thing. Qin Pingon smiled and said, return the water from Nantang Lake. Xianxia doubted, the second deposit, is this just this? Qin Pingon said, Mr. Mei should really listen to this kind of thing. What is a solid family background? That's it. Xianxia said, the black dragon robe on my body is called Zhou Xian, also known as Huolian. The robes have 2 unusual miracles, which can make the descendants of the Narcissus of the 7 or 8 heads of the dragon's genus succeed in the water. After all, the waterways are all under my control. The effect is no different from that of the dreadful water. The green loach caught in the jail of the Great Wall of Jianqi from the Yuanying realm to the Yupu, relied on this shortcut, and besides the original meaning off-walking water, you scholars know best. I can agree to both things. Seeing that Qin Pingon had clearly made the offer, he readily agreed. Instead, this guy began to hesitate and laughed. Yangji asked, for curiosity, when you finished the fight with Li Zhen, where did you have the courage to provoke us on the battlefield? If it is a stunned green who is not afraid of the sky, it is really possible that he is not afraid at all, but the problem is that the city is serious and the guy in front of him is really not bad. Qin Pingon said, it can be regarded as a kind of questioning boxing. Qing Tong explained, that was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. The stone from another mountain can be used to attack Jade, and it can be used to strengthen the martial artist's indomitable state of mind. Although Yangji is not a pure martial artist, it is just a practice in the world, and the truth is the same, and Qing Tong will understand it by saying this. Qin Pingon stood up, put on his hat again, and said with a smile, next time we will check out together. Better not come. He raised his chin and gestured to the white bowl on the table in front of Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon lowered his head and glanced. There was an extra layer of beverage in the white bowl, and the surface in the bowl seemed to be floating with an ink-colored leaf. Putting the wine bowl in his sleeve, Qin Pingon clasped their fists with the old mountain and He-Pa, and then took Qing Tong out of the wine shop and drifted away. The two of Gong Xinzhou waved goodbye, and continued to look at the imprint that was belittled to nothing by Mei Fujuan. It was not so bad, but suddenly their shoulders crooked, and the imprint fell on the table and picked it up again. I can't afford to carry a sheet that is so light, it seems to have that vital importance. The old mountain snorted. Operating magical powers, finally picked up the sheet, turned his head to look at the ant and asked tentatively, is it you the blame? He took the PU fan and pointed it in the direction where the previous two had left and said lazily, it's the foreigner whose surname is Chen. It's a gift for him to worship the mountaintop with you. Take it well. Be careful not to leak the wind and be snatched by the Lord Mei. To go. The Laoshan god moved slightly and quickly turned the pages of the book. On the last page of the tablature, there was a brand new seal out of thin air that was definitely not available before. If the mountain is not high, it will be clear if there is a god. The girl Hippo craned her neck and looked at it. She didn't take it seriously, but she found that the lady boss suddenly stood up as if a real guest had come to the door, and she looked at the woman with wine. She was full of books. The middle-aged Confucian scholar looks familiar. There is a poor old scholar next to the Confucian scholar, and he is very face-to-face. The two scholars walked here together, and one more dazzled at the poor Chioha, the poor old scholar. It was like shrunk the mountains and rivers, came to the side of the wine table, patted the old mountain on the shoulder, laughed and said, this mountain brother, is the text on the book handsome? Looking back, he was very curious and asked in his heart, why did the Saint of Rites come? Li Sheng smiled and said, I can't hold someone's abnormal behavior. There is no such thing as a smashing and rolling, just drinking alcohol alone, so that Xi Ping is afraid of him, so he has to notify me so that someone can feel at ease. There are generations of people who are hard to beat. Bai Yi, the most proud of the world, the master of Fu Lu Yuxian. Suzy is heroic and Lu Qi is romantic. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain of the previous generation, Ai Aizhou Wei Shi, the real person of the fire dragon lying on the ground, the swordsman Pei Min, the dragon slayer, the of the Middle Earth Zhou Huayin. Beta Shengzheng is in the middle, Taishishan Guo Ting. Pei Cup Chao Ci. But even if Howren is most proud of it, his temperament is as unpredictable as a dragon slayer, and he is unpredictable as Jing Juzhong, and probably on the side of the middle-aged Confucian little master, he will be happy and sincere to obey the younger generation. Pachaoqiu asked cautiously, Master of Rites? Li Xing smiled and nodded. The old scholar straightened his clothes, coughed, then coughed several times. The girl was puzzled. Why, who are you? Even if it is the official master over the Confucian temple, I don't recognize you, so why should I slap up? The old scholar can only get his registration number. I am the gentleman of the swordsman in blue shirt just now. Sword of Coming Chapter 929. In the middle of Beipingzu, a magnificent royal mansion, Daochangchun Hofu Bixiao Palace. There are many plaques hanging in the water house. The merits donated by the head of Guanhu Academy are permanent, the poems and ritual companions written by the head of the Yunlin Jiang family, and the Jing Pinghan sent from Linlu Academy. Even Lu Qingfeng, the old book of rituals in Dali accompanied the capital, made a rare exception during his lifetime and presented a piece of calligraphy. Now on the land of Aquarius Island, Yang Hua, who was innominated by the Confucian Temple, is the well-deserved head of the of water. Qin Pingon did not go to Yang Hua directly. There is no way this blasphemous woman Ho Yi is more true to the top, and she needs to let the concierge announce it. It's just that if anyone can watch this series of dreams from beginning to end, they will find that the dreams created by Qin Pingon are getting closer and closer to the truth. Qin Pingon stepped up the steps and walked to the concierge. I heard that the first thing Yang Hua did when he took office was to order all landscape officials within his jurisdiction not to go to the door to congratulate him, so not to mention many of the landscape gods under the Ho Mansion's low official status, together with the high rank of Jiangshui Xianxia, and the city gods of the southern states of Dai who have not seen Yang Hua's true face yet. Let's take a look at our Wei Shanjun. In this matter there is too much approachability. Even the county town gods, the land masters and the river ladies are fortunate enough to meet their own mountain kings at the night banquet. Previously, Qin Pingon sent a letter to Yang Hua through the hands of Dayunling Mountain Shindo. I believe that Yang Hua's heart is as meticulous as a letter. If there is no accident, Yang Hua should have been to the old sites of Dayunling and Tiaobo River. And most of them are private visits of the kind of microservices. I believe that with Zhou Xian's love to take care of Nozi, and Xin Hebo's water management skills, Yang Hua may not be surprised. There are such two relics from the sea in her jurisdiction, but she will at least not be disappointed. The concierge is an old monk in the Sevuing realm. He is neatly packed. He is wearing a robe that is said to have been woven and refined from the Kaik mansion of Luzhou, northern Zhu, and is now almost becoming a standard official robe of the Dali Xianshui officialdom. The third grade official in the concierge of the Prime Minister, the old concierge still looked kind and took the initiative to go out to treat guests. Hearing that guest he claimed to be Qin Ping and Leopashen. The old monk couldn't hold back any of them and blurted out, "Who?" In fact, this was an impolite act, quite a gaffe. With the experience of the old concierge, he would not have made such a mistake, but the news in his ears was really shocking. The other party was alone and alone. At the entrance to the Ho Mansion, there was no sign that the sword light was shining brightly on the horizon, and it didn't look like a sword fairy. Qin Pingon had to smile and declare himself again. The old concierge oozes sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to babble and said bitterly, "Can you let me give an announcement?" Did not call the other party the Mountain Lord or Qin Jianxian. The old concierge directly used the most important statement in his heart. The old man wanted to let him go immediately, but the Ho Mansion had strict rules. In the past few years the old concierge had stopped how many distinguished guests. Before, there was the capital city god from the capital of Dali who came to the door to discuss the matter. The concierge carefully weighed it and felt he should be let go anyway without notification, but afterwards, Mother Lu from the Department of Etiquette and Systems scolded him severely, saying why you were so confused. Qin Pingon nodded and smiled, "Just go according to the rules." The old concierge was anxious, and stood outside the threshold of the Ho Mansion with the hermit. "I'm a bit curious now. I don't know if my Ho Mansion will open the Yaimen to welcome guests today. This is the courtesy of the princes and princes of Dali, otherwise the monarchs of the 5 mountains and 1 continent will come here. But this young sword fairy who was born in Aquarius Island but served as the last hermit in the Great Wall of Jianqi, is a rare visitor, not to mention that his owner was promoted from the position of the Tiefu River water god, and he is a close neighbor to the Luapa mountain. It seems to be public for private, and it seems that the Ho Mansion should open the door of the ceremony. But those who came to welcome the young hermit were the second in command of the Department of Etiquette, and a goddess of the Hofu Seal Department. Changchun Ho did not personally show up. Just such an incident made the concierge feel a little guilty and more trembling. Dare not say anything. It can be seen that there was a ceremony to observe Xingyang Mountain first, and then the status of the astonishing hidden official, which spread across the continents and rivers overnight through the Dibao, and the water came to the fore. Now in the Aquarius Xianshui officialdom the name, Qin Pingon, in itself is the most useful pass. The palm print goddess first saluted Qin Pingon as a female officer, then gave a blessing and apologized. "Qin Shanju, my master is just waiting for guests. It is not convenient to leave the guests for the time being. I hope that Qin Shan's main body will forgive me." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It should be the case. It's good to visit your house in a hurry without prior notification and without having to shut the door." Two Hofu goddesses who were not from the old officials of Tai Fujiang, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's still not very similar to the imaginary master hidden official. To be precise, it is very different. As a result, a group of 3 people walked through the corridor and walked halfway, and then 2 other female officials in official uniforms came. Look at that official Tuzi, they should be the first and second leaders of the Water Mansion. They were like waiting for the rabbits on the road early. They happened to pass by and then dropped in. They could go to the hospitality office of the Department of Etiquette together. It was quite dripping and could not fault it. The female officials of the Department of Ceremony Systems stared at them, and only then received the report from the concierge. Before leaving the government office, they specially reminded the officials not to make mistakes. Why is it still such a trifling matter? The goddess of the Seal Division could only remind the 2 of them in her heart and said in a deep voice, "Come, but no one is allowed to speak next. If Lu Lizzie is present today, you 2 will definitely not be able to eat." Similar to the mansion of Luzhou Lingyuan in Beiju. Because the owners of the mansion are all women, there are a lot of female officials, and there is a somewhat overwhelming and declining atmosphere. After passing by the government offices, the door or the window inevitably probed the head, but it was still silent and did not dare to make a lot of noise. Obviously, they are all curious about the appearance of the youngest engraved sword repairman in the history of the Great Wall of Sorchi. When he arrived at the main room of the Department of Etiquette, the goddess said in a soft voice, "I still need to trouble Xianxia for a while. As Hou Yi said earlier, it probably needs a little bit of incense and he won't let Xianxia wait for a long time." There was a maid serving here. She quickly brought a cup of tea for Qin Pingon, but the official uniform on her was showing off, just like a member of a certain department of the imperial court. "Guests." Qin Pingon thanked her and took the tea. The teacup is Longquan celadone from his hometown. The glaze is the first-class plum green. And when you look at the craftsmanship, it was made at the mouth of a kiln in Baoshi. Qin Pingon even knew that the teacup in his hand was made by the master, or at least the disciple that the master brought out. Just quietly weighing the teacup, Qin Pingon sighed. The old kiln mouths near Baoshi always used the porcelain clay from the Huangmeojian area as usual, but now they actually use the clay from the Xianxian ancient road. It is the result of the official kiln being transformed into a civil kiln. The layman sees the excitement and the insider sees the doorway. The same kind of porcelain clay is collectively called Zijin soil. Because of the different mountain tops, there will be subtle differences in water and soil. The weight and viscosity of the soil will be different. It will be ever-changing. The layman can't see the difference, but the layman can see at a glance. For example, the porcelain clay in the Huangmeojian area is much better than that on the Xianxian ancient road, but the number of kiln-fired artifacts will be much lower. The cost of the major kilns can be ignored. Nowadays, some are sold for civilian kills, and every time a piece of inferior porcelain is broken, it is broken silver. The goddess of the palm print gave the maid winks several times, and the latter reluctantly left the official hall. Yang Hua appeared outside the door of the Department of Ceremony, and saw the sword fairy in Qingshan who was drinking tea inside, with Erlang's legs tilted up, drinking tea leisurely in a leisurely manner, without the slightest unpleasant expression. When Yang Hua crossed the threshold, Qin Pingon just put down his teacup. The 2 female officials in the house hurriedly bid farewell to Yang Hua, and walked gently, quickly exiting here. Yang Hua sat on the opposite chair and asked bluntly, "Lord Qinshan is going to the door today. What is your order?" Qin Pingon deliberately skipped the word you, and explained to Yang Hua what he came for. Seeing Yang Hua hesitated, Qin Pingon picked up the teacup again and smiled. "Don't be embarrassed, I will leave after drinking tea." Is a pun. Yang Hua mostly wanted to say hello to the Empress Dowager. She didn't dare to act on her own, because she was worried that the Shui Mansion and Qin Pingon and Luopishan would go too long, which would arouse suspicion. But if Yang Hua feels embarrassed, the incense stick is actually meaningless. Although in Qin Pingan's view, Yang Hua is already a prince of Dadu, but she has not been able to get out of the shadow of the maid of the Queen Mother Nanzan. There will be many sequelae. It's just this kind of thing. Qin Pingon is an outsider and it's useless to say more, maybe it will backfire. Sure enough, after drinking the tea, Qin Pingon stood up. Yang Hua suddenly said, I have no problem with that incense stick. Qin Pingon was quite surprised, but he still thanked her. Yang Hua rarely had a smiling face and replied politely, "Why do you thank the Lord Qinshan for mutual benefit?" Since the other party went to the door today, in addition to seeing him during the period, he also sat there holding a teacup and leaning his legs, which was considered very polite. After that, Yang Hua took the initiative to talk to Qin Pingon. It turned out that the group of guests that she needed to receive in person were from Nantang Lake Green Plum View. In addition to the 2 Green Plum Viewing girls, there is also Nantang Lake Shuijun, the of water. The officials under the Changchun Hofu, they had just left the house, and the people who accompanied them were Zhou Xian, the sword immortal of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect, and the Madame Yen Yen who had the pseudonym Mei Qingke. On the gate, Mrs. Yen Yen used Mei Qingke, and the Daoist name Zhou Xian. So Qin Pingon had to ask with a smile, "Hurry up, when I leave the official office and leave directly, Ho Jun won't mind?" Yang Hua is not aware of it, so it's okay to just say it. In the corridor of the official hall, a green shirt and Yang Hua hugged his fists to say goodbye, turning into a sword of light to travel thousands of miles away in an instant. After Yang Hua left the ceremony department, several goddesses returned to the official room one after another. The ceremonial secretary, who pretended to be a maid serving tea once and serving tea again, raised his arm, smiled and said, "Just now, when I saw the young hermit, I got goosebumps." The second in command of the Department of Etiquette of the immediate boss laughed and scolded a nympho. "Catch up with a Green Plum Viewing private ferry in the sea of clouds, wearing a green shirt, big sleeves dangling and landing on the bow." Zhou Yunyan noticed the unusual Dao Qi ripples, shrank in one step and came to the bow deck. He was surprised and he folded his hands and smiled and said, "Why is the hidden officer here?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "It's just a coincidence. As soon as your front foot left, I entered the Ho mansion on the back foot." The master of Qingmei View is a middle-aged woman-like female cultivator, but her head is covered with frost and snow. Obviously, it was the previous move that was forced to relocate to the Patriarch's Hall, which hurt the fundamentals of the Great Tao. In addition to practicing water law, it was also in agreement with the Nantang Lake numerology. The female cultivator in Guanyi moved to another place, which was just a move. To her, it was a great loss to her vitality. Even if she did not fight with the demon clan, she almost fell. Standing next to the woman was Zhou Qianglin, the younger generation of the insider and expert on the mountain. There is also a woman covered with moisture, pale golden eyes. Now Nantang Lake, the lake is full again, the plum blossoms are reopening and the landscape has changed. Qin Pingon clasped his fists and smiled. "I have seen Song Guanju, Qin Hujuan Zhou Xianzi." After some courtesy, Qin Pingon only said that he was looking for Zhao Jianxian to talk about the old, and he would not bother with Qingmei. It can be seen that the 3 of Nantang Lake are extremely nervous. The shadow of the famous Tree of Man was originally just one of 10 young people in the world. It was shocking enough. So I heard that Qin Shanju will leave the ferry soon, both regretful and relieved. When he arrived at Zhao Yunyan's residence, Zhou Yunyan asked if he wanted to drink, and Qin Pingon said that it's not necessary, chatting for a few words and leaving immediately. Mrs. Yen Yen was sitting in a precarious manner. She clenched fists with empty hands, placed her knees lightly without squinting as if she was discussing matters in her own dragon elephant sword ancestor's ancestor hall, and met the Lord Qi Lao Jianxian. Qin Pingon asked Zhou Yunyan about the current situation of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect and Nan Pasuazhou, and then said to Mrs. Yen Yen, "If possible, Mrs. Yen Yen had better change the road number." Mrs. Yen Yen asked with a bitter expression, "Speak to the hidden officer, why is this?" "What's wrong? I just picked up a nice and elegant road number casually. Is it bothering you? Doesn't it mean that I have to take some soil, right? Hidden officials find it smooth? Is it so wide?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I just said casually, there is a pure martial artist named Ma Zhuxian who fell into a state not long ago. Do you think it's unlucky and unlucky? Of course, if Mrs. Yen Yen feels nothing, I don't care." Mrs. Yen Yen sighed and stomped lightly. "Can this be caught up by herself?" Zhou Yunyan paid more attention to the affairs of Howren than Mrs. Yen Yen and asked, "Is that Chao Sis' big brother Ma Zhuxian?" Qin Pingon nodded and then drew out a white bowl from his sleeve. His fingers seemed to be picking up something. It was crystal clear and translucent like a bead. The precious light was flowing and the water was abundant. Zhou Yunyan is a good acquaintance and asked with a smile, "This is?" Qin Pingon explained, I saw the big demon in a certain place in the Middle-earth divine continent before, and it's an extra addition to the business. Xiao Yunyan was puzzled and smiled and joked, what does the hidden officer do? I have no merit and no reward. This trip is just running errands, which is no different from traveling in mountains and water. I don't practice water law. Isn't it a violent thing to give this thing to me? Mrs. Yen has heard loudly for a while, and what was eaten into her belly by an old throne demon can also spit it out obediently. Lord Hidden Officer, we are such a great official authority. Qin Pingon glanced at Mrs. Yen and said with an aura, go and ask the Lord Qin to come over. Remember please. When the Nantanga woman named Shuijun came, she saw that Qin Yingguan had been standing with the Xiao Jianxian in the corridor of the door, waiting for her to come to the door early. There is a white bowl on the table, and the drop of water in the bowl waits until Mr. Qin takes his seat, like an old friend, like an old master, and the light shines all over the house. Actually, Qin Pingon didn't plan to find this Qin Hujun to do business, but it just so happened that it was an unmissable fate. After Qin Hujun heard about it, he was reluctant to take that merit. He only said that Nantang Lake is 80% of the lake water, and it is already a great fortune to be able to return to the original place. Not to mention that it is the effort of a hand to ignite a stick of heart incense. Nantang Lake, it is necessary to build a shrine for hermits and worship the gods. She said this sincere words, and Mrs. Yen was in a complicated mood. She never thought of this boring gourd girl Hujun. If she did not speak, she would be so desolate as soon as she spoke. When the young hidden official left the ferry, Xiao Yunyan reminded with a smile, Mr. Qin, listen to my persuasion and forget about building the shrine for health. Don't secretly worship the memorial tablet and worship incense every day. What the hidden official said is also a Confucian. Disciple Yuli is not in harmony. Qin Hujun held the white bowl with both hands, never put it in his sleeves, thought for a while and said, according to the Confucian temple rule, I, as a lake water monarch, is allowed to open the mansion, so I can bring a Confucian temple ritual vessel to the nearest academy. Yes, if I talk to Guanhu Academy and ask for a certain sage book from Master Wenxing, I will not cause trouble for the hermit, right? Xiao Yunyan showed admiration, nodded and smiled. This matter is feasible. Mrs. Yen sighed. Qin Hujun, you have practiced in Luopa Mountain, Tiaobo River, now officially renamed Laoyuhu. Old He Boatsen Wenqian, also successfully promoted to 2 ranks, promoted to Yidi Hujun with the same rank as Hishui Jingxin, and just got a 7-rank official body. Because before, Sun Wenqian followed the woman Ho Jun Yanghua and went to the Ministry of Industry to accompany the capital. He made a lot of suggestions on dadu dredging and certain closing dragons, and was judged as a good comment by the Dali court. Now Sun Wenqian, even still, he also serves as a temporary official position as a member of the water department of the Pei capital, and needs to go to Dianmao, on the side of the Pei capital, to work as an errand every some time. And through Yang Hua's personal recommendation, the Dali court's inspection and promotion to Hujun passed smoothly. There were a lot of things and a lot of joints, but the speed was extremely fast. This made Sun Wenqian sigh with emotion. The same thing if it were in the officialdom of her home country, let alone less than a month's work. It is estimated that not a year or a half of hard work would never be achieved. I saw the sword fairy in Qingshan, exchanged greetings with each other, and then looked at each other and smiled. Some things, since both sides know well, they can only say nothing. Sun Wenqian agreed without hesitation. Then I want keep Mr. Qin. I never thought of Qin Pingon with a smile. You can still have a few glasses of wine. Sun Wenqian asked, then go to Dayunling to catch the autumn breeze. The self-brewed water of Dayunling Mountain God's Mansion is well known. The scholar with the surname Chui came here admiringly. One is the fish from the Diaobo River, and the other is the wine from Dayunling. If you can drink and eat fish, you will be a must. Qin Pingon nodded and said, if you are a big dog eater, it's better to rob the rich and help the poor. When he arrived at the Dayunling Mountain Shrine, Miaozhu hurriedly prepared a secluded house. Dou Yen stood at the door, greeted with a smile, and hurried forward. The old god's expression was flattering. Isn't this Qin Jianxian? I said that if I turn over the yellow calendar today, why is it suitable for traveling far away and for hospitality? It turned out to be Qin Jianxian admiring his face and giving our little temple a chance to entertain guests. Go sit inside, Sun Hujun. How come here empty-handed? Hurry up, tell the Hujuan mansion to send 2 big fish over. I will cook today and cook a table of home-cooked dishes for Qin Jianxian. Helping his own Daiyunling and connecting with the Bixiao Palace, Ho Jun and Yang Hua came to this mountain in person. Dou Yan was a familiar face on Ho Jun's side, especially helping his old friend Sun Wenqian tide over the difficulties. Not to mention but also because of a blessing in disguise, the change of course was obviously a disaster but was promoted. Now Sun Wenqian knows that he is eyes and eyes with that Ho mansion, let alone shouting Qin Jianxian. Even if you make Dou Yan bow his head and learn from the flattery of the officialdom, it's okay to call Master Qin to Master Qin. The average young person knows how difficult it is to ask for help. When people are poor in summer, begging for someone is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. If they can't understand these old principles for a lifetime, they are probably really lucky people. Originally, Dou Yan was ready to go fishing in the river himself, so Sun Wenqian might have taken a few trips to Dedehufu and Dallas, a company capital, and all of a sudden the elm knots were resuscitated. He actually asked them to wait for a while and then personally go fishing. Soon there was a table of wine and food. Dou Yan took off his apron and put it on the back of the chair, indicating that he was indeed himself cooking. Qin Pingon took a chopsticks and steamed sea bass. It was the apricot sea bass unique to Diaobo River. He took a sip of wine, sipped, gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Eating fish and drinking wine, it tastes great and it has a well-deserved reputation." Hidden somewhere, Qing Tong had to remind him in a low voice, "If you keep staying you will lose a lot of business." Qin Pingon stays in the dreamland of the long river of time, and he needs to lose some merits. "Thanks to your hard work in trading, what's the picture?" Qin Pingon smiled with his heartfelt voice. "It's just that I want to drink and some friends ask me to drink as long as I want to eat and drink." Qing Tong had to continue to wait patiently. "When I was drinking tea in the mansion of the woman Ho Jun, I never saw you so bold." At that time, Qin Pingon actually had a few words in his heart, and depending on his posture he had to settle accounts with that Yang Hua who had been reluctant to show up for a long time. When Dou Yan learned that Luopa Mountain was in Tonggishao, he actually planned to establish the next sect, so he began to inquire about the news and asked with a smile, "Is there really wanting to learn from our Aquarius Island and develop a brand new one? Really want to start construction? Can it really happen?" Haoran Jiuzhou, the 3 principal and deputy heads of the Confucian Temple, together with the 3 university palaces to worship wine, and the division, rushed to each continent one after another, and a total of 16 datas were sealed. Baijiluzu and Beipingzu each have one, and Tonggishao does not have one. Therefore, in the Peach Leaf Alliance, one of the things is to discuss the joint efforts to open up the Dadu and redread the old Dudu waterways. Using the buried river as the main trunk, leading the river into the sea, the empress of the Yao family of the Daquan dynasty, it is estimated that she was willing to mix up those mountain things with this consideration. Of course, not all water that enters the sea can be called blasphemy. Like the Rin River in Tongya Island, plus its tributaries, it can be as long as thousands of miles. Even the rank of the river is only from the 7th rank, but the water veins are less than 3 or 4,000 miles long, and it can also become a great blasphemy. The Confucian Temple has never announced the specific evaluation method regarding Jiang's name change, how to get promoted, and how to obtain the du suffix. Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. There is this plan, but it is more difficult to implement it in detail, as the interests of all parties are extremely difficult to balance. Sun Hujuan is a water control expert and knows the potholes here best. Moreover, on the side of Tonggishao, the heads of the 3 academies of Dafu, Tianmu and Wuxia dare not nod their heads. Whether this is feasible or not, even if it is a hint, the academy will definitely not give it. Once Dada has a backbone. The rudimentary form of the river, the closing of the dragon, the diversion of the diversion, and the diversion of the road. In the end, the Confucian Temple was not able to pass, resulting in the Great Water never being awarded the title of Dadu. Then for the Big Spring Yao who participated in this matter, the person from the north for all the participating dynasties, small countries and mountain immortals, Jinding Temple and Pushen are not the loss of dozens and hundreds of Guyuqian, but accidentally they totaled as many as tens of thousands. Guyuqian's bad debts, muddled accounts and then embarrassed went back to each house and then wanted to fill in the holes in their respective treasury. It is estimated that the Xianxia of the households and the gods of wealth on the mountain will all resign anyway nothing. Looking forward to it. Dou Yan sighed. Qin Pingon raised the wine bowl, touched with Zhou Xian lightly, smiled and asked, "How come you want to ask this?" Sun Wenqian was also curious about whether there was a blasphemy in Tongyi's Hao in the south, and what could it have to do with your mountain Do Yen, so she joked, in front of the sesame mung bean officer, "Take the heart of the Shofu Shangshu. Friends often take pleasure in dismantling each other." Do Yen raised his head and drank the wine in the bowl. He said, "To the truth, this is not a big or small mountain school on Tongyi's Hao. It is one of the mountain forces of the Taoya League. In support of the relationship I found our Bea Pingzu, and then I was a friend of the mountain god and I somehow blended with it. This guy felt that there was an opportunity to make a fortune, so he asked me if I wanted to participate so I could collect a sum of money. After it's done you can pay back at most 200 or 300 years and then you can lie down and count your money every day. Such a good day can last for 700 or 800 years. According to that friend, if you roughly calculate it, you can at least have quadruple profits." Sun Wenqian smiled angrily. "You guys are crazy about money. Now that the Confucian temple has reopened the confession, I have to thank 3 people. Ai Aizha Weishi, De Li Guishir, embroidered tiger Cui Huang. Yuan Yu of the sub-sage lineage, Howren's youngest academy leader in history. One is for this matter and has been screaming for many years, because Wei Shi did not participate in the Confucian temple deliberations, but it is rumored that Wei Shi revisited the old things and sent a letter to the 3 Confucian temple leaders. And that Cui Yang didn't say a word and he never even dealt with the Confucian temple. He just does his own way, and does his own way to get things done. The emergence of Chidu became the best positive example, proving that a continent of mountains and rivers has a great duke, which is used to gather water transportation, and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. After was Yuan Yao, who formally raised the matter during the discussions in the Confucian temple. In fact, Qin Pingon also knew a secret matter. On that night ship, Qin Pingon had met with Yuan Yu, the little heavenly master of Long Hushan, and the young monks, and they had not only surveyed the world. In addition to the subtle deviations of the latest several types of weights and measures, I did make a special trip to complete a Chidu, which is one of the key objects of investigation. Do Yen filled himself with wine again, raised his wine bowl to someone, and smiled at the unsightly sword fairy in Qingshan. "Sun Wenqian, you are a small lake gentleman. Let's cool off. Sir Hidden Officer, why don't you give a precise sentence from your old man? If fails, I will advise that friend not to use the fairy money to get rid of it. If it succeeds, then I will pile up Yunling to collect money." Qin Pingon poured the wine, shook the bowl and said, "This stack of Yunling drinks is not cheap." Sun Wenqian took the wine bowl and knocked on the table, reminding Do Yen that he should not take his time staring. "Doda Shan, Mr. Qin has said so much and he didn't understand it. After a long time he can't understand human words." Because Sun Wenqian can conclude that as long as there is no accident, Tong Yezhou would not want to reopen Dadu, and Qin Jiangxian's words have already broken the secret, which can be regarded as the final word for this matter. A peach and leaf alliance, just a few forces on the mountain and down the mountain, how can they have the ability to make such a feat? One of the so-called agendas is a superficial effort to unite people's hearts. Only one possibility is there, to hope to create a great blasphemy for Tongyi's Hao, that is to be led by Yu Guizong, and Wei Ying must show up in person, not hesitating to consume the merits of his own sect, and then pull on the Lu family of Ia's Hao. If you are rich and powerful, you may have to pull in the northern ally of the Dali imperial court and share the account together. Qin Pingon thought for a while and said, "It's not just Brother Do. If Mr. Tsin has some spare money, he can count as a share." Sun Wenqian was stunned. The new Hujuan was a little confused. Qin Pingon continued, "God Doshan, you have to give me a guarantee that it's okay to borrow money from everywhere, but even if it's with your colleague and friend, don't say anything even if you can't hold it. When the other party asks, you just perfunctory just say that it is the gossip from the side of the road, and it is his business to believe it or not. It is definitely not for him to drink this wine today. Homely with anyone and tell me everything." Do Yen nodded as if smashing garlic and laughed. "If I don't understand this officialdom, it'll be the of the mountain." Sun Wenqian asked curiously, "This is?" As a result, the other party smiled and gave an answer. "I will facilitate this." Sun Wenqian was dull and speechless, only feeling incredible, couldn't believe it, just had to believe it. The meaning of this young sword fairy could not be clearer. It's okay for the 3 college leaders to nod their heads. Sun Wenqian was silent for a long time, but as soon as the Hujuan spoke, Dou Yan almost squirted out a sip of wine. Mr. Qin, I have been shy for a long time, you have to lend me some money. Of course it is Gu Yu Qian. Qin Pingon just took a chopsticks and steamed sea bass hanging in the air helplessly said, this fish is really not cheap. Finally, after Qin Pingon left Dayunling, Dou Yan was puzzled and said, it's weird why I always have an illusion so unreasonable. Sun Wenqian smiled and said, I was drinking at the same table but it seemed like a world away. Dou Yan patted the table, in one word. That's how I feel. Wenqian, shouldn't we two dreams? Sun Wenqian asked with a smile. I want to verify the truth of this matter. It's very simple, stretch my face and I will slap you in the face. Dou Yan smiled and cursed a few words, and after reducing his smile he asked softly, we have such good things because of the scholar named Cui back then? Sun Wenqian nodded. Dou Yan was silent for a long time only to say a good word. This surname Qin is also very nostalgic. Book Jin, who not long ago had the first Hujuan. This is definitely not a good thing for the Xinjing sect, whose jurisdiction encompasses the entire Shujian Lake. It's not just about getting a piece of the pie. It's just another bed on the side of the couch. The new Hujuan is classified according to the rank of the latest Jinyu genealogy of the Confucian Temple, from the highest rank of the third rank, which is equivalent to the rank of the water of the Great Li Tiefu River and the long rank of the Old Qiantang. In this case, looking at the lively Aquarius native genealogical monk, he also sympathized with the True Realm sect. The Dali court was indeed suspected of crossing the river and breaking the bridge. It is said that it was Lu Qingfeng, the old Xianxia who had passed away in office, who contributed to this. I just don't know what the current Lu Laoqing of Maiyanaji Island, the third sovereign of the True Realm sect, feels now. Will Yuguazong feel resentful for this, and there will be some gaps with the Song clan of Dali? Anyway, in the past few months, the atmosphere of the Xinjing Zongdi boundary and the surrounding city of Shujian Lake has been a little bit curious. Hui fell in the mountain world and there was a new school established a few years ago. The head of the school was an old monk with a background in casual cultivation, named Zhang Yi. The change of Shujian Lake is like a rainstorm that is ready to go. Whoever has a big door, a lot of courtyards and more raindrops will fall, but it doesn't matter if the door is small. Almost every year an old friend comes here to visit Xianxia. The female island owner of Sulan Island, Tian Hujuan, who is Lu Zimeo's eldest disciple, is a native Jindan Dixian of Shujian Lake. She also came here today, but she was like the master and she used the blindfold method because the person she saw was Zhang Di. Among the monks on Xianxia Island, Zhang Di, who was the owner of the fishing house, was the first cherish from the dragon to follow Lu Zhimao, and he was not even one of them. Zhang Di, who did not have a family background, may not have the later true monarch Zhejiang, let alone the current chief of Xinjing sect. In a small room, Zhang Di sat around a brazier with his old master Lu Zhimao and Tian Hujuan. Zhang Di drank a bowl of wui wine from Chishuiqing. Expensive, it's not an honorable guest and it's not easy to take it out to entertain guests. For small households, you need to spend money everywhere, but he is the head of the house. He spends a lot of money. The practice of those disciples is used as a spiritual tool for their life, and daily medicated food. And occasionally giving favors to Huiyuishan's neighbor Xianfu. Whereas no fairy money, although it was a little shabby, but the life was very fulfilling. Zhang Di didn't even think it was a joy in hardship. On the way of life, the last time I lived in this state of mind was many years ago. I just met Lu Zhimao at that time. One ambitious, the other ambitious, and two self-made paupers will look forward to the future together. Zhang Di, holding a wine bowl, twisted a peanut and threw it into his mouth, curiously said, what is the background of this new Jinhu monarch? And there is no official news. Lu Zhimao sneered. Zhang Yi, the head of the Langhua school, the second in command of Qianxia Island in his early years, and the Yixiu Zhongli, who was above 10,000 people under the Shijianhu in the end, under the hands of a monk in the Dragon Gate realm at Hulushan, half rental and half buy a piece of fartland. Zhang Master, tell yourself what are the official outlets. Now those landscape mansion newspapers are all borrowed from the monk's Fuluocean, right? Zhang Di picked up a few rice cakes from the plate, dipped them in the fermented bean curd and grilled them on the iron net on the stove. Small, the name is big. As for the expenses of the Shanshui mansion report, if you can save it, you can borrow it to read it, and you won't miss a few words on the mansion report. Langhuan's blessed land in Luxiazu and the blessed land of Mandarin Duck in Jinjiazu are all excellent places in Jiuzhou, which is famous for its awe-inspiring nature. just picked up a big leak and was able to name it Longhuan School, but it meant that Zhang Lu's sect would never want to join the sect in the future, unless it was temporarily renamed. In the past few years, every time Zhang Di went to Shujian Lake, he went to two places to meet the ghost Xiu Zhenji who brought up the mountain and set foot in practice. The simple and cowardly young man Zhang Di took to leave Maoyue Island. When I arrived at Xianxia Island, I met the accountant and had all the opportunities and circumstances behind. There is also the site of Hangbo Island in the past, but now it is just a surface of the water. Anyway, Zhang Di will deliberately bypass Xianxia Island. Obviously, he has made up his mind to draw a clear line from the past. Lu Zhimao said, the new Hujuan Xia fan is a ghost. I heard that he was born as a scout in the Dali Frontier Army. He had made a lot of feats during his lifetime and led a team to attack and kill a Yuanying demon race. He didn't show up much and I don't know his true character yet. In short, it's not a fuel-efficient lamp, but a smiling tiger. Especially when he is accompanied by an assistant of unknown origin. He is called Wu Guanqi and does not have a Dao name. I heard that he was born in casual cultivation. If you want me to see, it's mostly a vicious person born as a spy. After listening to Lu Leicheng's words, Xia Fan can stand out from the crowd of heroes and make up for such a big shortfall. It seems the big Empress Dowager secretly contributed a lot. Zhang Di smiled and said, this kind of fairy fighting in the clouds and fog, we small trash fish who only eat in the shallow waters on the shore, just watch the excitement. Lu Zhimao smiled and said, it is indeed more comfortable than I am. Over the years, Lu Zhimao has repeatedly persuaded Zhang Di to return to Shujian Lake. Even if he does not serve as a genealogist in Zhenjingzong, choose one among the vassal islands of Hangbo Mansion on Xianxia Island, which is similar to Tianhu Jun Dangdang, the island owner, can't create a mountain and establish faction? It's better than staying incognito here, leading a bunch of young people with a little spiritual aptitude and eldest children dealing with chicken and all day long. Is it fair to say? If it were someone who was so ignorant and didn't know anything about it, Lu Zhimao would have slapped him for fear of death. But I heard that this site where birds do not was first recommended by that person. Because Zhang Di chose such a name for his school, Lu Zhimao once privately asked a geographer to come here to examine the geography, but he could not see the slightest way. In accordance with Lu Zimao's consistent behavior in his early years, he can change the owner after falling down the mountain. I used to be a wild cultivator, but now my status has changed, so I have to be kinder and just spend some money. Just the other party dare to offer high prices? Don't take the chief of a sect head seriously. Lu Zhimao glanced at his eldest disciple. Look at yourself and then at others. It's said that people are more popular than others, so why don't you die? Every time Tianhu Kun is in this room, he really doesn't dare to drink too much. I'm afraid that the teacher will be upset wherever I am, and then I will calculate with my new and old accounts. Hearing Lu Zimao's hidden murderous words, Tian Hujin's face instantly turned pale. The so-called people of Master is, of course, the hidden official now. Zhang Di shook his head and smiled. Jun Tianhu is not bad anymore. Isn't even the golden core immortal now worthless? Lu Zhimao chuckled. On the Tongyi's house side, it's always valuable. If our Tiandixian goes there, it's not difficult to open up the mountain. Zhang Di's impression of Tian Hujuan, who has grown up step by step, is not bad. It's just that her Taoism is not strong enough. To say that there is not much harm to others in the previous Shijian Hu, this kind of monk has a realm and is not cruel enough. On the contrary, it is difficult to gain a foothold in the long term. It is just that the time has passed and he has become a genealogical monk of the True Realm sect. It's probably like a joke made by the accountant back then. It's hard for people today to explain things about the day. After this, there is another saying from the bottom of the heart. If you wake up and you are still fine today, it is a good time in the world. Zhang Di converged a little, jokingly said, your real-world sect, if you don't have the ability to fart, you are frequently changing the suzerain and the world is number one. If you change again the next suzerain, why should it be your turn? Jiang Shangzhen Wei Ying Lu Laoqing, the top spot in Zhushitang. The chair is about to be replaced before it is hot. Lu Zhimao was on the side of an old friend and he didn't know how to hide it. He smiled and said, Lu Laoqing mentioned it to me in private and asked me if I have this thought. If he wants to, he will start planning this matter now. When the time comes, Lu Laoqing will follow the recommendation of Zong, so as not to hold the Buddha's feet temporarily. It will be difficult to pass Yugui Zong. After all, Wei Ying is not a vegetarian, he will definitely have his own layout. Just talk about the Jifeng now has a new owner. But I didn't agree to this matter. To tell the truth, the 3 former and former suzerains of Yu Guizhong, from Sun Yuan to Jiang Shangzhen to today's Wei Ying, any one of them is a very powerful role. Zhang Di was a little surprised. He handed Lu Zhimao a golden rice cake and then gave Tian Hujuan another one. Why didn't you agree? Being the first and second in command, the taste here is a world of difference. Lu Zhimao took the Mikkei, lowered his head and gnawed. I can see that the identity of the genealogy on my body is just a piece of clothing that can't be taken off after passing it on. Others look at keeping warm and they feel too hot to wear and want to take it off hard. If you don't wear it, you have to take off your clothes with a layer of skin and flesh. I want to be only a chief worshipper, and I will say that there will be no retreat. But if the successor is to succeed the sect master, this will mean that I have to go all the way to the dark in this life. In the end, it's not better to be a freelance Xianxia, acting unscrupulously, holding the power of life and death. In the Shujian Lake back then, anyone who wanted to climb up had to make a path. Just imagine any island owner, regardless of size, who had no bones under his feet as the stepping stone. Now one is the monk's own realm that has the final say. Finally, it's relying on the doorway and the teacher to pass on. In short, don't take the monk realm in the head of the zone too seriously. Let's say that on Mayayanaji Island, a little girl named Zhou Xian was filmed. What kind of spiritual qualifications does she have, and the result? Not to mention that Li Fuyu regarded her as his own, and was even more direct than the original. It was the Lord Lu Laoqing who saw her, and that was a bit more amiable. There is also Li Fuyu's newly accepted disciple Guochuanxi from a small place called Xianyu County. He was once a pure martial artist who was a half-hearted warrior. He was a 3-level air trainer who was piled up entirely on the god's money. Li Fui is really willing to accept him as an heir? It was nothing more than a mess that Jiang Shangzhen had thrown over, and Li Fuhua didn't dare to neglect it at all, but she couldn't help but careless. Similarly, as the second enshrined Li Fui, she didn't dare to put a fart on Jiang Shangzhen's side. On the side of the general ancestor hall members of the True Realm sect, she casually struck a few words with others who would dare not take it seriously. Furthermore, Zheng Yi, who is stupid with stupid blessings, where did he get the secret book back then, and how could he be praised by others as, you can open a way for ghosts? Is it impossible to fall from the sky? It can barely be counted. After all, Jiang Shangzhen was indeed thrown to Zhenji casually, and then Zhenji took a walk by the roadside and picked it up. Zhang Di glanced at his old friend, nodded, understood. Lu Zhimao caught a glimpse of the big disciple from the corner of his eye, and she was still eating rice cakes happily there. Fucking, it's such a silly trash. Got our real gentleman Jie Jiang half to death and almost couldn't help it, slapped her face with a slap. In fact, Lu Zimeo's words have 2 meanings hidden. Lu Laoqing, he has been in the fairyland for a few years, but he has the confidence to go to the next level and ask for the legendary Ascension realm. Otherwise, why should Lu Laoqing be so good with Lu Zhimao? Isn't it just that you want to be a comfortable Taishang of Zhenjingzong in the future? Then there is what Lu Zhimao calls a back road. Tian Hujuan can't understand, but Zhang Di is clear at one point, meaning that next time Wuxia Tianxia will reopen the door, Lu Zhimao is very likely to start a school over there. Be the originator of that sect, rather than the 4th lord of the sect. It's really possible to do this, and there is no need to rip off with Yuguizhong, one less chief worshipper of the next sect, but one more mountain ally who has established a sect in the colorful world. Although the next time you open the door and then close it if you want to cross the 2 worlds, the non-ascension realm cannot be done, but the world is in doubt. For example, what if Lu Zhimao is lucky enough to enter the ascension realm? Another example is the Confucian temple. Suddenly he changed his mind and wanted to communicate with Wuxia Tianxia for a long time. Like the 2-horse trade on the border of the secular dynasty? Tianhu Jun clearly sensed Master's unhappy emotions, but she didn't know where she was wrong. She was so depressed for a while she felt extremely miserable and didn't dare to show the slightest bit. Zhang Di thought of an interesting story and smiled. I heard that the strange man and stranger who wandered in Chishui City for many years has now become a squatter of Hujin's mansion. What kind of background? Could it be that he really complied with that old saying, a stranger since ancient times? How hidden in Tugu? In the past few years, Chishui City came to Chishui City, a strange man with varying depths and depths. He can play the iron flute and has a strange temperament. Sometimes he wears a red shirt with big sleeves, such as anointing the Chinese children. Son, everybody begs on the street as long as someone is willing to give money, help fortune-telling, no matter if the other party agrees or not. They will follow up and give a few words similar to the aphorism. Lu Zhimao sneered, it's just an old golden pill who knows how to be superficial. It's okay to like to pretend to be a ghost, to deceive the traffickers and pawns. The face is not trivial, but in the bones is the kind of sour scholar that you hate most in your life. If the people around you and the field farmer scraping dung in the pit dig your hands, you will say, I don't even have any light on my face. Speaking of this, Lu Zhimao took a sip of wine. Those of you who have read a few books, don't scold yourself and scold others. Talking can be disgusting. Zhang Di drank a bowl of wine, shook the jug, and there was not much left. He poured the last bowl of wine and said with no reason, life is not about reading and admiring painting. Seeing the high mountains in the painting, I don't know the real pain of pedestrians. It's like the sorrow and rain in a poem. Although it is a good line in a poem, it is hard to be the one who deserves it. The reason is such a reason it just sounds awkward. Lu Zhimao nodded and said, Zhang Di, to be honest, you have been a genealogical monk all your life. Even if you followed me and created Xianxia Island together, you have a share of the family industry, but you have not been a Xianxia for a day. Wild repair. Zhang Di smiled and asked, what about you? Now that you have become the chief worshipper of a sect, have you ever been a genealogist for a day? Lu Zhimao was speechless. Zhang Di raised the wine bowl and smiled. There is no limit to the world outside the house, and there are only limited glasses in front of him. Lu Zhimao gently touched him. The old boy is still addicted to pulling acid text. Zhang Di looked up and drank the drink and asked, would you not go back to Hengbo Mansion on Xianxia Island and have a New Year's Eve dinner? Is it possible that you still have to stay with me to watch the night? Lu Zhimao smiled and said, what can't you do? Zhang Di waved his hand, forget it, I still have a decent New Year's Eve dinner here. With you two eating and drinking together, it's probably not the taste of the new year. Lu Zhimao smiled and was about to get up and leave. Indeed, I don't know how many years ago it was the last time I ate the New Year's Eve dinner. It's just that at this moment someone at the door unknowingly leaned against the door with his hands on his sleeves, and smiled and said, Chief Lu has a lofty ambition. At this moment I want to go to the colorful world. I really think deeply. Good ambition, good layout. Zhang Di just raised his head with a sincere smiling face. However, Lu Zhimao was sweating for a moment, not only the person behind the jealousy but also the jealous one who could stand silently outside the house for so long. If this is a sword handed out, wouldn't it all stop? Tianhu Jun could not hide his pale face, and the uncontrollable Daoist heart trembled. However, Lu Zhimao quickly recovered as usual, turning his head and looking at the old acquaintance outside the door. The first time I met, the other party was a little ant who seemed to be toiling around his own shoes. Whether to trample to death or not to trample to death, it just depends on how I feel. The second time we met again, the other party was exhausted, and under the fence of Xianxia Island he could barely sit on the same level as himself and have a drink. The third time it was at Jingyang Mountain. Both parties were guests. The young owner of Luopa Mountain was able to lead himself by the nose. As for today, perhaps the other party regards himself, a chief worshipper of the sect, a monk in the Yupu realm, is probably an ant? Mud legs in the alley. Mr. Accountant from Xianxia Island. The Lord Qin of the Fallen Mountain. The last hermit of the Great Wall of Jianqi, the latest engraver at the head of the city. Tianhu Jun's mood is somewhat different from others. Because the thing that made Tianhu Jun the most jealous was not the appalling deeds and identity, but a trivial incident that few people knew about. The man in the blue shirt in front of him, even if he ignores all his identities and feats. He is still a person who can give Gukin a slap in the face and Gukin will smile sincerely. Lu Zhimao stood up, turned around, clasped his fists and smiled heartily. I have seen a hidden official. Zhang Di stood up and smiled. It's really a rare guest. Last time I created a school here, I wrote a letter to Luopa Shan, but I still failed to invite Qin to the accountant. I will have to punish myself later. Tianhu Jun stood up, tried his best to stabilize Dao Exen and said softly, I have seen Mr. Qin. Qin Pingon stretched out his palm and pressed it a few times, then smiled and said, a house is full of old friends, so you're so polite. As a result, even if it was Zhang Di, he still waited until Qin Pingon took the lead to sit down before taking a seat, not to mention Chief Lu and Tian Dixian. At that time I was not on the mountain of Luapa. How please, it was really not me who played the score, and whoever played the score with, I couldn't put it on brother Zhang's side. Qin Pingon really drank a bowl of wine, raised the back of his hand, wiped his mouth. This Shuiqing Wui wine has nothing to say except Gui. Later I asked Zhang Di about the Longhuan school. As the master of the mountain, Qin Pingon agreed on behalf of Luopishan. In the future, as long as the disciple of the Longhuan school goes out and travels, he can go to Luopishan. If you have a pure martial artist with good qualifications, as long as Zhang Di is willing, you can still put it on the side of Luapa Mountain. It will be fine for 2 or 3 years. During this period someone will help teach you boxing. Lu Jimao said helplessly, I thought Master Hermit would help me persuade him a few words, but now it seems that it won't work. Qin Pingon smiled and said, there is a kind of strong person who can live the hard days seriously and don't blame the sky or the others. Zhang Di waved his hand, it's just a poor life and worry-free food and clothing. It's not a bitter life. Qin Pingon smiled and said nothing. Lu Jimao laughed. Zhang Di also laughed at himself, raised the wine bowl. I can't tell you, drink and drink. A certain truth is like a river, and another seemingly negative truth is actually just a tributary of that river. Tianhu Kuan is after a moment he carefully thought about it and finally chewed out the aftertaste. All of a sudden she became more and more embarrassed. A house full of people. It seemed that she had counted the most awkward feelings in her mind, which was really bad. There are only 2 cases of a person's incompatibility. One is to stand out from the crowd, and the other is to stand out from the crowd. Lu Jimao tentatively asked, is you planning to meet the new Hujuan? Qin Pingon nodded and said, don't worry, you don't need Chief Lu to introduce him on your behalf. After drinking another bowl of wine, Qin Pingon got up to say goodbye, and only let Zhang Di to the door. Zhang Di said in his heart, if Lu Jimao asks you for help later, it is because of my assassin. I hope you can help as long as you can. If you can't help, forget it. The old monk came and added a sentence, at least I beg you not to go over the old accounts with this guy. Qin Pingon smiled and said in his heart, it used to be difficult to explain a truth. If it's not that truth, it's a small one. Now it's easy to explain the same truth and it's not that truth. Zhang Di heard the strings and nodded and said, next time I go to Luapa Mountain to find you for a drink. Qin Pingon reminded, remember to notify Luopishan in advance. It's not that I am a big fan. I really go out often and may not stay on the mountain. Zhang Di smiled and agreed. Qin Pingon finally joked, you are the leader of the school but you are leisurely. Zhang Di laughed. Now that there is a so-called mountain school, he has to plan carefully for all matters. To tell the truth, how many acres of farmland he rented in the school and he bought a few houses outside all need Zhang Di. I saw it in person. During the autumn harvest season, Zhang Di even happily went down to work in the fields himself. That scene was not like the white-haired old farmer standing among the ridges of the fields. Sure enough, as Zhang Di expected, not long after leaving the house, Lu Jimao asked in his heart, I don't know what the colorful world is now? Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled, Jie Zhang will know it as soon as he goes. Seeing that the other party didn't want to say more, Lu Jimao was helpless. In fact, he just wanted to ask. There are not many upper 5 realm cultivators right now. Of course, if you can build a relationship with Fei Xingcheng, to be precise, that's the summer palace, and Fei Xingcheng had a good bond, which was even more desperate. Now it seems that if you really go to Wuxia world, as long as you don't get caught in the shoes by this young hidden official, you should burn the incense? Qin Pingon smiled and clasped his fists. His figure disappeared in a flash. Lu Jimao then hid his figure and returned to Xianxia Island with Tian Hijin. Overlooking Shujian Lake, one of the islands, the willows on the waterside are weak and curled up, just like the waist of a girl next door. And Nahujunshui Mansion is located deep in the bottom of Shujian Lake. It has good mountain roots and water veins. It is also a continuous building built on the mountain, although it is not arrogant but not vulgar. On the nearby islands above the water, Zhenjingzong has already withdrawn. One of the big islands has built a new Hujuan shrine. Zhenjingzong is very sincere. Shafan, the new Hujuan, is playing chess in a pavilion with that assistant Wu Guanqi. The young-looking Hujun, wearing a blue dragon robe, is not presumptuous. The white-robed scribe sitting opposite him with a middle-aged appearance, a folding fan in one hand and a twisting hand in the other. Xia Fan lightly placed a piece on the chessboard and asked, would you like to test Lu Laoqing again? Wu Guanqi nodded and said, Of course it is necessary, but don't be too hasty. I don't look at the face of the monk and look at the face of the Buddha. Wei Ying Shangzong is not small. Besides, Lu Laoqing is a fairy and he was born in wild cultivation. It's not to be underestimated. If you want to break the big picture, you don't really need to use great effort, just a little bit, just light. Xia Fan smiled and said, Lu Laoqing is so witty, we don't seem to find a chance for a new official to take office. As soon as he took up his post, Lu Laoqing took the initiative to visit him, and he handed over the land deeds and sent out the islands without saying a word. Xia Fan then asked, Does Mr. Wu have the opportunity to contact Lu Jimao and win over one or two? Wu Guanqi shook his head and said, The Hujuan mansion can't give Lu Jimao what Lu Jimao wants, so we don't have to take the insult to ourselves. We just show it as a joke to the real gentleman Zhejiang. After a game of chess, Xia Fan was caught in a long test several times, but Wu Guanqi made his move again and again. Only both sides of the chess game without knowing that on the side of the chessboard, there is a true gentleman, who is really observant and silent. Qing Tong couldn't help but remind it again. Why is it so consumed? Qin Pingon only lost both hands and looked at the chess game on the table with a calm expression. Don't worry, wait until they decide the outcome. Each made more than a dozen hands. Qin Pingon saw that the overall situation was settled, and glanced at the folding fan in Wu Guanqi's hand. Previously this person said that Wei Ying was not small, but in fact he was not bad anymore. There were 8 characters on the folding fan. Among the flowers, I am the Dongjun. In an instant there were ripples, and Wu Guanqi asked before Hujuan Shafan. Who? I. Wu Guanqi's face changed slightly and he seemed to be very angry. It is the Hujuan Shafan who is not in danger and is still interested, looking at the man in the blue shirt who is gradually showing his figure and face. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Xia Fan immediately stood up and said, The little worships the hermit. Wu Guanqi smiled slightly, closed the folding fan, bowed his head and arched his hands. I have seen Qin Jianxian. Qin Pingon clasped his fists in return, saying, The current situation is hard one, I implore Mr. Xiaohu to cherish it. Xia Fan smiled and nodded and said, It is the meaning of the question to seek his own government in his place. In fact, before Qin Pingon appeared he was almost certain that he would go for nothing. The new Hujuan Xia Fan and the master Wu Guanqi are all smart people, especially the latter, who can be described as thoughtful. Before coming here, Qin Pingon actually went to the office of Hujuan's mansion, especially the archives with many secret records. For example, Zenji and Ma Di, who were born in Mayueda, were all on the list. In addition, many familiar names have been turned over. The collection of espionage can be said to have spared no effort, and it has been very rewarding. And the genius brother of Zhenjiangshan Shulongfeng are 2 extremes. And looking at the handwriting of those files, it is obvious that they are all written by one person. Even Mayinajishima Zhou Xian has many records here. On the booklet there are some speculations by the author. Look at the ink on the file, which is added later. For example, Jiang Shangzhen alias Zhou Fei and Li Kai, a female sword fairy in Duckweed Sword Lake, plus some fragmentary gossip. This person can infer that this Jiang Shangzhen is extremely doted and can be said to be a relative. The little girl raised by her daughter, it is very likely that her real hometown is Beiju Luzhou. Qin Pingon doesn't have much about this. Wu Guanqi, as an assistant to the Waterhouse, has his responsibilities, so he can't be too careful. How could Qin Pingon not know the roots and feet of Shujian Lake Mansion? He would only know more about the truth than Lu Jimao, such as Xia Fan. Except for the candidates handpicked by the Empress Dowager, his hometown and the history of the battlefield are all clear. As for Wu Guanqi, Luo Pashan knew relatively little inside information. It seemed that he had been in charge of the espionage of the Dali imperial court in the middle of a continent, and he was regarded as a colleague with Li Baozhen. Qin Pingon turned his head to look at that Wu Guanqi. Don't think so in my heart? Wu Guanqi has a more interesting saying, don't dare. As a result, Qin Jianxian, who was in the Fallen Mountain, used a more interesting expression. I think you dare. Wu Guanqi sneered and said, I have never had a precedent for convictions. Qin Pingon smiled. That's because the position you are standing at is not high enough, so you don't know where my brother's real rules are. You must know the most powerful thing about work and learning. I don't even understand this because I can't be the accountant of the Lake Junshui mansion. Wu Guanqi was silent. Qin Pingon smiled and said, What's more, if one day I accidentally become the new national teacher of Dei, and then I will set a precedent for you. What do you do? Isn't it extremely embarrassing? You can save the face you lose on the ground. Get up, but if you say something, how can you eat it back into your stomach, right? Wu Guanqi was hesitant to speak, but his momentum was obviously much weaker. Qin Pingan smiled and stretched out his hand to hold the person's shoulder. So, young people should not be too sharp, like walking with a lantern in the daytime, and if there is suspicion of passing the city, learn to swim at night by holding candles. Wu Guanqi, who was called a young man by a young man, his face was tense. Fortunately, the uninvited guest disappeared after saying goodbye. The multiple restrictions on the lake bottom water mansion are completely useless. In Chishuiqing, there is a street of wailing monkeys that is several miles long and lined with shops. Since today is New Year's Eve, almost all of them are closed. Qin Pingan stopped in front of a shop. He once was here and bought an ancient bronze sword named Defangquang. Walk out about 50 or 60 steps, and on the steps between the two shops, Qin Pingan sat down slowly. There used to be an outlander who pretended to be middle-aged and once sat here and then went to find hardship. Qing showed up at the same side, still wearing a power fence, not real. I don't know why Qing Tong feels that this Jianxiu is a little sad, not more no less, but not how sad. Like a gluttonous alcoholic who has no money to buy alcohol? Had to close the door and scratch your heart? The young man was full of anger for a moment, 2 or 3 things, and it became a confession. The mountains and rivers are magnificent and immortal for thousands of years, and where is the romance? Is it a sword repairer? They are all swordsmen. Sword of Coming Chapter 930. Li Xing drank a bowl of wine at the shop and asked, how to say? The old Xianxia smiled so that his entire old face was wrinkled together and said, this is a rare opportunity. Let me take a break and drink a little longer. The emperor is not hungry. Now the Confucian Temple and Gongda Lin are actually old talents who are in charge of large and small affairs, saying, sleeping from the busy, which is not too much. Li Xing hesitated for a moment but still reminded, remember not to do things that are too small. The Confucian Temple can't help you, look for Qin Pingan. There are very few people who can make the saints of rituals such an extra reminder. After all, with them the principles of ritual saints make sense. The old scholar complained, this is superfluous. The outsiders are still there, how much to give me some face? Li Xing said, then please trouble Wen Xing to give a sentence, I don't want the next Confucian Temple meeting. Qin Pingan took the initiative to intercede with Confucian Temple for the first time, just to help his husband clean up the mess. The reason why Jing Xing Shiping called to himself was not because he was worried that the old scholar would have an impulse and that no one could hold it back. The old scholar sternly said, how can I not understand this point? Only the students do things, but there is no reason why the students do things. Li Xing said, drink your wine well. The old scholar slapped his chest and promised, of course a good wine must be good. As soon as the saint of ceremony left, the old scholar cocked Erlang's legs, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to drink. A young man in his early 40s can talk to a barren throne great demon who is 10,000 years old at a wine table negotiating business and turning over old accounts. The green shirt and hats, the leisurely mind and lively chatting and laughing. No matter what he said, he had to listen carefully and he had to think carefully, think twice, hoping to chew some aftertaste. For old scholars, there is such a dish of wine and dishes, and any wine table in the world is good wine. The old scholar picked up the wine bowl, took a sip of the wine, suddenly narrowed his eyes, shrunk his shoulders, gave a sharp shot and burst into laughter. Is drinking really that fun? Drinking alone is of course meaningless. It's the people at the drinking table, it's the thing outside the drinking table. Seeing the little girl who is Chowqiu Pas, she wanted to say several times and then stopped. The old Xianxia smiled and asked, what do you want to ask? Just ask, there is no identity on the wine table. The old mountain began to wink again, reminding Ganzhou not to talk nonsense. Ganzhou has always been unable to hide words. Master Wenxing, why are you not like the ones in the Confucian Temple at all? Before I heard that Wenxing had restored the Confucian Temple shrine, she once sneaked out and went to a county once. The Confucian Temple is of course to go. The Wenxing on the portrait is a clear-looking old man with a dashing appearance, and he really doesn't touch the scrawny short old man in front of him. The old talent laughed and said, it's because of Wu Lauer's poor drawing skills. The little girl lay on the table and asked curiously, the embroidered tiger Cui Yang who was good back then, why did he betray the Wenxing line? Laoshan God has begun to watch his nose and his heart. Even Yang Ji had to cough to remind this little girl not to be too presumptuous. The old scholar was not at all angry, looking at the desolate scene of mountains outside the wine shop, high and low, layer upon layer. Silent for a moment, the old scholar smiled and slowly said, "When a student I was hurt by my husband. My heart, a wise man can't deceive himself, and he doesn't want to talk badly with his husband, so he had no choice but to leave without saying hello. What is regret? What is no longer available and the person no longer met is regret." The old scholar twisted his beard without saying a word, sighed, picked up the wine bowl, drank a sip of wine and wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Our words will not only be 1,000 mountains and rivers, but also pave the way and build bridges. Therefore, when you stay with people you are close to you for a long time, you must not speak angry, ironic or silent." Gong Xinzhou sincerely praised, "Wen Sheng's words are really unbreakable." The old Xiaotsai smiled and said, "It is the insights of my close disciple, I just borrowed it for a use." Gong Xinzhou saw the wind turn the rudder and said, "No wonder Qin Yingguan can become the close disciple of Master Wen Sheng." The old scholar hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Qin Pingon, the close disciple, was abducted by me with great difficulty because he was very picky." Laoshan God only thinks that this sentence is really wonderful, and he deserves to be the Master Wenxing who has never lost the debate on the 3 religions. Ganzhou asked again, "It is said that the emperor loves Yaoer, is that also the master of Wenxing?" Because the girl Hippo remembered the former foreigner, she didn't look like a scholar, she was more like a gangster who used to eat black. A gesture of shaking the palm of the hand with just one sentence, the Lord Meifu was suffocated. The old scholar smiled and said, "I don't have many students and disciples, so I don't think it's a particular favoritism. They have their own preferences. My own students, a few disciples entering the room plus Mao Xiaodong and others, all of them are of course excellent and there is no need to say anything. Asked about the sword earlier, there was a left nerd. Ask about the fist, there is Junqian. Later Cui Yang was among the planners. The breaker is Qi Jingchun. Then as the close disciple of Zioki's apprentice, Qin Pingon can be said to be a master of their respective strengths. Of course there may still be some gaps, but what will happen in the future is worth looking forward to. I just said that now whoever sees Qin Pingon will question who you are, the younger brother of whom. Would you question that you are the close disciple of the old scholar? The students are so nice and outstanding. In addition to being pleased, they are also a little ashamed. Ganzhou felt that Master Wenxing had said something about the scene, and it was not easy to make an official statement with himself, so the little girl drank a sullen wine. The old scholar grinned and looked at the desolate scene outside the shop. The ordinary scene, 2 moods are 2 styles. Probably this is the human mind and practice. No matter how powerful your ancient gods are, you will never have such a mind. Thinking, hard-hearted, involuntary, wouldn't it be sad? Hauran Jiuzhou, death is like life, so there are many burial customs. And the vast starry sky above all beings is probably a water funeral cemetery. The old scholar quickly put away these thoughts and said with a smile, "Brother Gong, can you lend me the imprint of the sword fairy?" Gong Xinzhou hurriedly took out the imprint from his sleeve and handed it to Wenxing, panicking, "I can't afford it, I can't afford to be called a brother." The old scholar joked, "I can't afford it. I'm not often called old." Gong Xinzhou nodded like smashing garlic, his face was flushed and his words were incoherent. "Little god and you Rongyan and you Rongyan." While drinking, the old scholar turned the pages of the book and quickly turned to the last page. He saw Qin Ping's square seal, smiled knowingly and returned the seal to Gong Xinzhou. "Treasure it and one day later Mr. Gong will rise. If you are an official, you can learn that Meiha can open a mansion on the mountain. As usual, you can ask for something from your local academy. Let me see. Those sage books from the Confucian temple are all dead after all. Why should Brother Gong give up near and far away?" Gong Xinzhou said in a deep voice, "The little must be enshrined as the treasure of Zhengshan." The old scholar pondered for a moment, drank 2 bowls of wine and could not hold back his thoughts. He looked at the mountain shrine on the top of Gong Xinzhou and chanted slowly, "Who has a good mountain, I am willing to be my neighbor. The mountain will turn the day and the night and the birds will return together. The strange peaks are the most impressive, inviting you to share the scenery. Thousands of people stand on the wall. The peaks are moving the sun and the moon. The beauty breaks through the blue sky, and the hand is raised in the nearest month. Support the world and people, open the sky for me." The painted clay sculpture of the mountain in the ancestral temple was golden for a while, and Gong Xinzhou at the wine shop immediately stood up and bowed to Wenxing, as if receiving a decree. This is the verbal constitution of the Confucian Temple Merit Saint. If you are in the land of the three continents where the old scholars are in harmony, you can lift the gods of the mountains and water gods with just one sentence, and instantly raise the rank of the Golden Jade genealogy. The old scholar hurriedly raised his hand and pressed twice. You're welcome, it's a trivial matter, and didn't raise the height of Brother Gong's idol. In just a few good words, a trivial matter without expense. After all, it is in the divine continent of Middle Earth, where the sub-sages are located, and old talents should not cross the boundary. Lao Xiu looked at Pachioha. Only when he was happy for the Laoshan god and there was no envy or jealousy, the old Xiu nodded secretly, then glanced sideways and stopped. Yangji immediately understood and said in his heart, I am willing to take Ganzhou as an anonymous disciple and teach her several water methods. The old scholar smiled and said, in this Daoist alchemy furnace site, there is a river woman with a snake mirror in her arms, and she stays with you day and night. This is not Dao destiny. What is Dao destiny? Qin Pingon reminds you of this matter. You probably still think it's difficult for a strong man, not too serious. Have you ever heard the phrase, things have the bottom line, things have the end? You don't want to think about why the saints detain you here. It doesn't seem to restrict your freedom too much. What is it for? When the old scholar said that, he drew a circle on the table. Yin and yang alternate like a circle, and the personnel cycle is like a snake plate. In the past few years, you have only been complaining about the heavens and others, and the Taoism is dim, but you don't know whether the saint of rituals will give you something. Little kindness, he hopes that you can be here, make a new face, find another way, not in the magic but in the heart of the Tao, and embark on a broader path. That is the real opportunity for the 14th realm, and it is no longer just relying on invading the body. As the way to break the realm, you haven't thought about it carefully. Why are you wild thrown big monsters compared to the other 3 mountain monks in the world? Because of the long life of the sky, it is so easy to enter the ascending realm, and in the end it is rank 10. The 4 realms are so difficult, where is the crux? The old scholar smiled and said, first I have to pay off the debt. Moreover, because you have trained in human form but in fact you don't look like humans. Lu Cha has to do better than you in this matter. You all think he is a sword. It's unique because of cultivation, but it's not because of Lu Cha's Taoism. Yang Ji faintly sighed, got up and gave a blessing to the old scholar. She was indeed grateful for the other party's guidance, thanks to Wensheng for the advice. In fact, this old throne is even more relieved. Finally, there is no need to worry. I was in this alchemy furnace site and suddenly one day was refined by someone. The old scholar shook his head and said, I am just pointing out the direction of a path for you. From now on you will still not be easy to practice. For the sake of drinking, I might as well send you another sentence. Kung Fu is only in the stubbornness of nature. Daozin's boil is above the 2 words. Yangji is like taking a big reassurance pill. The old scholar is so amiable and pleasant to herself. When I want to come here at the Confucian temple, does it mean that I have an extra amulet? In the past few years, selling alcohol here is like being in a drought, waiting for it to rain every day. It's not easy. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Ji is willing to do a business with Qin Pingon. As long as he has a relationship with this young man who is a hidden official, it is tantamount to a bond with Wensheng. And the guardian of Wensheng's lineage, several worlds are clear. Especially the old Zayakai's love for the closed disciple, it really reached the point of lawlessness. Furthermore, since Qin Pingon is the closed disciple of the old scholar, then he is the little brother of those monsters. Because Yang Ji is very clear about his current situation, among the sages of the Confucian temple, and even among the 3 leaders of the Confucian temple, there is no objection. If it were not for the saints of rituals, he would only say that he had joined hands with Lu Qi at sea to take himself. The vice master under the command would definitely kill the killer directly. Unexpectedly, the old scholar smiled again and said, it's still the same sentence, doing good and meritorious, making mistakes and making mistakes, good or bad, all have to be repaid. Just to say that this is a mistake to make up for is not necessarily easier than being in the 14th stage. I advise you to do it earlier. Be mentally prepared so that you won't blame me for turning you into the ditch in the future. I am scolded by others. I have always been a good temper, but I can't stand the road. The goodwill and kindness of the world are strengthened, the powerful will trample in the mud wantonly. As long as I see it, I will get angry, and if I get angry, you will be at your own risk. Not to say that it is the saint of rituals, even if the Holy Master is interceding for you, it won't work. Anyway, the saint of rites is not there, and the old man is nowhere to be found. What's wrong with me talking a few drunk things when I drank too much? Xianxia heard the straightforward threatening words. She was not at all annoyed, nor dared to be annoyed at all. In any case, Xing is still a 14th level monk who restores the Taoism of the Confucian temple. She took the initiative to get up and filled the old Xianxia with a bowl of wine. The old Xianxia thanked her and then laughed. Besides lugu wine and reading miscellaneous books, I still have to read a few more serious books. I don't even know that it is a word. What else could be done? I just nodded and said yes. Qing Tong did leave her with a lot of miscellaneous books for playing Luminosine. Chao Chiu Hipo was stunned. Master Xing was insinuating, saying, "What about me? When I was young, I felt that studying was annoying." Naturally, Master Xing blamed me. I blame who will go. Gong Xinzhou noticed Gongzhou's face and worried that she would misunderstand Master Xing. He immediately echoed, "A fair lady, a gentleman is so charming. A good heart is a slender heart, and a beautiful appearance is slender. Therefore, reading a book is enough to add color to a beautiful woman. Of course, read more. The Book of Sages, which is like white jade burning and cold, the writing is like a jute string percussion deeper and deeper." So in the article on etiquette, there is this song of the Qing temple, one sings and three sighs. Linguistic, deafening and thought-provoking, it echoes the phrase, "the lyre of the Qing temple, the Zhou Xian and sparse of the Lord of Ceremony." Nowadays, the so-called poetry and singing between literati and scholars, how can it be compared, and the difference is far behind. Xianxia frowned. The old saying goes that listening to your words is better than reading 10 years, but listening to this Gong Shanshan dragging his books out of the book bag, it is really hard to listen to him, and he has been reading for 10 years. The old scholar changed his view and said with a smile, "If you want to jump out of the 3 realms, not among the 5 elements, you just read. If you want to go to the next level, there is no 3 realms and 5 elements in your eyes, only the book is finished and there is no more words. Barrier." The girl heard the cloud in the mist. The old mountain was thinking about how to keep up with the flattery, but he looked up but suddenly looked awe-inspiring. Old Xianxia planned to return to the Confucian temple after drinking 3 bowls of wine at the liquor store, so he drank slowly with the last bowl of wine in his hand. The world gathers and disperses in a hurry, meet once and get old again. History is like a brazier, filled with a pile of ashes with remaining warmth. All the ashes are the dead people who have been completely forgotten, and those sparks are the traces of the dead people still remaining in the world. For example, the lettering of the Great Wall of Jianqi, the works handed down by the sages, the poems of Bai Yi Suzi, the hanging statues of the Patriarch Hall on each mountain, the cliff carvings and stone steels between the famous mountains and the big rivers, and the names of the gravestones of future generations. 100 years and thousands of years later, all the stories of the ancients that are still missed by posterity. Xianxia suddenly said, "Xing has accepted a good student. This kind of nonsense." The old scholar paused for a while, drank the drink in the bowl. "Listen again thousands of times, I don't feel annoying. The affairs of heaven cannot be long, the friends are full of friends. Now there is guest Pai Lai on the seat, driving the mountains and rivers effortlessly. Old love can still be pursued, and the mountain wind is surging like a rush. He is like a Qingshan Yujian in the white clouds, overlooking Wue Kukir. In the middle of Tongyi's Hao in the town demon building under the plane tree." Qin Pingon closed his eyes and concentrated, sitting cross-legged, like sitting in the heart of a house, wandering thousands of miles in dreams. Both the Qing Tong real body and the Yin god have followed the young hidden official into their dreams and traveled around the world. Only the burly old man outside the Yangshan body stayed in place, fearful. Because of that, Xiaoma he once again assumed a pinnacle posture, condensing an illusory figure to a height of more than 10 feet, white clothes and white hair, barefoot holding a sword, staring at the of green Tongyang, and occasionally glancing at the towering ancient tree. It is clear that you can't believe in Qing Tong. As long as there is a slight difference, this pinnacle sword repairer will cut the plane tree. The burly old man said with no good air, "Am already an ally like a thief as for?" Shao Imo Hengjian was in front of him, his wiped the pure sword light, and he smiled and asked, "Where is swordsman Pei Min now?" Qing Tong shook his head and said, "After asking the sword in the rain, Pei Min disappeared." For some reason Xiaomo always felt that the deserted town monster building was a bit weird. It's just that he split his mind several times inspecting the corners of the vast building, but he still couldn't find the slightest trace. Xiaomo asked, "The 12 picture scrolls you carefully set up before were all arranged by Zhou Xian in advance. You just copied them?" Qing Tong remained silent. Xiaomo asked again, "How did Zhou Xian take back these 12 answer sheets?" Qing Tong remained silent. Xiaomo's eyes were indifferent. "If you ask you something, don't pretend to be deaf and dumb. Only when I ask you the sword can I speak." Qing Tong no longer dared to be dumb and said helplessly, "Where do I know what Zhou Zi thinks and how he will do things in the future? He is Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi is not that ordinary monk of the 14th realm." Qing Tong's comment on Zhou Zi is almost as high as the sky. There are only a handful of monks in the 14 realms of the world, but in fact how can one say, ordinary? Wei is really this Zhou Zi who owns half of the Yinyang family alone, which is too weird. Qing Tong then whispered, "Maybe the mention of Zhou Zi's name here is a kind of resonance of heaven and earth. It has already fallen into Zhou Zi's ears and can completely ignore the isolation of heaven and earth. To avoid taboos in some dynasties under the mountains, not only the emperor and the monarch, but also the elders of the family must be avoided in the books, and their names must be avoided. On the mountain, only a small group of great monks on the top of the mountain will receive this treatment. If a gas trainer rashly calls his name, it is very likely that it will be immediate. The louder the voice, the higher the possibility of the other person's feelings." At this moment Qin Pingan, who had been immersed in dreams, still did not open his eyes, but smiled and said, "I deliberately made it easy for Zhou Zi to collect the answer sheet from the beginning." "Xiaomo, remember that we just came here." "Qing Tong Dao, what did your friend say?" Xiaomo suddenly realized. This Qing Tong asked Qin Pingan at the beginning, "Have you ever heard of a saying from Zhou Zi?" Maybe from that moment, it has spread out like heaven and earth. Like an imperial examination, Qing Tong is just the scoring officer of the examination room, the real person who writes the questions, and the chief executive officer of the abbot are all Zhou Zi. The test question is that sentence of Zhou Zi's words. So looking back at Qin Pingan's remarks, he also put his pen on the scroll paper a long time ago. It is to borrow Jing Zhezhong's words, "It's just not serious." This means that when you are not serious, it is up to you to believe it or not, Zhou Zi. After that, in the 12 worlds, Qin Pingan's various words and deeds, and the ups and downs of Taoism, whether they came from Qin Ping's original heart, whether they were true or not, just like Qin Ping's questioning to Zhou Zi. Since his son had been aware of it a long time ago and had a way to deal with it, Xiaomo would not bother himself with mediocrity. And Qing Tong took the initiative to mention, which can barely be regarded as a leaked secret to make up for it. Xiaomo just looked at Qing Tong with an idiot look. Qing was speechless at the same time. "Okay, I'm an idiot. It's just you, Xiaomo, where is it better than me?" Xiaomo smiled. "Unfortunately I am Jianxiu. I am not good at thinking about things and solving puzzles, but if you ask about swords and hacking people you have to count me." And in the corridor of the top floor of a hall in the town demon building, the most sacred master and the Taoist Chunyang stood by a railing, but both of them are the identities and perspectives of the former people. Looking at the future, the current Xiaomo certainly can't find it. A middle-aged Taoist named Lu Zhu by Qin Pingan, he flicked his sword on his back and praised when he saw it. "This fellow Taoist Shizhu has a keen sense of spirit." The most sage master nodded and said, "Of these ascending realm peak sword repairs, none of them are vegetarian." After the real person Chunyang heard Qin Pingan's words, he was quite surprised for a while and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. "If you are careless, if your steps slip, you will fall on the cliffs and be crushed. Conflict with Zhou Zi like this is dangerous and dangerous." The holy master smiled and said, "This is what Ko Ming said, the one who is safe is natural, and the one who is the body understands itself." Of course, it can also be regarded as the old scholar's sentence, "The one who knows himself does not blame others, and the one who knows his fate does not blame the sky." If you speak more bluntly, it is nothing more than drying clothes on 3 poles in the day and going out to collect clothes on rainy days. But if you forget it, forget it. Princess Chunyang wants to spread these words. Take the opportunity to ask the most holy teacher for more information about the roots of the 3 teaching questions. However, the most sacred master doesn't seem to want to talk more about this. He has changed the subject and asked with a smile, "You have been wandering in the Qingming world for a long time, so you haven't sneaked to the Jade Emperor city to listen to Ko Ming's preaching?" In the dim vision, It is vaguely visible that earlier, a Taoist priest was drinking alone under the phoenix tree. The weather was slanting and the wind was cold, so the friends did not come and the phoenix shadows stood up. This middle-aged man has a high and honest appearance, and has the charm of Yushu is near the wind, and the tree attracts the wind. Chunyang Taoist smiled and said, I have listened to it 3 times, but I have been accompanied by Master Lu every time. Sage Master said, because Lu Qin had anticipated the future at that time, he was still worried that you would return to Haoran in the future and divide too much of the Dao Qi of Qingming Tianxiao and Bai Yujing. Chunyang Taoist said, if Lu Xun never left his hometown, at least 1.5 Dragon Tiger Mountain could be created for Haoran. The most sage master smiled and said, I am lucky if I get it, but I lose my life. The flowers bloom outside the wall and they are also blooming. Chunyang Taoist sighed, Lu Chen Daoxing is unpredictable, but he is willing to look at him with admiration. According to what Lu Chen said back then, his master is a natural method, almost one. No matter how high the Taoism is, how great is the fighting ability. And Lu Chen also respected the big brother who accepted his apprentice on his behalf. He never concealed the reason why he left Haoran and went to the Qingming world. He went to ask the head teacher Bai Yujing. Before he arrived at Ko's name, Lu Chen had many beautiful words about him. Suspect is to go to the void, not to be a prisoner of heaven and earth. A true man is the same in all directions, and my generation has no way of seeing it. A person is cold and has nowhere to defend the wind. Scratching your shoulders to take the road trip is too imaginary. Lu Chen even kept threatening to write a book for his brother. Probably in the eyes of Lu Chen, the senior brother Ko's name is exclusively real person. Therefore, after Lu Chen became the 3rd master to the 2 seniors in Bai Yujing, Ko was always called brother, but Yudo would be called brother Yu. In addition, about this senior, Lu Chen also had some odd words, which others still have no explanation. For example, the root of heaven 1 becomes 7, 7 becomes 9 and returns to 1 dummies. When the Taoist of Chunyang traveled to Bai Yujing for the first time, Lu Chen had just become a young disciple of the Taoist ancestor. At that time, Lu Chen was still relatively young and energetic. He told the real man Chunyang that he would go down the Taoist law that day, starting from the Taoist ancestor, continuing the incense on the Ko's name and flourishing in my Lu Chen. Lu Xun has always played the world. He likes to speak colloquialisms with the layman, and talk to the masters that terrifying the heavenly people. When the Taoist Chunyang visited Bai Yujing for the 2nd time, Lu Chen had successfully entered the 14th realm, and had the 5 dreams and 7 minds of no one before or after. In fact, the fellow Daoist who traveled to the Jade Imperial City with the real person Chunyang at that time was the real person with bones, one of the incarnations of Lu Chen. Taoist Chunyang guessed that one of Lu Chen's avenues, such as the 7 mind forms outside of the 5 dreams, is most likely the phrase, 1. The beginning of the transformation and the beginning of the transformation, 7. This kind of thing is rare in the mountains, but it does have some precedence. Just like the predecessors put forward a certain hypothesis that seems to be hanging in the air, it is absurd and aloft in the air. Later someone really did it. The most sage master tapped the railing and slowly said, if Ko Ming was born a few years earlier, I dare not say that one of the world's top 10 is a thing in the bag. Among the candidates there must be a place. There are 2 theories about the origin of Taoism that first created the borderless man in the current world. One is derived from the Western Buddhism and traced back to the theory of Wu. The other is from the Great Palm of Bai Yujing. The teacher's name walks above all things, walks in the sky as if it is true, and sleeps in a vacant bed. Because of this, certain Taoist scholars in the Qingming world always feel that the Taoism taught by the head of Bai Yujing often seems to be related to Buddhist scriptures, and occasionally closes to Confucianism. It's just that they respect the great master teacher. This kind of disrespectful thought will naturally not be publicized. They will only mention a few words when chatting among their friends on the mountain. In Qingming there is a legendary novel that is widely circulated. It is written by Wu Mingxi and is called Shu Yiji. It is said that in ancient times there was a real man who had attained Taoism and traveled around the world in the cold of the first spring, and returned to the wind in the first autumn. In the cave, when the wind comes, the earth will grow and the world will fall. This tall old man, who was very powerful, turned his head and smiled and asked, do you think that in the future, if there is a saying similar to the world's top 10, Zhou Xian previously selected 10 young people and 10 alternates in the world, totaling 22, how many people can make the list? The Taoist Chunyang thought for a moment and said, "From the perspective of the poor Tao, at most 20% can be reviewed. Moreover, before this, a battle of various origins without 1,000 years, I am afraid it will be difficult to settle down. Except for Ning Yao, who is in the colorful world, and the savage co-owner, because they are well known, no one dares to say that they will win." The implication is that there are probably only 4 or 5 young people who can successfully rank among the 15 or 6 people on the most mountain. The words of Taoist Pure Yang actually have a deeper meaning, that is, among the 14 realm monks in the world today, some people will definitely lose the election. This is also coupled with the step descent of some Ascension realm consummation cultivators, and they will also occupy a few places in the same way. The most sage master joked, "Chunyang Lu Yen, how come you have to count as one?" Chunyang Taoist shook his head and said, "Pan Dao is a stray person, so I don't want to join in the fun, I want to find the avenue from a young age." The most sacred master didn't seem to be surprised at all and asked, "Just because I feel that the Dao cannot be asked for love, so I plan to cut the love with Huijian? Have you chosen the dojo?" Taoist Chunyang nodded, "I'm afraid I won't be able to go if I have chosen it, so I fell into it and the catastrophe will be lost. Therefore I may need the help of the most holy master to select a person, protect the way for a while, and only say a few words at the critical moment." Foreign talk. The most sage master smiled and said, "It's a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence to answer the old saying, far away in front of you." Lu Yen was a little helpless. "It's not that you are dissatisfied with the selection of the most sacred master, but once you choose this person you probably have to come up with something. It's not that this, what, feels distressed, but that a cultivator who has reached Lu Yan's realm will actually be more troublesome when it comes to forming a relationship, whether it is good or bad." Lu Yan said, "Look at the poor road again?" The most sage master said, "What is this? It sounds like I'm forcing you to nod. It's something that both of you must love and I want." Take a step back and say, "Even if you agree I have to ask Chen. Peace is good. If he doesn't agree, can I force it?" Heavy rain, some people wearing bamboo hats, wearing green clothes, walking on the riverside when encountering a mountain only need a tiptoe. The body shape is like a touch of green smoke and they came to the top of the mountain in an instant. This Qiantang River, named Zhujiang in ancient times, is divided into 2 sources, north and south, and has many tributaries. At this moment Qin Pingan is standing at the opening of the Kilolong. The old Qiantang is Long Chao Yong, and today's Beipingzichidu Lin Libo Daochang located nearby, is an ancient broken secret realm called Feng Shui Cave. It is rumored that the dragon is full of vitality, and it is the place where many dragons of ancient Shu are collected and buried. However, nowadays the dojo has set up several layers of interlocking blindfolds. Normally, immortals are proficient in the arts of geography. If you have a geomancy map in your hand, you will only go around the ghost and hit the wall and you will not be able to enter. Qin Pingan deliberately restrained his energy, suppressed his fist, let the rain beat him and supported the hat, overlooking a prosperous commercial county with many shops on the shore, and building many clubs for water travelers from the same township. Resting and discussing matters, besides the various merchant ships docked on the shore, there is also a flower boat called Jiao Bai Chuan. According to local county chronicles, fishermen of the 9 surnames lived on the water, all of whom were lowly registered, and were not allowed to participate in the imperial examinations and were not allowed to wear shoes to go ashore. Even if they disembark and land on the ship, their clothes must be distinguished from the civilians, just like the umbrella in their hands and the identity of the shipowner at a glance. The entrance of that old Jiao Taoist temple is different from the ordinary Xianxia cave mansion built in secluded mountains and deep water. Its mountain gate is actually located near the county government, just at the Xuanyao Temple and Zhaoda Temple on the northwest corner. Qing Tong raised a corner of the power fence, glanced at the one over there and whispered softly, "It is rumored that this old Qiantang bird has a violent temperament and he controls it cruelly." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "The rivers in the world have their own water, just like being born with a kind of nature brought from the mother's womb. For example, Hongzhou town, where the 3 rivers converge, is the impermanence of the Yuye River. As for the water quality of the trunk of the Qiantang River, only those poems chanting the great tide are proof." Before Chao Yong became a member of the Yuan Ing, he used extremely harsh methods to manage the waters under his jurisdiction. With the neighboring Jiangshui Zhengshens that were enshrined by the court in the early days, he often killed him, killing hundreds of thousands of aquatic creatures and injuring hundreds of miles of crops. perceived the strangeness of the heaven and the earth. There was an old man admiring the old man, and he strode out of the dojo aggressively. This Uncle Daduli, who has been in Feng Shui Cave almost all year round, narrowed a pair of golden eyes, held the jade belt around his waist with both hands, and looked at the blue color on the top of the mountain. Operating the magical powers of his life, I can see that ordinary Chi-Chi practitioners can't see. I saw the green shirt on the mountain with a vague face, and there was a woman entourage wearing a power fence nearby. Chao Yong said loudly, "Since the Daoists are here, they have to hide their heads and show their tails. Is it so shameless?" Without waiting for the words to settle, the supernatural powers have been activated, condensing the rain in the sky into a water method, turning into a long azure dragon of hundreds of feet, and heading straight to the pair of dog men and women on the top of the mountain. "How dare you, on your own turf, and a Dada Gong Ho who is equivalent to the Jade Pu realm, shaking up this? The illusion's secret method of the Sea City Hall?" Only the next moment Chao Yong became serious, and saw that the green shirt only raised his hand and played with a fairy magical power similar to the sun and moon in the universe pot in his sleeve, and put the water dragon in his sleeve without mentioning it and then changed it. Shaking his sleeves, his left hand goes in and his right hand goes out, as if pouring all the water into the rolling river at the foot of the mountain. Qing Tong is a bit gloat. In this dream Qin Pingon is God. You, a jade water dragon, have long lost the advantage of being in a small world. How can you fight with it? Qin Pingon took a step, shrank the mountains and rivers and went straight to Chao Yong, took off his hat, clasped his fists and smiled. "Junior Qin Pingon, I have seen Uncle Li Li." "Junior?" Chao Yong was surprised when he saw the opponent's face clearly, especially the self-humble address of the other party, which was even more surprising. Neither party has seen it before and there is no incense to speak of. Why bother to surrender your status and obey the younger generation? Chao Yong pressed his doubts in his heart and bowed his hand in return. Chao Yong turned sideways, stretched out his palm and said with a smile, "Hidden officer, please." A small door appeared in the cave. The front of the door was, "Don't have a cave," in 4 golden characters and a pair of couplets. "Have in the hole to see the hole in the hole. The outer sky becomes the outer sky." Qing Tong looked through the power fence, glanced at the couplet and whispered, "The hole in the hole, see the hole in the hole. The sky is beyond the sky, the sky is beyond the sky." It's just that Qing Tong quickly changed his words. "In the hole, see the hole in the hole. The sky is beyond the sky is the sky." Chao Yong laughed and asked, "Dare to ask this fellow Taoist, is it Ning Jianxian?" Qin Pingon choked for a while. Inside the power fence tool, Qing Tong also rolled his eyes severely. What kind of look is this old Jiao? It's no wonder that now is a half bucket of Jade Pu realm. Chao Yong knew that he had made a mistake, so he just assumed that he hadn't said anything, and led the 2 of them into the Feng Shui cave together. In the cave, the 3 of them walked through the corridors and saw the white jade steps with beams and pillars, the coral bed and the water curtain, the glazed door lintel and the amber bridge. There are all treasures in this world. The only flaw in the beauty is that in this Feng Shui cave, although the aura is full and thick as water, it is just empty, not even the Fulua puppet, and it looks lifeless. After learning that the young hidden official came, Chao Yong did not rush to express his position, but asked, "Why did the hidden official look for me?" Qin Pingon said, "We have a senior in Luapa Mountain. He taught most of the boxing skills of my disciple Pei Qian. He and Mr. Chao are old friends who do not know each other." Chao Yong pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Is that Cui Qing?" It's not hard to guess that the pure martial artist who can teach Qin Pingon and Pei Qian on the continents of Aquarius is not Dali Song Chongjing, or Cui Qing, who has been missing for many years. In addition, Qin Pingon is in the line of Wenxing, and Cui Sincere's grandson, Embroidery Tiger Cui Yang, who once had the identity of the first disciple of Wenxing's line, is obviously more likely than Song Chongjing. Moreover, Qin Pingon has said that this person does not know him if he does not know him. Could be Cui Qing. As expected, Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. In fact, as the Qiantang elder Jiao, Chao Yong could have been in the Jade realm 100 years ago, but at that time the Qiantang River waters encountered a drought that was rare in 1,000 years. The Qiantang River was poured back and this brought a shower of rain. Such behavior is tantamount to rebelling against his own Dao, that is, because he has lost his immediate superiors. Therefore the old Jiao only has suffered a loss of 300 to 500 years of Dao deeds. Years ago, Chao Yong could walk straight to the dragon's slashing platform where he was skinned and cramped. Before this, Tui Ching was not very impressed with the irritable Qiantang chief, and because of a storm he went to find Chao Yong and had a fierce questioning boxing. After that, Tui Cheng's impression of Chao Yong changed a little and he took the initiative to visit again, not asking for boxing, just as for wine. However, Tui Ching taught boxing at the Luapa Mountain Bamboo Tower back then, and Qin Pingon never mentioned any past, as if not once. On the contrary, when the old man came to Nuanshu and Millet, there was no shelf at all, and he was willing to talk to the two little girls about the stories of walking in the rivers and lakes in their early years. Hearing what Pei Qian said, Sister Nuanshu listened carefully every time, and the millet grains were incredible. After hearing some stories that had been told once or twice, she shook her head vigorously without giving any face. She just said something. I have said that, let's change to a more exciting and frightening landscape story. After the story, the elderly never let the millet grains be disappointed. Of course, the support of the millet grains is also very amazing, and I was surprised to hear it. At a glance, there will be countless interjections. Qin Pingon introduced to Chao Yong the fellow Daoist next to him, the name Qing Tong from Tongyi's Hao. Chao Yong naturally had never heard of this person, just as someone from outside the world who didn't show up easily. Qing Tong's first sentence made Chao Yong more and more look at this person. Uncle Dr. Li, I seem to have had a great relationship with Taoist Chunyang. Chao Yong didn't feel that this was an unspeakable secret. He nodded and said, I was once fortunate to hear a Taoist man who called himself Chunyang, explaining the fire scripture. Based on this, I was able to prove that Dao Xiaoqing was able to become a nascent soul. It is a pity that Chunyang, the Taoist's kindness in preaching, has never been repaid. The Taoist from a foreign country, when he was preaching to Chao Yong in Feng Shui Cave, the avenue was manifested, the witty words were like beads and a rain of fire fell. After this fire rain tempering, after Chao Yong walked the river, it was extremely easy and smooth, like a Jinsher master named in the palace examination gold list, turning his head to participate in a government test or even a county test. Of course, it is a trivial matter to get it. After Chao Yong learned about the relationship between the young hermit and Tui Ching, he did not hesitate to agree to the matter of Xianxia. Chao Yong suddenly asked, a visitor has come to the door again. 2 people in a boat are all my old friends from the waterhouse. Would you mind meeting Mr. Qin Shan? Qin Pingon smiled and said, it's good to listen to it. In fact, Qin Pingon was aware of the whereabouts of the group earlier than Chao Yong. In a small boat on the river, there are 3 gas trainers from other continents and 2 local water gods from Aquarius. Seeing that Qin Pingon was so polite and thoughtful on the side of a water dragon, Qing Tong was a little bit guilty. On his side, the hermit Sama didn't mean to be casual. Chao Yong naturally did not know the inside story, and still first introduced the identity of the passengers on the ship to the young hidden official. The 2 gods of water are both qualified to open a mansion. One of them is Qingchao Lake near the Qiantang River, located near Longyu County and Wuxiang County. The female water is named Zhou Xian. Another lake monarch named Wang Xiangjin was governed by Biluo Lake in Nadangtu County. The other 3 are not local monks in Aquarius. Among them is Qin Zhenrong from the Tanru Qin family in Nampo Sozhou, who is good at drawing dragons. In addition, there are 2 female monks from the Middle-earth Shenzhou named Qin Bui and a man who claims to be Luoyang Myuk, who is a Baozhai. The 3 monks from other villages had actually been here before, but Qin Zhenrong made a temporary intention and said that he was going to visit Longyu County. In the ancient times, it belonged to the land of Guzhou and was set as Taimao County. Later it was renamed several times and finally named Longyu. Heavy rain, the sky is gloomy, floaters sit in danger and go alone. There is a Yupeng boat in the river that undulates with the waves, and the white rain jumps into the boat randomly, and it seems to be worried about capsizing at any time. There are 5 people on the boat who are drinking, talking and laughing freely. They are naturally Taoists, people among gods. The matter of small talk is also related to practice. It is just sticking to one's own opinions. It means that there are a total of 12 realms under the ascent. Which realm is the most important? Some people say that it is the state of staying in the lower 5 realms, through the creation of Lu Qi, and then someone widens the way, allowing the monk to ascend to the sky in 1 step. Some people say that it is the first level of the Dongfu realm in the middle 5 realms. The reason is that my generation has practiced. It is difficult to say that there are more than hundreds of roads underfoot. There are 2 things to close the door. When the door is closed, the body and the Taoist mind live in a secluded mountain. Once the door is opened, the red dust and the red dust will roll, and it is the practice. It is similar to the Mahayana and Hinayana of Buddhism. It is also said that the sevuing state is the most important thing. The practitioners start to climb the mountain. The state is not high, but it is the most energetic level. They only say half of the words passed down by the nameless family. 9 continents in the center, like a snake pan mirror, is such a broad field of vision. After that, many realms, even the jade and immortal realms of the upper 5 realms, are located at a high position. In fact, they still cannot be compared with it. Seeing that Qin Pingan did not reject the matter, Chao Yong took him and his fellow Daoists out of the cave and came to the shore to welcome the boat that was about to dock. Her wind and showers, day is like night, the 3 of them don't have to use any tricks. 5 people on the boat. After seeing the 3 people on the shore, there was a scent swirling in a moment. There was a woman with a graceful figure, natural water without any rain gear, floated to the shore, looking at the man wearing a hat and a drape. Was actually a bit shy. She stretched out her fingers and stroked the corners of her temples. Her eyes were shining and she said softly, "The water mansion is deep and secluded in the corner. The little is dark, the wind and rain, it is terrible to watch. Qing is in my heart tweeting endlessly." Qin Pingan lowered his head slightly, clasped his fists and smiled. "I have seen Mr. Zhou Xian in Kinkahu Lake. Biluo Lake Water King Xiangjin with a slender figure, only covered with a mask. After going ashore, he saw the green shirt guest such as a scholar and a scholar saying, Mr. Chen laughed. Before his death, Wang Xiangjin was a weak scholar who had no merit or fame, nor was he a hero on the battlefield. He belonged to the most typical kind in Jiguai novels. Before Long Jun's death, Bian Sun was located in Wang Xiangjin. Because of his gentle appearance, Long Jun was worried that Wang Xiangjin would not be able to frighten the water monsters. He presented a ghost face. After putting it on, it was red-faced and fangs like a yiksha. It is a treasure of water law. Wearing day and night not only can assist in spiritual practice, but also can shock the heroes. Following the throne of Shuijun, the statue of his is a face covered with ghosts, and the rest of the temples are the same as the gods. Qin Pingan made a polite return, smiled and said, "I have heard of the name of Biluohu Shuijun for a long time. The Middle-earth female cultivator with a wooden spear and a white poplar blade on her waist, and the dull-looking Baozhai, all just nodded to the young hidden official, and Qin Pingan also nodded in greeting. The old man surnamed Qin with the rosacea smiled heartily. "Master Qin, are we considered distant relatives?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I can count, but it's more reluctant." The old man joked, "No wonder Wan Taijiang dislikes talking about you the most." Qin Pingan smiled as usual and did not say anything. The old man suddenly asked, "A few of us, we were talking about the 12 realms on the boat. Which one is the most important and what is Qin Shan's opinion?" Qin Pingan looked serious and said, "It's all important." The old man was taken aback and gave a thumbs up, "See you." After Chao Yong asked them to go to the mansion first, and he had to send a mountain and river journey for the young hermit. Before Qin Pingan left Killalong, he asked this Uncle Lily if it was feasible. The old Jiao held the jade belt around his waist with both hands, and his expression was free and said, "It is a matter of heaven and earth for a person of Taoism to prove the Tao and achieve the Tao." After obtaining the old Jiao's consent, Qin Pingan waved his sleeves, and the wind and rain suddenly stopped for a while, and the golden light turned into a long golden river into his sleeves. In history there were more than 1,000 literati and poems, leaving more than 2,000 poems. The poems and poems recorded in the local government chronicles and county chronicles are as many as hundreds of thousands of words. If they are ordered, they seem to be stripped out of a book. Chao Yong saw this vision. Even though Qin Pingan and the fellow Daoist had left, they still stood where they were. They hadn't recovered for a long time. He was deeply moved. He never thought that the young hermit was in addition to swordsmanship and boxing. So good. In the corridor, Lu Yan asked, "Have you seen Zhou Zi before?" "I saw it and chatted a few more words. Finally, Zhou Zi said a hard thing to me, eating at the same table, serving each bowl." The most sage master nodded, "Because I first said something soft to Zhou Zi, 'You are a fortune-telling yin-yang sorcerer, don't bully our Confucian disciple.'" Chunyang Taoist found that the most sacred master beside him seemed to be in a good mood, with a smile on his face, and finally managed not to laugh out loud. Chunyang Taoist asked, "Holy Master, what did you see, the future?" "Looking at the past, I saw all the cultivators, all the ordinary masters, each of us standing on this earth like mountains. We are all standing upright without exception, each has its own highs and lows. No matter what we encounter, even if we bow our heads and bend down, we will still step on the ground and bear the blue sky on our backs." The most sacred master smiled and said, "As for the future, it won't work if you see it through and say it. It is countless subtle trajectory routes, creating countless ambiguous pictures, but in the end they overlap and gather into one place. The clouds and mists dispersed between the heaven and the earth, and some people were faintly seen leading them, followed by several figures, gradually ascending. But before that, the Holy Master saw something unusual. The Most Holy Master couldn't help but laugh. The picture disappeared in a flash. It was the ancestors of the three religions who had joined together to go to the old site of Lizhu Cave. At that time in the small town among the three, only the Taoist ancestor saw Qin Pingon. Taozu and Qin Pingon walked side by side, and walked towards the mud bottle alley together. Finally, Daozu stopped outside the alley.